Evening, lads. Mason here. What follows is a carefully selected collection of some of my favorite paranormal cases from over the years. We have been making the Fall Asleep podcast for quite a while now, and before we begin, I just wanted to take a moment to thank every one of you. I truly appreciate every kind comment, every message, and every person who continues to listen. I have dedicated a huge part of my life to researching the paranormal, forgotten history, and the strange cases that continue to resist any easy explanation, and I hope you enjoy hearing these stories as much as I enjoy researching and telling them. So, genuinely thank you. Some of you may have heard these cases before. For others, tonight will be the first time. We have the Tedworth drummer, the Atsugi family haunting, Greyfriars Kirkyard, and the terrifying story of Hellfire Farm. Nearly 6 hours of true hauntings, disturbing paranormal encounters, and unexplained history. And if you enjoy falling asleep to some of the strangest, darkest, and most frightening true paranormal cases ever recorded, then that is exactly what we do here on the Fall Asleep podcast. So go ahead and subscribe. And should nearly 6 hours still leave you wanting more, you can head over to the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon, where we have thousands of hours of episodes just like this, all completely ad-free. Check it out in the link in the description below. Supporting the Patreon directly supports the Fall Asleep podcast and allows me to continue researching and producing more stories like these. You will also find exclusive cases that are simply too disturbing or controversial for YouTube. Here is a taste of one of those cases right now. In 15th century France, there is a case so disturbing, so horrific, that it borders on the unbelievable. And yet, every part of it comes from true French history. This is the story of a celebrated nobleman, a marshal of France, a companion of Joan of Arc. Then came the accusations that behind the walls of his castles, Gilles de Rais had abandoned the honor that had once made him one of France's greatest noblemen. According to sworn testimony, he had turned to forbidden rituals, the summoning of a demon called Baron, and horrific, indescribable child offerings in the desperate pursuit of wealth and power. It sits at the intersection of history, crime, religion, folklore, and demonology. For nearly 6 centuries, historians, theologians, and storytellers have struggled to understand what happened inside those locked castle chambers. Now, the Fall Asleep podcast tells the complete story of the rise and fall of a powerful French nobleman and his descent into the world of demonic ritual, forbidden pacts, and occult belief. This isn't a conspiracy. This isn't internet folklore. This is one of the darkest and most controversial cases in French history. Too controversial for YouTube. The demon in the French kingdom, the case of Gilles de Rais. The full 2-hour historical and demonological investigation is available now, only on Patreon. The link is in the description below. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. Next week's episode, The Complete History of Hell, is already waiting for you. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet place for the haunted, the documented, and the true. Tonight we're heading to late 1980s Japan, to a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Atsugi in Kanagawa Prefecture, a place of narrow streets, small family shops, and houses built so close together that a whisper carried from one wall to the next. A place where every evening looked the same, fluorescent lights humming behind paper screens, dinner bowls stacked by the sink, and families settling into the soft stillness of another ordinary night. But in one of those houses, a pattern began. Objects shifting when no one was near them. Footsteps in the hallway long after everyone had gone to bed. A child waking with the sense that someone had been standing at the foot of her futon. Sounds the family tried to explain away, plumbing, drafts, imagination, until the day their teenage daughter began speaking in a voice that did not belong to her. And that was only the beginning. What started as a handful of disturbances grew into one of the longest and most unsettling possession-type cases in modern Japan. A haunting that lasted years, involved priests, doctors, and a shaman, and left an entire family living in the shadow of something they could neither name nor escape. a presence that moved through the house at night, answering through the girl with words she never remembered saying. By the summer of 1988, the activity had become so violent that neighbors began whispering, and the family could no longer tell where the haunting ended and the possession began. Tonight, we're going to walk through that story, step by step. This is the Atsugi family possession. Before we begin, thank you to everyone who has subscribed, and if you haven't yet, consider hitting that button. Our goal is 20,000 subscribers. So wherever you are, settle in. This is the haunting that overtook a family home in Atsugi. Let's begin.
Ah, I've been expecting you. You're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
In the late 1980s, in a quiet suburban corner of Atsugi, a city nestled in the green hills of Kanagawa Prefecture, Japan, there lived an ordinary family in an ordinary house. The father was a shopkeeper, running a small sake shop that doubled as the family's home. The mother helped with the business and kept the household running. They had children, energetic, bright, and full of the promise of youth. By all accounts, they were a typical hard-working Japanese family, known and liked by their neighbors. The town around them was unremarkable, a mix of old Showa-era houses and newer concrete buildings, sleepy streets lined with telephone poles, and small Shinto shrines tucked between shops. Atsugi in the late 1980s was a place where everyone felt safe, leaving their doors unlocked, where cicadas droned on summer nights and families gathered at local festivals under paper lanterns. It was not the sort of place one associated with darkness or fear. Yet it is here, amid this comfortable normalcy, that one of the most unsettling series of events in modern Japanese folklore is said to have occurred. Referred to now with hushed voices as the Atsugi family possession, it's a story that would grip the community in fear from 1987 until 1990. To this day, those who remember it speak of it as a nightmare come to life, a true haunting that targeted an innocent family and slowly tore at the fabric of their lives. It began subtly, almost innocuously, in the spring of 1987. But over the next 3 years, the events that transpired in that household on the outskirts of Atsugi would escalate beyond anyone's imagination, defying logical explanation and forcing even skeptics to confront the possibility of something truly supernatural. It is a story of a family under siege by an invisible force, a creeping darkness that invaded their home, their minds, and even their bodies. It is also a chronicle of how they endured and ultimately confronted that darkness. As we journey through this harrowing tale, the atmosphere of late Showa Japan is our backdrop, the scent of tatami mats and old wood in the house, the flicker of shrine incense offered to restless spirits, the droning chants of prayers, and the dim amber streetlights casting long shadows at midnight. This podcast follows the family's ordeal in a slow and immersive manner, recounting each stage of the haunting and possession as it unfolded chronologically, detail by detail. Every incident and every emotion, as reported or remembered, will be brought to life. We will taste the dread that crept into their daily lives, feel the chill of the unseen presence that tormented them, and witness the desperate measures taken to save them from a fate beyond comprehension. By the end, you may find yourself questioning what you believe about the boundaries between the living and the spirit world, between reality and the unknown. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare to travel back to a place and time where an average family's life became a battleground between ordinary life and extraordinary evil. This is the true story, as it has been told and remembered, of the Atsugi family possession of 1987 to 1990. It started so quietly that at first no one in the family realized anything was wrong. In early 1987, as cherry blossoms bloomed along the nearby Sagami River, the family's days were filled with routine and simple joys. The father opened the liquor shop each morning, raising the metal shutter with a familiar clatter. Regular customers, neighbors, restaurant owners, passing salarymen stopped in to buy bottles of sake or beer. The mother would pack lunches for the children, sweep the storefront, and tend to a tiny garden of potted plants by the entrance. The family had two children, an older daughter around 16 and a younger son around 10, who went to school each day, their laughter echoing down the narrow street as they chased each other out the door. In the evenings, the family would reconvene for dinner around a low table, enjoying miso soup and grilled fish, chatting about the day's small events. It was an ordinary, contented life. But even amid this normalcy, odd little things began to happen. They were the kind of incidents easily brushed off or rationalized at first. One afternoon, the mother was alone in the back room where the family's living area was. The shop was quiet at that hour and the children were still at school. As she folded laundry, she heard a distinct sound from the kitchen corner. Drip, drip, drip. It sounded like the tap dripping into the sink. Frowning, she went to turn it off tighter, but found the faucet perfectly dry. No water, no drip. Perhaps it was just the old pipes contracting, or a neighbor's plumbing echoing through the walls, she thought. A few days later, the father was closing up the shop one evening after dark. He counted the register, turned off the lights, and slid shut the wooden door that separated the shop from the house. As he stepped into the living room, he heard the gentle clinking of glass. It sounded exactly as if one of the bottles on the display shelf had rattled in its place. He paused. There were no trucks passing outside that could have caused a vibration. No one else in the shop. The bottles were tightly packed, they shouldn't be moving. When he went back to inspect, everything was still. Perhaps a minor earth tremor? In Japan, small tremors are common. That must be all it was, he assured himself. With a shrug, he joined his family for dinner. These incidents were small, easily dismissed, but they began to accumulate. The daughter, studying for high school exams at the kotatsu table one night, heard what she thought was her brother sneaking into the kitchen behind her. A quick patter of footsteps on the tatami floor. When she turned, no one was there. Her brother was sound asleep in the next room. She returned to her books, a slight unease creeping into her mind. The son complained one morning that during the night someone had been walking up and down the hallway outside the bedrooms, but when he called out thinking it was his father, no answer came, and the footsteps ceased. The father smiled at this story over breakfast, teasing that perhaps the boy was just dreaming of Zashiki Warashi, playful house spirits from folklore. They all chuckled. Japan is a land rich in ghostly tales after all, but such things were just old legends to share on rainy nights. The idea that anything truly supernatural might be at play did not seriously cross their minds. Not yet. Over the first weeks of the haunting, the signs were subtle and sporadic. A misplaced object here, an inexplicable sound there. The mother would find the shop's ledger book not where she thought she had left it. The daughter swore that one evening her cup of tea slid a few inches on the table by itself, an occurrence so quick she doubted her own eyes. At dusk, the father thought he saw a shadow dart across the garden in the corner of his vision, but it could have been a stray cat or a trick of light. Each incident was minor. They didn't string them together, at least not at first. Life went on as normal in between these moments, and the family had plenty of ordinary concerns, bills to pay, school tests, the mother's arthritis acting up, a cousin's wedding to attend next month. If ever they mentioned these odd occurrences to each other, it was in passing. How strange, they would say, anyway, perhaps I'm just tired. But as spring turned to the heavy warmth of summer, 1987, the incidents grew more frequent and harder to ignore. One humid evening, the family dog, a little Shiba Inu, started acting peculiarly. Normally, he was a cheerful animal who slept at the doorway and wagged his tail at every customer. But now, at certain times of night, he would suddenly prick up his ears and stare intently at empty air in the corridor, his hackles slowly rising. More than once he began to growl at nothing visible, backing away as if someone unseen approached. On a few occasions he even yelped and scurried under the sofa, refusing to come out. The family found this behavior startling. They would try to coax him out, confused by what had frightened him so. Animals, they knew, are said to be sensitive to things people can't see. Still, they chalked it up to the dog reacting to distant noises or perhaps sensing a critter in the walls. Maybe there were mice about, or a passing feral cat outside. The true breaking point, the moment that marked the end of simply dismissing these odd occurrences, came one night in July. The air was thick and hot, the kind of summer night where everything feels sticky and still. The family, unable to sleep in the heat, had left some windows open. The cicadas had finally gone quiet by late night, and a hush lay over the neighborhood. The daughter had been tossing and turning on her futon in her upstairs room, listening to the distant hum of a neighbor's air conditioning unit. At some point past midnight, she gave up on sleep. Thirsty, she decided to tiptoe down to the kitchen for a glass of cold barley tea. She walked softly so as not to wake anyone, the wooden floor cool under her bare feet. As she reached the bottom of the stairs and turned towards the kitchen, she froze. In the gloom, for she had not turned on the light, relying on a pale moon glow through the window, she could just make out the silhouette of a person standing in the kitchen. The figure was utterly still, facing away from her near the sink. The girl blinked, her heart jolting in her chest. In the darkness, she thought perhaps it was her mother, wearing a dark housecoat. "Mum," she whispered softly. No answer. The figure did not move at all. It stood unnaturally still, half shrouded in shadow. The daughter reached for the light switch on the wall and flicked it on. In the flash of fluorescence, the kitchen was illuminated, and it was empty. No one was there. A chill rippled through her. She was certain she had seen someone. It was not a trick of the eyes. She had stared for several seconds at the shape. Shaking now, she rushed to wake her parents. Groggy and alarmed, they came downstairs. The father immediately grabbed a broom as an improvised weapon, thinking perhaps an intruder had gotten in. They searched the kitchen, then the entire ground floor and the shop. Every door was still locked from the inside. There was no sign of any break-in, and nowhere a person could have gone. The daughter, on the verge of tears, described the figure she had seen. Tall, dark, and motionless, right by the sink. The mother comforted her, but she exchanged a troubled look with her husband. There was something deeply uncanny about an intruder that vanished into thin air. That night, the family gathered in the living room, too unnerved to return to bed. The father made everyone tea, trying to calm his daughter and himself. They discussed possibilities. Could it have been a thief who slipped out somehow? Unlikely. All exits were locked. Could the daughter have imagined it half asleep? She insisted she had been fully awake and saw it clearly. The son, wide-eyed with fear, listened to all of this and finally muttered, "Maybe it was a yurei, a ghost." At that word, a silence fell. The father quickly laughed and said something about imaginations running wild. He assured them that ghosts aren't real, and it must have been a shadow or her mind playing tricks, but his voice shook slightly as he said it. The notion, once spoken aloud, was hard to dismiss. Each of them, in their own thoughts, began to wonder if there was a presence in their home that defied the comforts of rational explanation. After the incident in the kitchen, an uneasy atmosphere settled over the household. By day, under the bright sun, things felt normal enough, almost as if the previous night had been a bad dream. The father opened the store as usual, greeting customers with a smile. The children went to their summer holiday club activities. The mother hung laundry in the yard and chatted with the neighbor lady over the fence about the heat and the upcoming Obon festival. But just beneath these ordinary moments ran a current of silent dread. Each family member, privately, was now alert to the unexplained. Their eyes would dart just a little more quickly to a flicker of motion in their peripheral vision. They strained their ears in quiet moments, listening for anything amiss. And it wasn't long before the disturbances intensified. What had been occasional and subtle became frequent and brazen. Almost every night there was something. Footsteps became a regular occurrence after dark. Heavy footsteps echoing in the hallway or on the staircase, at times so loud that the whole family would awaken and huddle together, watching the empty hallway where the floorboards creaked under invisible weight. Even the father, who wanted to remain skeptical for the sake of the others, could not deny hearing those steps now. More than once he mustered his courage and walked toward the sound, only for it to halt abruptly, leaving him in silence and cold sweat. Doors began to open and close on their own, not flinging wide or slamming. That might have been almost easier to rationalize as a draft of wind. No, it was eerier. A door that was firmly shut at bedtime would be found ajar in the morning, or a sliding Fusuma panel separating two rooms would subtly slide open by a few inches when no one was near it. The mother had the habit of keeping certain interior doors closed at night to help the old air conditioner in the living room cool just that space. Several times she was sure she'd closed the door between the living area and hallway, only to find it gaping open later. Everyone denied moving it. On one occasion, she distinctly remembered latching the kitchen door, an older style door with a simple hook latch, before going upstairs. In the middle of the night, she came down for a glass of water and found that door standing wide open. The latch was still in place on the frame, as if an unseen hand had lifted it from its hook. That moment froze her blood. The sense that something intelligent was at play, deliberately unlatching the door, made her feel faint. She refused to go back through that door alone and woke her husband to accompany her. Objects too began to move in inexplicable ways. The family's house was modest, and they didn't own many valuables, but what they had seemed to be toyed with. One afternoon, the son's collection of marbles scattered across the tatami in his room while he was downstairs, as if someone had overturned the container. He had heard the noise of them rolling and ran up, expecting to catch his sister playing a prank. But the room was empty and still, the marbles simply strewn about. In the evenings, the family would sometimes hear a faint clink-clink in the shop, the sound of glass bottles tapping each other on the shelves, though no one was out there. The father even took to checking for small earthquakes in the newspaper. Japan has daily earthquake reports, to see if tiny tremors coincided with the bottle sounds. They did not. One particularly unsettling incident involved a set of keys. The father always hung the shop's keys on a hook by the front door. One morning they were missing. He swore he had placed them on the hook the night before, as always. The whole family helped search. They tore apart the usual places, thinking perhaps he had left them in a pocket or dropped them. The keys were simply gone. Resigned, he used a spare and went about his day, troubled by the loss. 2 days later, those keys reappeared, on the kitchen table laid neatly in plain view. No one could explain how they got there. It was as if the house itself had hidden and returned them as it pleased. By this point, the family could no longer pretend all was well. In whispered discussions behind closed doors, they began to ask, "What is happening to us?" The mother, remembering old folk tales, wondered aloud if they might have unknowingly offended a spirit. The children began to dread nightfall. The son took to sleeping with a baseball bat by his futon, though what he thought he might strike, he didn't know. The daughter, exhausted from nights of poor sleep and constant fear, started looking ill and pale. In class, she found it impossible to concentrate. More than once she was reprimanded for daydreaming, though in truth she was replaying the previous night's terrors in her mind. Neighbors began to sense something was off as well. The walls in Japanese homes can be thin, and on more than one occasion a next-door neighbor, an elderly woman who'd been friendly with the mother, gently inquired if everything was all right. She had heard noises late at night, the sound of walking, sometimes even a thud as if something heavy fell, and voices, tense and frightened voices. The mother, hesitant to share too much, would force a smile and say, "Oh, the kids have been a bit restless, that's all," and perhaps a rodent in the attic. The neighbor nodded but gave her a strange look. In a lowered voice, the old woman confided that long ago, when she was a girl, she had witnessed odd happenings in a relative's house that were not of this world. She did not press further, but she urged the mother to be careful and hinted that if needed, there were people, spiritual people, one could consult. The mother thanked her but didn't commit to anything. However, after that conversation, she could not stop thinking about what the neighbor implied. Meanwhile, nights in the home were increasingly oppressive. A sense of heaviness filled the air after sundown, as though the atmosphere itself changed. The living room, once the cozy heart of their home, took on a more sinister character by lamplight. Shadows pooled in the corners in unnatural darkness. On several occasions, the family would be gathered in that room, perhaps, trying to distract themselves by watching television, and the TV would suddenly switch channels by itself, or the volume would spike without anyone touching the remote. Once, the TV shut off entirely, plunging them into silence. When the father nervously went to turn it back on, he found the power cord had been pulled from the wall socket. It was hard to dismiss that as a mere malfunction. They also all began having trouble sleeping, and with the sleep troubles came nightmares. The daughter woke up screaming one night, and when her parents rushed in, she tearfully described a terrible dream of a shadowy figure looming over her, pinning her down. She said it felt so real she couldn't breathe or move, and the figure had glowing eyes like burning coals. The father recognized this as a classic description of kanashibari, sleep paralysis, something often attributed to spirits pressing on the sleeper. The rational part of his mind tried to say, just a bad dream, but given everything else, he too felt a stab of fear. The son, for his part, quietly admitted that he'd been having dreams as well, of a strange voice calling his name from far away, luring him into the dark. He hadn't wanted to tell so as not to scare his sister more, but after her outburst, he confided in her. The two children became closer in their fear, sometimes creeping into each other's rooms at night to sleep, huddled together for a semblance of comfort. The parents, struggling to maintain a facade of control, took to leaving a light on in the hallway overnight. It felt childish, but the soft glow was better than pitch black. In the darkness, their imaginations, or perhaps the entity itself, seemed to play tricks. August 1987, the height of Japanese summer, brought with it the Obon season, a time when the spirits of ancestors are believed to visit the living. Normally, Obon was a happy time for the family. They would hang lanterns and visit the family graves, welcoming the spirits of their forebears with respect and joy. That year, however, Obon took on a deeper significance. In the days leading up to it, the disturbances in the house reached a new level. It was as if whatever force plagued them grew more active, perhaps emboldened by the season when spirits freely roam. One evening, as they prepared the Bonodori lanterns, a sudden crash came from the altar room. The family had a small Buddhist altar, a Butsudan, where they displayed ancestor tablets and offerings. They rushed to see what happened. The sliding door to that room, which had been closed, was now open, and one of the framed photos of a grandparent that sat on the altar had fallen to the floor. The glass shattered. It was as if something had swept it off violently. The timing was chilling. Was it an angry ancestor, or some other spirit mocking their rituals? That incident pushed the father to do what they had been resisting. He called in a local Shinto priest. The family had to admit that something beyond them was occurring, and perhaps it was time to seek spiritual help. The priest was from a nearby Shinto shrine that the family occasionally visited, particularly on New Year's and for blessings. He was a middle-aged man who listened carefully as the father, somewhat embarrassed, explained the situation. The priest did not scoff. In fact, he nodded gravely, saying that restless spirits are known to cause such phenomena. It could be a house spirit or something attached to the land. Atsugi has ancient soil. Who knows what bygone matters lie beneath? The priest agreed to perform a simple cleansing, oharai, at the house. On a hot afternoon with cicadas screaming outside, he came in his robes carrying a wand of paper streamers and a small wooden box of blessed salt. The family watched anxiously as he walked from room to room, chanting Shinto prayers and waving the purification wand to dispel impurity. He sprinkled salt in the corners of each room, at the thresholds of doors, and in the yard by the foundation. The children held onto their mother's arms as they trailed behind. In the altar room, the priest rang a small bell and clapped, bowing in respect to the ancestors, asking for their protection. The ritual lasted perhaps an hour. When it was done, the home smelled faintly of sake, which the priest had sprinkled as an offering, and salt granules lay like fallen snow in the corners. The priest advised them to keep a bowl of salt near the entrance and to offer incense daily for a while, to calm any wandering spirits. He seemed confident that this should take care of the issue. The family felt some hope and relief. At least they were taking action. That night was the first peaceful night in weeks. Nothing disturbed their sleep. The house was silent and still, and for the first time the oppressive feeling lifted a bit. The parents dared to exchange optimistic words. Perhaps the purification worked. Perhaps whatever it was had been driven off or appeased. The children slept through the night without waking in terror. The dog, too, seemed calm, curling up happily, instead of pacing and whining. By all indications, the priest's intervention had done the trick. However, this respite would prove cruelly short-lived. For a few days indeed, all seemed quiet. The family's nerves began to settle. But, like the brief calm in the eye of a typhoon, the worst was yet to come. When the phenomena returned, they did so with redoubled force, as though enraged by the attempt to banish them. It was as if the entity had only been hiding, gathering strength. And now the stage was set for the next phase of the ordeal, one far more personal and frightening than mere noises in the dark. Early one morning in the final week of August 1987, a piercing scream tore through the house. The mother, who had been in the kitchen starting breakfast, dropped a bowl in fright as the shriek echoed off the walls. It was the daughter's voice. The family rushed to the source, the upstairs bathroom. They found the teenage girl backed against the wall, pale as paper, trembling violently and pointing to the bathtub. The tub was empty, no water since no one had yet bathed, but scrawled across the pale blue enamel of the tub, in a dark reddish-brown substance, were symbols or letters. The writing was crude, as if drawn with a finger. It looked almost like kanji but distorted, indecipherable, and the substance, it looked horribly like dried blood. The daughter was sobbing that she had woken and found that when she went to wash her face. The father gingerly touched the reddish marks. It was tacky and brown. It certainly could be blood, or perhaps rust or something, but the patterns were deliberate, spirals and crosses, and maybe characters that resembled archaic script. None of them had ever seen anything like it. The son gagged at the sight and smell. A coppery scent faintly hung in the air. The mother hustled the children out, her heart pounding, while the father fetched cleaning rags. He scrubbed furiously, and to his relief, the substance came off. The water in his bucket tinged pink as he wiped the tub clean. They never determined what it truly was, but that incident shattered any illusion that a simple prayer had solved their problems. Something uncanny had physically manifested in their home, something threatening. After this, the violence escalated swiftly. The haunting was no longer content to simply startle and unnerve. It began to attack. The once benign home was turning into a house of nightmares. One night, as the family sat quietly in the living room, mother folding laundry, father reading the newspaper, the kids scribbling in notebooks, a ceramic cup flew off a shelf and hurled across the room, smashing into the opposite wall. The velocity was fierce. Shards exploded and one fragment nicked the father's cheek. Everyone leapt up in alarm. There was no earthquake, no one anywhere near that cup. It was as if some invisible hand had swiped it off in a fit of rage. The father had a bleeding cut. The mother shakily picked a piece of porcelain out of her hair. The children were so frightened they began to cry uncontrollably. Similar poltergeist-like outbursts happened repeatedly. Picture frames fell and cracked, not just the one at the altar, but even a heavy framed calligraphy piece in the hallway, which seemed to rip itself off the wall hooks and crash to the floor. One evening, the overhead light in the dining area began to sway on its cord as they ate dinner, slowly at first, then violently swinging as if someone battered at it. Dishes on the table rattled and water rippled in their glasses. The father and son jumped up to steady the light, but it abruptly stopped on its own, leaving them in stunned silence, hearts pounding. The family members themselves started to receive scratches and bruises with mysterious origins. The son would wake up with what looked like nail scratches on his forearms, as if something had clawed him lightly during the night. The daughter once felt a sharp pain on her back while dressing. In the mirror, she saw 3 long red welts run across her skin, the kind of marks fingernails might leave. The mother too experienced the sensation of being pinched hard on her thigh when no one was near. These physical affronts were deeply alarming. It meant the entity could not only move objects but touch them, harm them directly. Their unseen tormentor was growing bolder and more malicious by the day. It was during this period that family members started to report an unusual and terrifying phenomenon, the sound of a voice that was not any of theirs. Often late at night, just on the edge of sleep, one of them would hear a whisper right by their ear, or from the dark corner of the room. Sometimes it was a faint muttering, other times a clearer phrase. The daughter swore she heard a woman's voice softly singing an old folk tune in the dead of night from somewhere in the house, a melody she didn't recognize. The son, meanwhile, had the worst experience. He woke in pre-dawn darkness one day to the sound of his own name being called from the hallway in a raspy, guttural tone. Kun. The voice beckoned, using an affectionate suffix used typically for boys, which made it all the creepier, as if whatever it was intended familiarity. The boy, in his futon, froze. He knew it was not his father's voice, nor anyone he knew. It sounded ancient, dry, almost reptilian. Summoning courage, he squeaked out, "Who's there?" but got no reply, only a soft chuckle that faded into silence. He started screaming, bringing his parents stumbling in. After that, he refused to sleep alone. The father dragged the boy's futon into the parents' bedroom, and the daughter likewise began to bunk in with her mother, while the father and son camped together in another room. Their once cozy home turned into a fearful dormitory where all lights were on and no one wanted to be alone after dark. The stress was taking a severe toll. By now, the father had confided in one close friend, a fellow shopkeeper, about the disturbances. To his surprise, the friend did not laugh, but grew very serious and mentioned that there had been years ago rumors of something strange in that area. He recalled vaguely that a previous owner of the land or a neighboring plot had complained of odd things before moving away. It was all hearsay, but it unsettled the father further. Could it be that some curse or spirit came with this place? He also began to wonder if it might have something to do with the family business. The shop sold alcohol, and in some Japanese folk beliefs, Inari spirits or others can attach to businesses and families, sometimes causing mischief if not properly propitiated. There was also a local tale he dug up in an old book about a shrine that once stood not far away, dedicated to a serpent deity which had been torn down long ago. He pondered if their property overlapped that site. These were desperate speculations of a man trying to find meaning in madness. By autumn of 1987, the family was in a state of constant high alert. Every room held terrors. At times, heavy thuds would reverberate through the house, as if a large body had fallen from the ceiling onto the floor. They would race to the sound, only to find nothing. Other times, a disembodied knocking would start, an irregular knock 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 that travelled from wall to wall. On a particularly horrifying evening, while they all sat with a local Buddhist monk who had volunteered to recite sutras for them, that knocking began on the walls and grew to a cacophony, rapid bangs and scraping noises surrounding them. The monk tried to continue chanting over the noise, raising his voice, but his hands shook visibly as the sounds grew louder. In the end, he abruptly stopped and in a quavering voice told the parents that this spirit was extremely powerful or angry and beyond his ability to pacify. He apologized profusely and left, advising them to seek a specialist in such phenomena. This was a blow. If even a holy man was frightened off, what could they do? Their home had become akin to a haunted labyrinth where any moment could bring a new fright. The children began to decline physically. The daughter fell ill with a persistent low-grade fever that doctors could find no cause for. The son broke out in hives that similarly defied explanation. Stress, likely. The mother carried deep circles under her eyes. She tried her best to put on a brave face and keep the household running, but some days she would break down sobbing in the kitchen when a dish rattled or a chair moved a few inches by itself in front of her. The father, for all his attempts to be the pillar of strength, was unraveling as well. He stopped opening the shop on many days, hanging a sorry sign that said, "Closed due to family emergency." It was only a matter of time before the whispers in the neighborhood turned into open gossip. Indeed, the rumor of the cursed house or haunted liquor store started to spread around the area. Some customers outright asked the father if it was true that his place was haunted, citing that a neighbor had seen strange lights in the second-floor window at night, or that passing school kids heard screams. Mortified and defensive, he denied these stories to outsiders, but inside he knew they were true. The family's plight was becoming local legend against their will. The stigma of being the haunted family weighed on them. They grew isolated as acquaintances, uncertain how to help, began to keep a polite distance. Some worried the curse or spirit might spread to them if they got too close. It is in this climate of fear, exhaustion, and creeping despair that the possession truly earned its name. So far, the phenomena had been largely external. Noises, moving objects, physical assaults, but gradually it turned inward, focusing on the family members themselves in far more unsettling ways. The first sign came as a change in the daughter's demeanor. She had always been a gentle, studious girl, given to writing poetry and tending a small bonsai plant in her room, but sometime in late October, she began to exhibit odd behavior. At first it was subtle. She would seem distant, staring off as if listening to someone when no one was speaking. On a few occasions, her mother found her standing in a corner of the living room, facing the wall, just standing silently in the dark. When shaken out of it, she was confused and didn't recall why she was there. The parents were naturally alarmed and thought the stress was causing dissociative episodes or sleepwalking. They took her to a clinic where a doctor recommended rest and perhaps seeing a counselor. But soon it escalated beyond trances. One night, as the family sat in an attempt at normalcy, trying to watch a comedy program on TV to lift their spirits, the daughter, without warning, began to speak in a low, guttural voice that was entirely not her own. The family fell silent, eyes widening. She was staring straight ahead, her body stiff, and from her lips came a rough whisper in a cadence that sounded foreign. It might have been Japanese, but the words were archaic or nonsensical. A string of syllables poured out. Uchi, Mori, Kada, followed by a chilling laugh. The father gently shook her, calling her name. She seemed to snap out of it, looked around at their alarmed faces, and asked what was wrong. She had been unaware she'd said anything. This incident shocked them to the core. It was as if some entity had spoken through her momentarily. In spiritual terms, that would be possession, albeit a brief one. They wondered if perhaps an ancestor's spirit was trying to communicate. Some still clung to less terrifying explanations, like maybe a kindly spirit speaking through her. The content, though, if it was words, none of them understood it. It did not seem kindly. In the following days, the daughter's episodes increased. She would sometimes break into that muttering chant, or suddenly start singing an old nursery rhyme in a slow, eerie tone, only to deny it afterward. At times, her brother would catch her talking to thin air in her room, as if conversing with someone just out of sight. When confronted, she would become irritable and claim she remembered nothing or that she was just talking to herself. At other moments, she became uncharacteristically angry or abusive, shouting at her mother with language she never normally used, only to later sob in apology, with no memory of having said those awful things. The parents feared for her mental health, yet given everything else, they had to consider that perhaps an external force was influencing her. It wasn't only the daughter. The mother too had a frightening encounter with her own reflection. She recounted quietly to her husband one morning that as she'd looked into the bathroom mirror, tired and drawn, for a split second her reflection's lips smiled back at her, while her own face had not moved. It was as though something looked out at her from her own eyes. She was so unsettled she'd stumbled backwards and nearly tripped. These psychological torments, hallucinations, semi-conscious trance states, blurred the line between external haunting and internal possession. It became increasingly unclear whether the family was dealing with a spirit that simply haunted the house or one that could infiltrate their very beings, or perhaps both. Fear changes people. As autumn deepened and the maple leaves turned red in Atsugi's hills, the family's unity began to fray under the strain. Exhaustion, fear, and uncertainty wore them thin. The father felt a deep guilt. Was he failing to protect his family? Many nights he lay awake clutching a protective charm a friend had gotten from a shrine, mentally begging whatever gods might listen to save them. The mother tried to keep the daily routines, making meals, tidying up, as a way to stay sane, but often she found herself scrubbing the same spot on the counter for minutes, mind blank, until someone snapped her out of it. The children, once carefree, became shadows of themselves. The boy grew quiet and jumpy, prone to wetting the bed, which humiliated him. The girl oscillated between sullen withdrawal and those strange fugue states that frankly terrified everyone. One dark evening, an argument even broke out. Rare for this close-knit family. The trigger was small. The father found the boy's toys scattered in the living room and harshly scolded him to put things away, as he was nervous about any objects being out of place now, fearing they might become projectiles. The tired mother told the father not to be so hard on him. The boy retorted that he hadn't left them there. Maybe the ghost did it. The father, frayed, shouted that that was nonsense and they had to be careful not to provoke whatever it is. The daughter muttered that maybe the ghost should just kill them all and get it over with. A shocking flash of despair from her that stunned them. The mother burst into tears, yelling at the father that this was all too much, and what were they going to do? The father, in turn, feeling helpless, yelled that he was doing everything he could. The shouts rang through the little house, full of pain and fear. In the midst of this emotional explosion, a sudden bang reverberated. The overhead light fixture in the kitchen had shattered, raining glass shards everywhere, cutting short their quarrel. In the silence after that bang, the family realized the entity fed on their negativity, or at least reveled in it. They huddled together, apologizing to each other, crying, and picking out bits of glass from hair and clothes. This was a critical moment. They understood that if they let fear and anger tear them apart, the darkness would truly win. So even as the phenomena escalated, they tried to hold on to their love for each other and not succumb to hopelessness. It was not easy. Every day felt like walking through a minefield of terror, but this resilient little family found small ways to cope. The father began each morning before opening the shop, on the days he still managed to, by burning purifying incense and reciting a Shinto prayer he had copied from a book, the Amatsu no Rito, a prayer to dispel evil. The mother hung protective omamori charms in every room, some from Shinto shrines, some from Buddhist temples, a shotgun approach of spiritual defenses. The children were taught a simple mantra by a sympathetic Buddhist layperson, Namu Amida Butsu, invoking the Buddha's name, to chant when they felt afraid. They whispered it under their breath like a shield whenever the house creaked or a shadow moved, and for a brief time it almost seemed like these measures gave a bit of relief, or perhaps the entity was simply lying low, planning its next move. As 1987 drew to a close and the new year approached, normally a time of celebration, the family braced for what might come. They had survived the worst months of their lives, but the ordeal was far from over. The new year would bring even darker manifestations, testing the limits of their endurance and faith. Unbeknownst to them, help would eventually come, but not until they had been pushed to the brink of absolute despair. For now, in this part of the story, the family clung to one another and to a fragile hope. They hoped that, like a fever, the haunting might break and leave as mysteriously as it came. Little did they know it was to get much worse before any chance of salvation would appear. The presence in their home was about to grow more dangerous and more intimately entwined with their souls, turning the next phase of their nightmare into one of full-blown demonic possession. 1988 arrived not with the joyous fanfare of sparklers and temple bells for this family, but with a brooding quiet. On New Year's Eve, they attempted to keep up their traditions. The father prepared toshikoshi soba noodles for everyone, symbolizing the hope to cut off the hardships of the old year and begin anew. They ate in near silence, each privately praying that 1988 would be better, that the entity might fade away. At midnight, instead of visiting the shrine like they usually did, a practice called Hatsumod, they stayed huddled at home, too fearful to venture out and leave the house empty, and perhaps equally fearful of being out in the dark. The shrine had kindly sent a priest to offer a quick New Year's blessing that afternoon, which comforted them a bit. The house was decorated with a small shimenawa, straw rope, and white paper strips to ward off evil for the new year. For that single night, no disturbances occurred. The family dared to think the ritual rope had sealed the home against their tormentor. However, by the first week of January, it became clear that nothing had fundamentally changed. If anything, the malevolent presence took on a more sinister character. The patterns of activity evolved. There were longer stretches of eerie calm, punctuated by sudden explosive events. It kept them on edge constantly. The unpredictability was itself a torture. They never knew if an entire day might pass peacefully, or if they'd be sent scrambling by flying furniture the next hour. One frigid night in mid-January, the family was awakened around 2 a.m. by a horrible groaning noise that filled the house. It sounded as if the very timbers of the house were moaning under strain, a low rumble that rose to an almost voice-like wail. The walls vibrated with it. The children covered their ears in terror. The parents rushed them into one room and shut the door, all four crouching together, eyes darting about. The groan built and built, seeming to come from the ceiling and the floor at once. Then it abruptly stopped. In the ringing silence, the daughter began to sob, and the mother stroked her hair, whispering soothing words she didn't believe herself. The father took a flashlight and, heart-thumping, made a tour of the house. He expected perhaps a pipe had burst or the structure was damaged, but everything looked intact. No explanation. After that night, the house itself would sometimes produce that unearthly groan or a deep thud with no cause. It was as if the spirit was inside the very bones of the building, trying to tear its way out or further in. Meanwhile, the possession-like episodes with the daughter intensified significantly. At times, her behavior was so altered that she seemed like a different person. Usually a reserved teen, she became, in these fits, unsettlingly bold and cruel-tongued. There were moments she looked at her family members with an expression of pure hatred that would then vanish into confusion a moment later. One early morning, the mother found the daughter standing in the backyard, barefoot in her nightgown, in the snow. She was just standing there, facing the wall of the shed, despite the bitter cold. She had no memory of how she got there, and shivered violently once brought inside. A classic sleepwalking scenario, perhaps, except it had never happened before all this, and the timing, always at the devil's hour of night, was suspect. More alarming were periods where the daughter would have what can only be described as possession trances. The worst of these happened in February 1988. By then, the family had sought out a Shingon Buddhist priest known for dealing with the supernatural. This priest, a monk named Fujimoto, had been visiting occasionally to chant sutras in the home. He was planning a more intensive exorcism rite, but needed time to prepare and get temple permissions. During one of his visits, as he chanted in the altar room, with incense burning, the daughter, who was sitting in Caesar posture politely behind him, suddenly collapsed forward. She began to writhe, clutching her stomach. The monk stopped, concerned. The father rushed to her side, thinking she was having a seizure. The girl's face was contorted in pain, her eyes were shut tight, and she was muttering something. The monk leaned in to listen, and his face darkened. The voice that came from her was again that deep, rasping tone, but this time it clearly spoke words in Japanese. "Leave, leave here," it growled. "This is mine." The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. The mother gasped as the air around them felt thick and cold. The monk tried to place his prayer beads on the girl's forehead and recite a mantra of purification. In response, she, or rather the entity controlling her, let out a hideous laugh, utterly unlike her sweet voice. Her eyes opened, but they were rolled back white. She then spoke a startling phrase. "The blood, it was spilled here. This land is cursed. You'll all die." In that moment, the monk later confessed to the father. He felt a true presence of evil in the room, a consciousness far older and more vengeful than any lost human spirit. It was as if some ancient grudge was speaking. The father, now openly weeping, held his daughter's convulsing form and kept calling her name, pleading for her to come back. The monk resumed chanting loudly, pressing his beads to her skin, shaking holy water over her. The daughter's thrashing slowly subsided, and she fell limp, unconscious but breathing. When she awoke some time later, she remembered nothing after the sutra chanting. She was exhausted and began crying softly, apologizing as if she had caused trouble. The others, shaking themselves, assured her it was not her fault. The monk Fujimoto stayed that night with the family, keeping a vigil until morning. Over tea, his expression was grim. He told the parents as gently as possible that in his assessment, this was not a simple haunting. It appeared to be possession by a powerful spirit, possibly non-human, in Buddhist terminology, perhaps a demon or an earthbound yokai. He suggested that maybe the land carried some ancient tragedy, perhaps a violent death or a lost shrine's deity turned malign. The mention of spilled blood on the land during the trance chilled the father. He remembered rumors of a wartime bombing in the area that killed a family, or older tales of serpent gods angry at being displaced. He shared what he knew with the monk, including that gossip about a snake curse that one neighbor had mentioned. The idea of a snake or heavy spirit came up. Snakes in Japanese law can be protectors or avengers. If someone had killed a sacred snake or desecrated a snake's shrine on this plot, the retribution could indeed be severe. Fujimoto acknowledged that as a possibility. The hissing quality of the voice and the emphasis on blood and territory did make him think of old legends of Tsukimono, possessing spirits, like foxes or snakes that bind themselves to families or places. Regardless, Fujimoto admitted that the exorcism required might be beyond his own capacity as a simple local monk. He was not a trained exorcist per se. He had tried general prayers, but this force was retaliating. He recommended the family seek a specialist, perhaps a famous shrine medium, or even the somewhat controversial Itako, spirit mediums from the north of Japan. He even had a name, a woman known as Aiko Sensei. He gave only a pseudonym, perhaps, who was a respected female shaman with a record of dealing with cases like these. She lived in another prefecture but traveled for serious cases. He could attempt to contact her through fellow clergy. It was a glimmer of hope, a professional, someone who might actually free them from this nightmare. The father agreed immediately to try and reach her. In the meantime, however, they still had to survive each day. The monk offered to take the daughter to stay at a temple for a short while, thinking removing her from the environment might give relief. The family debated this. The mother was reluctant to split up, feeling they were stronger together. Plus, the entity could just turn attention to another family member in her absence. Ultimately, they decided to remain together at home, but ready to go stay at a relative's if things got truly life-threatening. It was a terrible choice. The house was dangerous, but it was their home. Leaving might anger the spirit further. Some beliefs say you should not run, or else it might follow or escalate. As winter thawed into spring 1988, the haunting continued unabated. The daughter's health deteriorated. She was often bedridden, not just from the possessions, but also a constant fatigue. It was as if the spirit was feeding off her life force. The son had become extremely fearful of the dark and needed to have someone with him at all times. He even avoided going to the bathroom alone, understandable since even that space had been desecrated earlier. The parents took turns staying awake at night on watch duty, listening for any sign of the entity's stirring. They placed bowls of salt in every room, which would sometimes inexplicably tip over on their own. They pasted afuda, protective charms on paper, on walls and above thresholds. Some of these afuda would later be found torn, as if clawed by an invisible hand. One night around the beginning of April, the family endured perhaps the most frightening poltergeist barrage yet. It was nearly 3 a.m. when the house erupted. All at once, a cacophony of sound, sliding doors opening and slamming, windows rattling, furniture scraping across the floors. It awoke everyone in sheer panic. The living room table skidded a foot on its own. The kitchen cabinets banged open, pots and pans clattering out onto the floor. Light bulbs in 2 rooms burst simultaneously, plunging parts of the house into darkness. The dog, usually vocal, hid whimpering under a bed and then suddenly raced to the front door as if fleeing something, scratching at the wood to get out. Over it all rose a horrible high-pitched keening noise that sounded like laughter or screams. It was impossible to tell. The family clung to one another in a corner of the living room, mother clutching her children tightly as the father stood in front of them as a shield. He was shouting prayers desperately, fragments of Shinto, Buddhist, even Christian phrases he had read, anything that might help. Just as quickly as it started, the tumult ceased. The silence after such chaos was almost deafening. In the beam of a flashlight, the extent of the destruction became evident. Dishes smashed, furniture overturned, papers fluttering through the air from the desk, and shards of glass from the bulbs glittering on the tatami. Miraculously, no one was physically hurt beyond a few scratches, but the psychological trauma was immense. The father decided then and there that they could not spend another night like this in the house. They packed a few essentials before dawn and went to stay with the mother's sister who lived in a neighboring town. They didn't explain much, just that they had an emergency at home. The relatives likely had heard rumors and didn't press hard, welcoming them in and letting them rest. At the sister's home for a few days, they found peace. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. It seemed the entity, perhaps bound to the house, did not follow. Or, if it did, it stayed quiet. The family regained some composure, but they knew they couldn't impose on relatives forever, nor abandon their home entirely. If they tried to sell or move, who would take them in? And what if the curse indeed followed the family rather than the house? There was no guarantee it wouldn't start up in a new place once they let their guard down. They felt cornered. The father was also mindful of his shop. It had been closed for days, and they needed income. He decided to venture back in daytime to check on things and clean up the wreckage. His brother-in-law offered to accompany him, in typical Japanese manner, not fully believing in ghosts, but not wanting his relative to go alone either given the odd circumstances. Together, the 2 men entered the house on a bright afternoon. The living room was wrecked as left, no further disturbances in their absence. They methodically cleaned, disposed of broken glass and ceramics, set furniture upright. The father's brother-in-law, initially skeptical, grew pale as he saw claw-like scratch marks on some walls and the sheer extent of inexplicable damage. No human did this, he muttered. He encouraged the father to perhaps have the place blessed again, or even considered having a Shinto exorcism ritual called Otsuki Magashi, which is used specifically for fox or animal spirit possessions, but that required identifying the type of spirit. At this juncture, the father revealed the family was trying to enlist a particular medium's help, the one the monk mentioned. He'd sent word through the temple network but had yet to hear back. Not 2 days later, while the family still stayed at the sisters, news came that the renowned female shaman had agreed to take on their case. She would come by early summer as her schedule allowed, since she was from far away and had other ceremonies lined up. It was an agonizing wait, but at least an end was in sight. They hoped. During the waiting period, the family had to return home. Practicalities forced them. Also, they feared burdening their relatives too long, and they wanted to be present to greet the shaman when she arrived. With trepidation, they moved back in after about a week's refuge. Initially, the house felt sullen but less chaotic. Perhaps the entity had gone dormant or was lying in wait. For a few nights, nothing dramatic happened beyond the usual small knocks. The family's presence returned the energy, it seemed. The daughter, who had somewhat recovered at the aunt's, again slipped into her afflicted state once back. The cycle resumed. Nightmares, objects moving, that heaviness in the air. It was as though the house itself exhaled malevolence once they reoccupied it. But the worst, mercifully, did not repeat at full strength during those weeks. It was as if the entity was holding off. Maybe even it sensed the coming confrontation and was gathering its hate, or perhaps aware that the family had a champion on the way. Those interim days were long and filled with anxious anticipation. Each morning the family crossed off another day on the calendar, counting toward the arrival of the shaman. We'll call her Madame K for now. The mother took careful steps to prepare, cleaning every corner. Despite fear, she tidied as though expecting an important guest, arranging the altar with fresh fruit and incense to propitiate local spirits, and instructing the children on how to behave, to be respectful, to not show fear if possible, and to follow any instructions. The father spent this time researching or asking around discreetly about past tragedies on their land. Through a friendly old neighbor and some digging at the city library, he pieced together something interesting. As we alluded to earlier, during the Edo period, the area had been farmland, held by a family notorious for practicing an old folk belief involving tsukimono, possessing spirits. One rumor was that a woman of that family had used a white serpent spirit to curse a rival, but the ritual backfired and brought ruin on her own household. There were tales of madness and unexplained deaths until a Shinto priest contained the curse in a small mound on that property. Coincidence or not, their house was roughly on that very plot. When the father discovered this, it made the hair on his arm stand up. This interpretation is one of several that spiritualists later associated with the case. The true origin of the entity was never confirmed, but the behavior aligns with the patterns attributed to land-bound spirits and ancestral curses in Kanagawa folklore. He shared it with his wife and they brought it up to the monk Fujimoto. He agreed that if true, a snake spirit could very well be the cause, not a literal snake ghost slithering around, but the vengeful echo of that curse inhabiting their land and latching onto them, reawakened perhaps by some trigger. Maybe the father inadvertently disturbed the ground building a shed or something, or simply because it was time. This added clarity but also deepened the alarm. Such Onryo vengeful spirits tied to curses are notoriously tenacious and fierce. However, knowing the nature could help the shaman plan the right rituals. Finally, the day arrived. June 1988, a humid, rainy season day. Madame K, the female shaman, came to Atsugi. The exact details of her arrival were never formally documented, but what follows is reconstructed from witness descriptions and the known structure of Japanese folk exorcism practices used in cases of violent possession. She was about in her 50s, a calm but authoritative presence. Petite in stature, she carried with her an aura of strength that the family felt the moment they opened the door. She smiled kindly, though her eyes were penetrating, as if already assessing unseen things in the dim hallway. Dressed in a plain kimono and carrying a wooden box of ritual tools, she greeted them formally and removed her sandals at the door. The family bowed deeply, almost desperate in their welcome, as though she were a lifeline. With her came an assistant, a younger woman who helped carry items and would assist in the ceremony. Madame K did not jump straight to exorcism. First, she wanted to sense the space. She walked slowly through each room, eyes half closed, one hand occasionally making subtle gestures in the air, as if touching invisible threads. In the altar room, she lingered, offering a silent prayer. In the daughter's room, she held a hand over the girl's bed and frowned slightly. The daughter stood by, watching nervously. Madame K then asked the family to sit with her in the living room and recount everything from the start. Though they had provided information beforehand, she wanted to hear it in their own voices, in this place. As they spoke of each event, she sometimes nodded or asked a pointed question. When they described the voice and words spoken through the daughter, Madame K's lips tightened, clearly significant. She asked the father directly, "Did you or any ancestor disturb a holy place or spirit connected to a snake?" The father, surprised at her accuracy, shared what he'd learned about the Edo period curse and serpent mound. At that, the shaman closed her eyes and breathed out as if in acknowledgement. She then explained her view. It indeed seemed they were dealing with an entity that could be termed a demonic possession, but likely stemming from a human curse entangled with a serpentine spirit. In other words, not a ghost of a deceased person, but a conjured spirit of fury. A kind of Yuma, perhaps once controlled by an onmyoji, or witch, and now untethered and wrathful. Such an entity could attach both to place and people. It had begun by haunting the place, then moved to try and break the family's will, and ultimately to use a member, the daughter, as a vessel, possibly to reenact vengeance or fulfill the curse's purpose of ruin. Madame K's plan was to perform a multi-step exorcism that night, at the hour when the entity was strongest, around 2 or 3 a.m. Until then, she prepared. She drew a simple sacred geometric pattern on the floor of the living room, with blessed chalk. The family watched curiously as she inscribed symbols that looked perhaps like a tortoise shell or lattice, protective barrier. She placed at the cardinal points of the room small talismans, a sprig of sakaki, sacred tree, a small mirror, a lump of consecrated charcoal, and a tiny dish of salt. She burned purifying incense of sandalwood and chanted quietly as she set up a kind of altar table with a shining dagger, a ritual dagger, some scrolls of sutras, and other items, including a little statue of a deity, believed to ward off evil, perhaps Fudomyu, the immovable wisdom king, known for subjugating demons. The presence in the house, which had been oddly quiet since the shaman arrived, almost like a wild animal watching from hiding, began to stir as dusk fell. Everyone could feel it, an increasing pressure in the air, an unnatural stillness of sound. Even the usual outside noises of crickets seemed muffled. The shaman warned that the entity might lash out before the ceremony, trying to stop them. She advised everyone to stay within the living room's chalk boundary as much as possible, for that was a protected space for now. Sure enough, as night deepened, a few precursor phenomena occurred. A few thumps in distant rooms, a door slamming upstairs. But Madame K remained serene and instructed the family not to react with fear. "It feeds on that. Stay calm, trust in the protection," she said. Easier said than done, but her calm was infectious. When the light over the kitchen flickered ominously, she simply stood and slid the door closed to the kitchen, sealing it with a paper talisman, then sat back down and resumed her quiet prayers. The family, huddled close, felt bolstered by her confidence. At last, the time came. Around 2 a.m., Madame K commenced the exorcism ritual. The family never released a minute-by-minute account of what happened next. The following sequence blends their later statements with the established format of Japanese expulsion rites performed in comparable cases. The family members were positioned sitting in a semicircle as she directed, the mother and son to one side, father slightly behind, and the daughter in the center. The shaman had discerned that the entity had a strong link to the daughter, likely viewing her as its conduit, and so the daughter would be the focus. This was dangerous. It meant the entity might fully manifest through or at the girl when challenged. The daughter knew this, but bravely agreed, determined to free her family from this horror. The living room was lit only by a couple of candles and the moonlight casting in. Outside, the wind had picked up and a distant roll of thunder hinted a storm. Inside, the air felt charged and heavy, as if the very molecules were vibrating with anticipation. Madame K began with deep, resonant chants. She recited old Shinto prayers first, calling on the kami of the land to assist and pacify, then intoned Buddhist mantras. Having a syncretic approach was not uncommon. Many practitioners invoked all possible divine aid. Her assistant beat a small hand drum steadily, creating a trance-inducing rhythm. As the chants grew louder and faster, activity erupted. The entity could no longer remain hidden. A sudden chill swept through the room, extinguishing one candle, yet the flame of the other candle leapt high, casting wild shadows. The chalk circle on the floor seemed to shimmer. The daughter began to shake, her head lolling. The shaman's voice rose over the noise. She began commanding the spirit, alternating between cajoling and scolding tones. "Why do you haunt this family? Show yourself. In the name of the divine, be revealed and be gone." The language shifted between classical Japanese and perhaps some esoteric chants. The daughter responded, but not in her own voice. That deep growl emerged, full of venom. She spoke, or rather, the spirit through her spoke, in an archaic form. "This land was mine. Blood for blood, they will pay." And a loud hissing followed, like a giant snake spitting. With that, a flurry of phenomena struck. Books flew off a shelf, the remaining candle blew out, plunging them mostly into darkness aside from moonlight, and a putrid smell of rot filled the air. The family gagged, the mother clutched the boy, both of them trembling but holding on to prayers. The father gripped his own hand's white knuckle, resisting the urge to flee or intervene rashly. Madame K was prepared. She lit a bundle of holy sticks which sparkled with sacred flame, illuminating the scene in strobing light. She waved this in front of the daughter while chanting a mantra to the deity Fudo Myu, commanding the evil to depart. The daughter's body then did something unnatural. It levitated a few inches off the tatami, as if hoisted by unseen hands. A horrifying guttural laugh came from her contorted mouth. The assistant shouted for the father to help hold the girl's body within the circle. He lunged and, together with the assistant and mother, who let go of the boy briefly, they held the girl down as gently as possible. She writhed with inhuman strength. Her eyes were rolled back, showing only whites. Her veins bulged to her temples. At one moment, her neck craned back at a dangerous angle, and from her lips a forked tongue seemed to flicker, possibly just her tongue moving oddly, but in that adrenaline-soaked moment, it truly appeared serpentine. Madame K continued relentlessly, unfazed by these displays. She began a sort of call and response with the spirit, alternating scolding it and encouraging it to move on. She rattled a staff with metal rings, a Buddhist monk's staff used often to ward off evil, producing a piercing jingle that seemed to irritate the entity. The temperature in the room plummeted further. Everyone's breath was now visible as fog. The boy started to cry softly in fear, but the mother comforted him, both chanting Namu Amida Butsu under their breath to stay focused. Finally came the climax. The spirit through the daughter let out a shriek. "No, never leave." "She's mine," it said in a manic fashion. The windows rattled as if about to shatter. The shaman grabbed the ritual dagger and, not to harm, but a symbolic gesture, pointed it at the space just above the girl's heaving chest. She recited a final incantation in a thundering voice, calling the name of a high celestial deity and commanding the snake spirit to depart to the netherworld to leave the living in peace. With her other hand, she took a small flask of sake and, after chanting over it, sprayed it into the air in 4 directions. Sake is a powerful purifier in Shinto tradition. At that moment, the daughter's body arched, and a blood-curdling scream erupted from her, a sound that was not like a teenage girl, but like some ancient creature being mortally wounded. All around, the room seemed to erupt in chaos one more time. The door to the shop front slammed open and closed, as if something was fleeing. One of the salt dishes shattered as if kicked, and the rafters above creaked violently. The family felt a pressure wave pass through, a force rushing out. The daughter then collapsed limply into her father's arms, unconscious. Then, silence. Utter silence. Even the wind outside had died, the night suddenly calm. The oppressive weight in the air lifted noticeably. The foul smell vanished, replaced by the familiar scents of sake and incense. In the flickering shrine stick's light, they saw that the girl was breathing softly, eyes closed but peaceful. The shaman lowered the dagger, her face drenched, in sweat and exhaustion showing in her eyes. The assistant quickly moved to support her teacher, offering a cloth and murmuring something like, "It is done, sensei." The family dared not speak for a moment, astonished and trembling. Madame K, once she caught her breath, knelt next to the daughter and placed her hand on the girl's forehead, murmuring a gentle chant of healing. The girl stirred, moaned softly, and then opened her eyes. To everyone's immense relief, her eyes were clear and brown and her again. She looked around in confusion, then weakly asked, "Is it gone?" The shaman smiled kindly and said, "Yes, it's gone. You're safe now." At that, a cascade of emotion overcame the whole family. The mother started sobbing, hugging her daughter and son together. The father, eyes brimming, bowed to the floor in gratitude before Madame K, unable to articulate his thanks adequately. He was a proud man, but not too proud to cry. Tears hit the tatami as he whispered thank yous over and over. The atmosphere in the house, for the first time in well over a year, felt light. The heavy gloom had dissipated. It was as if the entire home breathed a sigh of relief. The family withdrew from public view once activity ceased, and their long-term emotional journey wasn't properly documented. What follows reflects the typical pattern of recovery seen in families affected by severe possession-type events in Japan. The hours that followed were filled with a strange mix of joy and cautious disbelief. They cleaned up small messes from the struggle. Dawn was breaking by the time things settled. The shaman insisted on one final measure, securing the property spiritually so the entity, or anything like it, could not return. She guided the family in placing newer Fuda talismans above all doorways and burying at the corners of the house 4 small charms made of sacred wood inscribed with protective sutras. They also ventured to the suspected cursed mound site in the yard at sunrise. Under Madame K's direction, they offered a sincere prayer there, apologizing to any spirit wronged long ago, offering incense and a cup of sake to appease it, and formally indicating that the malignant force had been expelled and any lingering soul could find rest. It was a closure ritual, essentially acknowledging that the family respected the history and would from now on honor that spot. The father and mother especially felt a weight lift as they poured sake onto the ground and bowed deeply, as if reconciling with the past owners of the land and any serpent guardians. For the first time in ages, that day the family felt like laughing. They left the house midday for a much-needed outing. They went to a favorite restaurant, something they had avoided during their ordeal, and though physically tired, they chatted with a kind of giddy relief. The son even smiled and made a silly joke, the first in what felt like eons. The daughter's face, while drawn from her possession, already looked brighter, her eyes free of that haunted shadow. She reported that she felt lighter, like something heavy had been lifted from her chest and mind. The mother spontaneously cried tears of happiness throughout the day. The father would squeeze her hand reassuringly, and even he would occasionally release a long breath as if still convincing himself it was real, that the nightmare had truly ended. In the weeks and months that followed the exorcism, the Atsugi family slowly pieced their life back together. At first, they were hyper-vigilant, half expecting some relapse or remaining trickster to make itself known. But day by day, the house remained peacefully normal. The usual creaks of settling wood were just that, normal house noises, no longer imbued with dread. Nights passed without incident, just quiet sleep. If a floorboard did groan, no one sensed malice in it. The dog resumed its happy temperament, trotting through rooms that it previously had avoided, and sleeping soundly by the doorway again, tail thumping cheerfully whenever family members passed. For the children, returning to a semblance of normal childhood was a journey in itself. The son had missed many school days. He returned and was welcomed back by friends who found him a bit changed. He was more subdued than before, but over time he regained his playful side. Some of his innocence had been stolen by fear, but children are resilient. With therapy, the parents wisely arranged a few discreet sessions with a counselor for both kids, framing it as help to get over a traumatic home accident. The boy's nightmares faded, and he stopped bedwetting and clinging to his mother's side at every moment. He once more could sleep with the lights off, though they left a hallway nightlight just in case for a long time after. The daughter, having been the focal target, had a deeper psychological wound to heal. She struggled with guilt, having vague, horrid memories of things she said and did while under the influence of the entity. The family constantly reassured her that none of that was her fault, that she had been as much a victim as anyone. In time, she accepted that truth and let go of self-blame. Physically, her health rebounded. The unexplained fevers and fatigue vanished after the exorcism. A checkup found nothing wrong, where months prior doctors had been puzzled by her anemia and weakness. Spiritually, she took an interest in protective measures. She began wearing a small Omamori amulet for personal comfort, given by Madame K as a gift, and took up a practice of short meditation and prayer daily. She said it helped her reclaim her sense of self and safety. Interestingly, the whole family became more spiritually aware, though not in a paranoid way, but with reverence. They developed a routine of monthly visits to the local shrine to offer thanks for their well-being. On the advice of the shaman, they also held a small memorial on their property for whatever had been put to rest, in essence acknowledging that something tragic had once occurred and that they harbored no ill will. The father actually erected a modest stone tablet near the edge of the yard where that Edo period mound likely was, inscribing it with a Buddhist mantra and the date of the exorcism, a kind of cenotaph for the broken curse. He sometimes lit a candle or left a few flowers there, just as a gesture of appeasement and respect. The shop, which had suffered from long closures and whispered rumors, slowly regained business. Loyal customers came back, and with time new ones who hadn't heard of the past replaced those too spooked to return. The father noticed anecdotally that the atmosphere in the shop area felt different, lighter, as if even customers felt more at ease there than before. Perhaps the negativity that had been building invisibly in that space was truly gone. One neighbor lady casually remarked how she no longer had those terrible dreams she used to get, and jokingly said, "Maybe the ghost in your place moved on, eh?" The father simply smiled and said, "Maybe so. Thank goodness." The story of their possession gradually faded from community gossip. As nothing more strange happened, people moved on to other topics. A few relatives and friends in whom the family confided the full ordeal were sworn to secrecy to avoid sensationalism. After all, this was not something they wanted publicized or to become fodder for tabloids. One day, a local journalist did inquire, having caught wind of something via temple circles perhaps, but the family politely declined to comment, only saying, "It was a difficult family matter, but it's in the past now." They wanted to live without the stigma of being the haunted family, and because everything had ended well, it was easier to just leave it be. Madame K, the shaman who played the hero of this saga, kept in touch for a short while to ensure all was well. She visited once more that autumn of 1988, just to follow up and fortify some wards. She took the daughter aside that day to kindly advise her to cultivate her inner strength, noting that the girl likely had a latent sensitivity, which might be why the spirit latched to her. She recommended the daughter practice shielding visualization, imagining a divine light around her that repels harm. These sort of gentle teachings gave the girl confidence that she would never be easily victimized by such forces again. By 1989, one could almost believe nothing terrible had ever happened in that house. The family laughed again, celebrated birthdays and holidays fully. They even hosted relatives during Obon of 1989, a big step given the prior year's disastrous Obon events. Lanterns were hung, ancestral spirits were welcomed peacefully, and departed with goodwill. The house felt warm and welcoming again. However, the family would never forget those harrowing 3 years. It was impossible to forget, even if the scars were invisible. They each bore them in subtle ways, a slight tremor in the mother's hand whenever she passed the spot in the kitchen where she'd once seen something, or in the father's habitual eyeing of the hooks where keys hung, always relieved to see them still in place. The children too had subtle remnants. The son developed a fascination for drawing protective creatures, like dragons and phoenixes, as if to ward off anything dark. The daughter wrote a piece for her school's literary magazine about overcoming unseen fears, which, while couched in metaphor, was clearly drawn from her experiences. It bonded them tighter as a family. They had faced darkness together and survived. The petty issues that plague many households seemed trivial to them now. After you fought a demon, arguments over chores or allowances barely register. There was a profound gratitude in them for each other's presence, and an appreciation for normal life that perhaps they might not have had otherwise. They would often end their day with a small informal prayer of thanks at the altar, thanking their ancestors, the protective spirits, and whatever higher powers watched over them. In the broader scope, their story became something of a cautionary tale, though not widely known outside certain circles. Among some local spiritualists and priests, it was spoken of as an example of an intense possession case that was resolved by cooperation across religious practices. A Shinto priest, a Buddhist monk, and a folk shaman all had parts to play in ultimately rescuing the family, a rare unity that underscored that compassion and courage matter more than creed when confronting the unknown. The Atsugi family possession thus ended not with tragedy, but with restoration. Unlike so many scary stories, this one had a resolution that gave back hope, that home did not become a permanently haunted house on some ghost tour. Instead, it reverted to being just a home, a place of warmth, the laughter of children, the aromas of home-cooked meals, and the quiet rhythms of daily living. The family made new, happy memories in the very spaces where horror once lurked, thereby cleansing it in the truest sense. Years later, when the children grew up and the family eventually moved, when the parents grew old, they downsized, and the shop closed as big supermarkets took over, a mundane end as any. They would sometimes speak to close confidants about those days, always with a shudder and a shake of the head, marveling that it all truly happened. They kept certain mementos. The protective dagger, gifted to them by Madame K, was enshrined at a new local temple as an offering of thanks. The stone tablet in the yard was left standing even after they sold the property, an enigmatic monument that new owners were instructed never to remove. And to this day, locals say the stone still stands, likely overlooked as some old garden decoration, quietly guarding the peace. The tale of what happened from 1987 to 1990 at that house in Atsugi remains one of the more frightening documented hauntings in the region. It has been recounted in whispers, in certain true horror compilations and online forums, often exaggerated or garbled, but the family's own account, as we have followed here in detail, is both more grounded and more profound. It is not just a catalogue of scares, though indeed those were plentiful and hair-raising, but also a story of human endurance, of unity against darkness, and of the interplay between modern life and ancient unseen forces. As a narrative, it serves as a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying things can happen to the most ordinary people, right in the midst of normalcy, and yet, with determination, help, and heart, even a terror that spans years can be overcome. The legacy of the Atsugi possession is ultimately one of survival and reclaimed light. The family's ordeal stands as a testament that evil, no matter how relentless, can be faced and banished with the strength of a family's love and the aid of wise guardians willing to brave the unknown. And so the quiet town of Atsugi returned to its quiet ways. If you were to pass by that once perturbed household in the early 1990s, you would see nothing amiss. Perhaps a mother watering plants, children playing, a dog lazing in the sun. All apparitions gone, all shadows just normal shadows. But come night, if someone were to walk along that street on a dark evening and pause outside that house, they might feel just a slight chill, the faintest echo of the terror that once dwelt there. Perhaps the land remembering, or perhaps one last spectral serpent, coil brushing by before fading forever. The family inside, however, would be at peace, oblivious to any remnant, enjoying a simple dinner together under warm lamplight. They had reclaimed their home and their lives. The Atsugi family possession had ended, leaving behind a story that would quietly send shivers down the spines of those few who heard it. A real-life nightmare defeated, a real family saved from the brink of supernatural destruction. It remains one of those rare true tales that is as chilling as any ghost story told by candlelight, yet ultimately as heartening as any family drama, proving that even in the darkest of hauntings, the dawn eventually comes to chase the shadows away. And that brings us to the end of tonight's episode. A family who spent years living in the shadow of something they never asked for, never understood, and could never fully explain. A house that saw fear, resistance, and eventually a quiet return to ordinary life. And a case that still circulates in Japanese paranormal circles, not because of embellishment, but because of the simple, unsettling weight of how long it endured. If you made it this far, thank you for listening. And thank you to everyone supporting the channel. It genuinely means a lot. Our goal is 20,000 subscribers. If you haven't yet, consider hitting that button. It helps more than you think. Wherever you are tonight, I hope the room is calm, the air is still, and the dark is just the dark. I'll see you in the next one. Good night. They claimed demons had entered the convent. Thousands came to witness the exorcisms. The Catholic Church investigated the case and concluded the nuns were genuinely possessed. A priest was blamed, but after everything that followed, the nightmare didn't end. This is The Devils of Loudun, one of the most disturbing, controversial, and heavily documented paranormal cases in history. A case too controversial for YouTube. The full episode is now streaming exclusively on Patreon. Click the link in the description now to listen. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon-exclusive episodes, joining The Demon in the French Kingdom and Rumpelstiltskin. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90-plus episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. Next week's episode, The Skull Experiment, is already waiting for you. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet place for the haunted, the strange, and in tonight's case, the long and merciless. This one takes us deep into the Welsh countryside, at the foot of the Brecon Beacons, rolling hills, sheep-dotted fields, and a stone farmhouse tucked at the end of a lonely track. It looked like the perfect retreat for a young family in 1989, until the nights grew restless and the house began to show its true nature. For 7 years, the rich family endured a siege of footsteps, slamming doors, foul smells, and shadows that pressed against their very souls. Priests came and went, exorcisms numbered in the hundreds, the electricity bills soared to impossible heights, and at the center of it all stood Hil Fanog, the house that came to be known as Hellfire Farm. This is one of Britain's most chilling hauntings, etched into testimony, investigation, and the memories of those who barely escaped it. A story not of fleeting frights, but of a slow, grinding evil that nearly consumed a family whole. Before we begin, a huge thank you to everyone who's subscribed. Our goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, hit that button. We've got more haunted cases on the way, and new episodes drop every week. There's something about this case that feels different. I've covered plenty of hauntings, but Hellfire Farm carries a weight that's hard to shake. The further I researched, the more I felt a weight to this case that I don't often feel. It leaves a shadow that's hard to shake. So settle in, and let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my God, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them.
The Fall Asleep podcast.
There are places in this world that feel wrong. Remote old houses, creaking with age and history, can unsettle even the hardiest skeptic. Perhaps it's the isolation, miles from any neighbor, enveloped by wild hills and ancient woods, that stirs some primal alertness in us. Late at night, under a moonless sky, the silence around such a house becomes heavy. The faintest crack of a floorboard or sigh of wind under the eaves can start the heart racing. Rational minds insist these are just noises, an old house, settling, a draft in the rafters, and often they are right. But what if, in one lonely farmhouse, those noises were something else? What if unseen forces still lurked in the dark corners of an idyllic home, reminding its occupants that they were not alone? Such was the terrifying reality for the rich family and their secluded Welsh farmhouse known as Hil Fanog. In time, this picturesque dwelling would earn an ominous nickname, Hellfire Farm. Over a span of 7 years, 1989 to 1996, the rich family's dream home became a nightmare of unexplained phenomena. The events that took place there constitute one of Britain's most infamous hauntings, a case so extreme it has been called the most exorcised house in the country. This is the true story of the Hellfire Farm haunting, told chronologically from hopeful beginning to harrowing end, exactly as the family and witnesses recounted it. It is a tale of a house that tormented its inhabitants with poltergeist activity, ghostly apparitions, occult symbols, and a creeping evil that threatened to destroy their sanity. Listen now, in the safety of your room, as we journey to a lonely farm in the Brecon Beacons, and into the heart of a haunting. In the spring of 1989, Bill Rich and his wife Liz set out to start a new life together in the Welsh countryside. Bill was an Englishman and a professional artist, a painter whose career was thriving at the time. Liz was Welsh, a trained herbalist who had overcome personal struggles, including years battling an eating disorder, and was looking forward to a peaceful family life. The couple had married on September 28, 1989, and Liz was already expecting their first child. In Bill's care was his 14-year-old son Lawrence from a previous marriage, a teenager who would be joining them on this adventure. The family was leaving the busy confines of an English terraced house behind, trading it for open space and fresh air in the Brecon Beacons of South Wales. Their destination was an old stone farmhouse named Hil Fan Og, meaning Road to the Peaks in Welsh. The property was steeped in character, originally an 18th century barn that had been converted into a house in the 1950s by a previous family, the Holborns. Hil Fan Og sat in the shadow of Pen y Fan, the highest mountain in South Wales. To reach it, one had to leave the town of Brecon, drive toward the looming hills, then turn up a rough track used mainly by local shepherds moving their sheep. At the end of that lonely lane stood the farmhouse, completely isolated, with no close neighbours, just rolling green fields and moorland all around. By day, under a gentle sun, the spot looked like paradise. The house gazed out over spectacular views of distant peaks and wild heather. To the young family, it seemed perfect. When we first moved in, it felt like life couldn't be any better, Liz would recall. They imagined raising their children here, with room to play and the freedom of nature right at the doorstep. Bill was especially overjoyed. At long last, he would have ample space for an art studio of his own, a place to paint surrounded by inspiration from the dramatic landscape. Hil Fan Og was rented, not owned, by the Riches. The landlord was Phil Holborn, whose mother Marion had lived in the house years before. But Bill and Liz felt as if it were truly theirs, a sanctuary where they could shape their future. In May 1989, they moved their belongings in and settled down to a summer of hard work, cleaning, organizing, and lovingly renovating the old farmhouse and its overgrown gardens. The walls were thick stone, the floors aged oak and flagstone. Each room had a rustic charm, with exposed beams and deep-set windows. There was even a small attached barn and stables outside, as the property had once been part of a larger estate. At first, every day brought new delights, discovering a hidden orchard behind the house, or sitting out at dusk watching bats flit against the purple sky. Yet, in hindsight, small warnings of what was to come appeared almost immediately, little coincidences that gave Bill and Liz pause. One day, as they unpacked, Bill found the receipt from their farewell dinner in England, the last meal they'd enjoyed before moving. The total came to £6.66. Amused by the number of the beast appearing on their bill, they showed it to Liz's father, who jokingly told them to burn it. They shrugged it off. Then, while stocking up on groceries for their new home, their supermarket tab totaled £66.69. Again, that 666 with just an extra 9 at the end. What are the odds? They mused uneasily. A third incident sealed the pattern. As they drove into town to buy furniture, a car nearly collided with them, a dark Volvo that came out of nowhere. Stunned, Bill noted its license plate as it sped off. The plate letters were BST, and the number was 666, 3 sixes again. Each of these could be written off as coincidence, of course. And with a baby due soon and a whole house to set up, the couple focused on more important matters and laughed these omens away. Still, a subtle shadow of apprehension passed over them. In the back of their minds, a thought flickered. Was something trying to get our attention? They would not truly understand until much later. Summer turned to autumn. On October 23rd, 1989, Liz gave birth to a healthy baby, a son named Ben. This was their first child together. A second child would follow a few years later. With baby Ben's arrival, joy filled the halls of Heelfanog. The rich family now numbered 4: Bill and Liz, baby Ben, and teenager Lawrence. The newborn's cries and coos echoed in the old rooms, giving the house a new purpose. They set up a cozy nursery in an upstairs bedroom, painting it in soft colors and filling it with stuffed toys. Liz spent blissful hours rocking Ben by the window, looking out at grazing sheep on distant slopes. In those first weeks after Ben's birth, everything felt right. It didn't stay that way for long. In the weeks after baby Ben came home, subtle disturbances began to intrude on the family's happiness. It started with footsteps. Late one night, as Bill and Liz lay exhausted in bed after a day of caring for the infant, they heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls thudding across an upstairs hallway. Thump, thump, thump. A slow, deliberate tread, as of a person walking in hard-soled boots. Bill sat up sharply, heart pounding. For a moment he wondered if Lawrence was awake and wandering the house. Perhaps the teenager couldn't sleep and was pacing the hall. Bill swung his legs out of bed, ready to tell his son to go back to sleep. But as he listened, a cold realization washed over him. The footsteps were coming from directly above their bedroom, from the nursery, and they were far too heavy sounding to be the steps of a slight 14-year-old boy. It sounded more like a large man stomping around. Moreover, Lawrence's bedroom was down the corridor, not in that part of the house. So who, or what, was tramping through the baby's room in the dead of night? Alarmed, Bill hurried upstairs to check on little Ben. He crept down the dark landing, past the closed door of Lawrence's room, all quiet within, and toward the open doorway of the nursery. The hall boards felt ice cold under his feet. At the threshold of the baby's room, he paused, afraid of what he might find. Moonlight filtered in through the window, painting the nursery in silver and shadow. The crib stood against one wall. The rocking chair was still. The faint scent of baby powder hung in the air. Bill's gaze darted about. There was no one there. Ben was fast asleep in his cot, swaddled and peaceful. No intruder, no stray animal, nothing that could have made the sound. Puzzled, Bill checked the closets and even looked under the crib. All was as it should be, yet his nerves remained taut. The silence in the house at that moment was deafening. He could hear his own heartbeat. Something felt off, though he could not say why. Perhaps he had imagined the footsteps, or maybe old houses simply groan and pop at night. He returned to bed, telling a drowsy Liz that everything was fine. They managed to dismiss it that night as a quirk of the house's acoustics, or their own tired minds playing tricks. But the next night it happened again. Slow, heavy footsteps traversing the upstairs landing, in the small hours when the family was in bed. This time Liz heard it clearly as well. The rhythmic clomp of unseen feet echoed down the stairs, each step deliberate and resonant. She felt the hairs on her arms stand up. There was an uncanny sense of a presence, not a friendly one, pacing just outside their bedroom door. Bill again investigated every corner and found nothing. Night after night, the pattern repeated. The noises seemed to intensify, as if whoever or whatever it was grew bolder. Footsteps overhead, sometimes even the creak of a floorboard in an empty room during broad daylight, as if someone briefly leaned weight on it and then was gone. Doors that had been left open would be found shut with a slam. Other doors were heard slamming on their own when no one else was upstairs. The disturbances were impossible to predict. Occasionally, days would go by quietly, lulling the family into thinking it was over, only for the activity to start up again suddenly in the dead of night. There was an intelligence to it, they felt, an unseen intruder watching and waiting, looking for opportunities to scare or unnerve them. The Riches' initial reaction was to seek mundane explanations. Perhaps it was just structural noises amplified by the silence of the countryside, or perhaps local pranksters were sneaking onto the property after dark to scare the Englishman and his family. Bill even checked outside around the house with a flashlight on a few occasions, half expecting to catch sight of a trespasser's footprints in the mud or hear retreating laughter in the trees. But he never found any sign of outsiders. All he saw under the moonlight were his own breath misting in the cold and the silhouettes of sheep huddled on the distant slope. Inside, however, the atmosphere of the house was changing. Liz began to feel an oppressiveness in certain rooms at night, a sense that they were not alone and were being closely observed by something unseen. It was as if a malevolent gaze was fixed on them from dark corners. Both she and Bill remarked to each other how the sensation of being watched was, oddly enough, even more frightening than actually seeing a ghost. The imagination could run wild when one doesn't know what or where the threat is. Before long, more overt signs of a haunting emerged. The temperature inside Hilfanog began to fluctuate bizarrely. A room that felt cozy and warm one moment would turn icy cold in an instant, the chill lapping over one's skin without any apparent draft. Other times, a nauseating heat would seem to radiate from nowhere, leaving the air stifling and oppressive, even with windows open. Alongside these temperature swings came smells, sudden gusts of scent that had no logical source. Often it was an odor of sulfur, a pungent rotten egg smell that would materialize in a room and vanish just as quickly. At other times, they smelled something like decaying organic matter, an underlying stench of rot that made them gag. Liz scoured the kitchen and pantry for spoiled food or a dead rodent, but found nothing that could account for such foul aromas. It truly seemed as if some invisible force was moving through the house, bringing icy draughts and foul stenches in its wake as it stalked the family. By late autumn, the Riches were growing anxious and sleep-deprived. Baby Ben's nursery was a focus of their concern. After those initial footsteps, Liz was reluctant to leave the infant alone in his room. She often brought him to their own bed to sleep for her own peace of mind. On more than one occasion, as she gently closed the nursery door after settling Ben down, it would fly open again behind her with force, as if wrenched by an unseen hand. Each time she found no one in the hall who could have done it. Liz's nerves frayed a little more each week. What should have been a blissful time, caring for a newborn in a new home, was increasingly marred by fear. As the first winter at Heelfanog set in, the situation worsened. The Welsh weather turned fierce. Gales howled down the valley, lashing the farmhouse with rain and sleet. On those stormy nights huddled by the fireplace, the family felt especially isolated, cut off from the world, alone with whatever shared their house. Liz would later describe that sometimes the mood in the house was so awful, so heavy with despair, that dark thoughts crept in unbidden. At its heaviest, the atmosphere bent her toward notions she knew weren't truly hers, half-formed impressions of a way out that hovered at the edge of her awareness like a shadow. "Don't be misled by the pleasant appearance," she warned a visitor once. Something in Heelfanog seemed to project hopelessness into one's mind. Most disturbingly, the electrical system in the house began to act up in inexplicable ways. At first, it was just lights that would flicker now and then, or the occasional power trip of the circuit breaker. But soon it became clear that something far beyond normal electrical issues was happening. The family received an astronomical electricity bill that quarter, £750 for just 3 months. To put that in perspective, in the late 1980s, this was an enormous sum, equivalent to over £1,900 in today's money. In a small farmhouse with only basic appliances, there was no conceivable way they could have legitimately used that much electricity. Bill was stunned. They feared there must be a major fault, or that power was somehow being drained. Bill rang the utility company to complain and demand an investigation. An engineer was dispatched to Heelfanog. He tested the meter, inspected the wiring, and spent hours trying to find leaks or illegal diversions of power, but he could find no technical cause for the massive consumption reading. The system, as far as he could tell, was working correctly. It was as if someone had indeed been running a factory's worth of electricity through the house. The only unusual clue was that, according to the meter, the surges in power usage often corresponded to odd times when no one was using anything, sometimes even when the family was out of the house entirely. The meter would spin wildly as if a heavy load were on, then settle. Puzzled and a bit uneasy, the engineer nonetheless insisted that the Riches had to pay the bill, unexplained or not. If they failed to pay, disconnection was a real threat. Facing this financial blow, Bill and Liz were distraught. Money was tight, Bill's income as a painter was irregular, and they had only recently moved and had a new baby to care for. They scraped together what they could to pay most of the bill, hoping to avoid losing power in the dead of winter. But the frightening question remained. What had caused such a power drain? Was it just a faulty meter, or could it be related to the strange disturbances? Privately, Liz began to wonder if some unseen entity was drawing energy from their home, quite literally feeding on electricity to manifest itself. It was a chilling thought. Every time the lights dimmed or the TV faltered, she imagined some invisible presence sucking the current like a hungry parasite. At the same time as their utility bills skyrocketed, other misfortunes piled on. Bill's art business began to inexplicably falter. He had been a successful painter, taking commissions for portraits and landscapes, and had steady work lined up when they moved. But now, one by one, his commissions were cancelled without clear explanation. Patrons withdrew or postponed projects. Galleries lost interest. It was as though a dark cloud hung over his career. For an artist who relied on inspiration and reputation, this was devastating, and oddly timed, coinciding with the escalation of the haunting. The family's income plunged, adding to the mounting stress. They were becoming trapped, financially unable to leave the house, yet increasingly fearful of staying. Lawrence, the teenager, was also undergoing a troubling transformation. Always a somewhat moody boy, understandably so, given the divorce of his parents and a new stepmother in Liz. His behavior in this house grew far more hostile and erratic than normal teenage angst. Lawrence spent most of his time alone in his room. At some point that winter, he took it upon himself to redecorate his bedroom by painting every wall a deep blood-red color. Bill and Liz were startled to see the once neutral room transformed into a crimson chamber. It seemed to reflect the anger that was boiling inside the boy. He was often sullen and irritable, prone to sudden outbursts of cursing and shouting. Late at night, he watched horror movies at high volume in his room, the screams and gruesome sound effects echoing eerily through the farmhouse halls. On at least one occasion, Lawrence's behavior turned truly disturbing. Bill found his son on the floor, howling and wailing in distress for no obvious reason. The teenager's eyes would sometimes have a wild, distant look, and his face adopted a permanent sneer, twisted in contempt or rage. It was a sneer far too cynical and cruel for a boy of 14. Much older and incalculably evil, as Bill later described Lawrence's expression in those moments. Both parents began to feel that they barely recognized the boy living under their roof. Tensions between father and son escalated by the day. Lawrence became openly defiant and mocking toward Bill and Liz. Minor disagreements quickly blew up into shouting matches. The farmhouse, once meant to be a haven of tranquility, echoed with anger. In one heated confrontation in early 1990, Bill reprimanded Lawrence for some piece of misbehavior, perhaps neglecting chores or blasting his TV late at night, and Lawrence erupted. The teenager flew into a rage, spitting straight into his father's face with fury. For an instant, Bill was too shocked to react. A glob of spit dripped down his cheek as he looked into his son's eyes. What he saw made him go cold. Staring back at him was not the Lawrence he knew, but something else. Bill would later insist that at that moment he saw another presence behind Lawrence's eyes, a hateful, ancient intelligence glaring at him through his son's features. Lawrence's face was contorted with malice, a visage of something far older than a teenager. Bill felt as if a stranger, or a demon, was looking at him, wearing his son's body as a mask. The unnerving episode passed after a few heartbeats. Lawrence blinked, sneered again, and stormed out of the room. But Bill was left deeply shaken. Not long after that, Lawrence's grandmother, Bill's mother, came to visit the farm. She too became a target of the boy's inexplicable hostility. In a fit of anger, Lawrence spat at his own grandmother, something the polite, well-raised child she knew would never have done. The elderly woman was aghast, and so were Bill and Liz. These incidents went beyond rebellion. It was as if Lawrence had no empathy or remorse left in him during those fits, only venom. More and more, the couple considered a disturbing possibility. Could Lawrence be influenced or even possessed by the evil presence in the house? They recalled traditional poltergeist lore that often focuses on an adolescent in the home as the epicenter of disturbances. And indeed, many of the chaotic events did seem to involve Lawrence. The bad energy in the house spiked when he was around. He had become surly and withdrawn, spending hours in that unnervingly red room of his. Bill and Liz worried not only for their son's well-being, but for all of their souls. As Liz later put it, it felt like Lawrence was fighting for his soul in that house. By early 1990, after months of these experiences, the Rich family was nearing a breaking point. Fear and stress ruled their lives. They walked on eggshells, dreading what the next day or the next night might bring. Imagine for a moment their predicament. A new baby in the house, a teenager acting like he's under demonic influence, finances in freefall, and an invisible entity seemingly intent on psychological torture. They felt they couldn't invite friends over or talk to neighbors about it. Who would believe them? They would sound crazy. And so they endured in silence for as long as they could, clinging to the hope that this nightmare might somehow resolve on its own. But it did not. It only grew worse. Objects now started to move on their own. Cutlery would vanish from the kitchen drawer and turn up later in odd places, like a muddy spoon found out in the yard, or a knife on a windowsill none of them had approached. A heavy framed picture fell off the wall with a forceful bang, as if yanked down, the hook and wire intact. Small toys would slide across the nursery floor unaided, or the rocking chair would be found swaying gently even when nobody had been in the room. These classic poltergeist phenomena were witnessed by the family and even a few visitors, leaving no doubt in their minds that an invisible intelligence was playing pranks or sending warnings. One cold evening, Liz was in the kitchen warming milk on the stove, with baby Ben swaddled in her arms. She suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck. That feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. The kitchen door, which was propped open, slammed shut with an explosive force, rattling the crockery on the shelves. The baby started crying at the bang. Liz's heart leapt into her throat. With trembling hands, she opened the door, expecting perhaps a gust of wind, but the night outside was still. She knew then that this unseen presence could also interact physically with their environment, even potentially cause harm. It was around this time that animals on the farm began to suffer as well, as if whatever lurked in the house spread its malign influence to living creatures. The Riches kept a few animals, a pig in a pen out back and some goats that grazed in the pasture. One morning Bill went out to find the pig convulsing and frothing at the mouth, eyes wild. It was like the animal had gone suddenly mad with disease. A vet had to come and euthanize the poor pig. There was no clear diagnosis, only an observation that it was as if the pig had been severely traumatized or poisoned, neither of which made sense. Not long after, the family awoke to a grim discovery. All of their goats were dead. They found the goats' carcasses lying in the dewy morning grass, with no obvious wounds. The deaths were a mystery. The animals had been healthy the day before. Neighbors whispered that goats sometimes just die due to farm illnesses, but in hindsight the Riches wondered if the same dark power in their house had simply snuffed out the life of the livestock. Even local farmers began to mutter that a curse hung over Heelfanog. Around that period, lambs from neighboring farms were being born inexplicably blind, deformed, or dead, fueling rumors that some evil in the soil or air had tainted the area. Closer to home, pets fared no better. The Rich family kept several pets during their time at Hellfire Farm, but few remained for long. One by one, their cats and dogs either fell ill, went mad or aggressive, or simply ran away, never to return. A normally docile dog might suddenly cower and snap at empty air, or a cat might hiss at unseen things and then bolt out an open door and vanish. These beloved animals seemed to sense an evil that humans could not see, and it either frightened them to death or drove them from the house. To Bill and Liz, it felt like even the natural world recoiled from whatever dwelt at Heelfanog. Amid all these frightening events, one particular apparition made itself known, not terrifying so much as deeply uncanny. It was the figure of an old woman. The first time Liz saw her was on a rare calm afternoon, when things had momentarily quieted. Baby Ben was a few months old by then. To soothe her nerves, Liz took the infant out on a walk in his pram. It was early spring, the air was crisp, and the sunlight was pale and weak. After strolling a short distance down the country lane, Liz turned back toward the farmhouse. From that vantage, she could see the upper windows of her home. She glanced up at the nursery window and froze in her tracks. Looking out from the window was the face of an elderly woman. Liz felt a jolt of surprise more than fear. The face was distinct, an old woman with grey, wispy hair gazing down at her. The woman's eyes were dark, appearing almost black at that distance, like pebbles. Liz would later recall that those eyes seemed haunted and sad, not hostile. The expression on the face was one of melancholy, maybe even longing. For a brief moment, the two women, one young and one spectral, locked eyes across the yard. Clutching the pram handle, Liz experienced a surreal calm. Whoever this stranger was, Liz sensed no malice from her, only an unbearable sadness. And then, in an instant, the face was gone. The window was empty. Panicked that someone, a flesh and blood intruder or vagrant, might actually be in the house, Liz rushed inside to the nursery. She found it exactly as she left it, with no sign of any intruder. There was nowhere an old woman could have gone. The rooms upstairs were small and connected. No one had passed Liz on the stairs. It dawned on her that she might have seen a ghost. Yet unlike the other phenomena, this apparition didn't terrorize her. It almost elicited pity. Who was the old woman in the window? Liz didn't have an answer then, but as time went on, others saw her too. Lawrence's attitude towards supernatural matters had generally been one of scorn, but even he admitted later that he occasionally noticed a frail old lady sitting quietly in the corner of the nursery or the children's bedroom, watching the kids at play. The apparition never spoke or moved. She would simply appear for a moment in peripheral vision and then fade away. Sometimes little Ben, as a toddler, would ask his mother who the granny in his room was, a question that made Liz's blood run cold. On one occasion, Liz herself walked by the open door of the nursery and nearly jumped. There in the rocking chair sat an unfamiliar older woman in a drab dress. The figure vanished as soon as Liz did a double take. It was like a residual presence, seemingly benign, but nonetheless unsettling in the context of everything else happening. Some detective work later shed light on the mystery. The Riches learned from locals, and from their landlord, Phil Holborn, that the Holborn family had lived there before them. Marion Holborn, and before her, Marion's mother. When shown an old photograph of the Holborn family from decades past, Liz instantly recognized the older lady in the picture. It was the same face she had seen in the window. The ghostly woman haunting the children's room matched the image of Marion Holborn's late mother, who had once lived and possibly died at Heel Fanog. Apparently, that elderly lady had loved the house and loved children. If her spirit lingered, it was perhaps to watch over any young ones living there. Indeed, Liz had never felt threatened by the old woman, only startled. In a way, amidst far darker manifestations, this gentle ghost was almost a comforting presence. Almost, because even a kindly apparition is a stark reminder that one's home sits atop layers of history, and not all inhabitants are living. Still, the old woman's appearance confirmed beyond doubt that Heel Fanog was haunted. It wasn't all in their heads. Even visitors saw or felt things. On one visit, a family friend remarked that as she held baby Ben upstairs, she had the strangest feeling that someone invisible was in the corner, keeping an eye on them. She laughed it off, but confided later it gave her the creeps. The Riches knew by now these events were not hallucinations or mere imagination. Something real and supernatural was at work in that farmhouse. Perhaps multiple entities, not all of them benign. One clue to the haunting's origin came up by chance. One day, Bill was chatting with a local builder who had been involved in converting the barn into the house decades earlier. When Bill mentioned the strange goings-on, the old builder raised his brow as if unsurprised. He revealed a detail of the renovation that gave Bill chills. When they built the house, they reused stone rubble from a nearby manor house that had fallen into ruin. This by itself was not unusual. Builders often recycled materials, but the manor in question had an ancient graveyard on its grounds. It was quite possible that some of the stones carted over and incorporated into Heel Fanog's walls and foundation were actually old gravestones or tomb slabs from that derelict estate. In other words, the Riches might quite literally be living within walls built of the dead. Bill shared this unsettling news with Liz. It sent her mind racing. Could the footsteps, the sadness of the old woman, the entire oppressive haunting be rooted in the fact that the house's very bones were tainted by graves? Perhaps restless spirits had hitched a ride in those stones, disturbed from their slumber, and now wandering the halls of Heel Fanog. Whether or not that was the cause, it was clear the Rich family needed help. By mid-1990, they were in crisis. Liz and Bill were exhausted, terrified, and desperate to protect their children and themselves from something they did not understand. There came a day when Liz, after a particularly violent night of banging doors and that horrible cold presence pressing on her, broke down in tears and said to Bill, "We can't go on like this." They decided to overcome their hesitation and seek outside assistance. Even if people thought them mad, they had to try something to reclaim their home from the paranormal siege. The first person they turned to was the church. Although not deeply religious, Liz had been raised with faith, and in her terror she found herself drawn to the idea that maybe a man of God could help dispel whatever evil infested their house. The local parish church was small, so Liz went straight to the top of the regional clergy. She visited Brecon Cathedral. Walking into the lofty stone cathedral with coloured light filtering through stained glass, she felt a wave of solace. She poured out her story to a priest there, an Anglican minister experienced in pastoral care. To Liz's relief, the priest did not mock or dismiss her claims. Perhaps he saw the sincerity and fear in her eyes. Perhaps, as an older Welsh clergyman, he had heard whispers of such things before. In any case, he agreed to come to Heilfanog to see what he could do. Not long after, the priest arrived at the farm. It was a windy late afternoon when he stepped through their threshold, carrying a prayer book and a small case of holy water. Bill and Liz led him through each room, describing the disturbances. The priest listened gravely. In the nursery, he paused and frowned, sensing something amiss. He decided to perform a house blessing and exorcism ritual to cleanse the home of any troubled spirits. With the family observing in hopeful silence, the priest recited prayers in Latin, walking from room to room, sprinkling holy water on the walls, the floors, and into the corners. His voice echoed in the old house. The ancient tongue and the scent of chrism filled the air. As he moved through the building intoning the rites, Liz felt a glimmer of optimism, a sense that the suffocating atmosphere did lift slightly. Even baby Ben, who had been fussy and crying, calmed down and cooed as the priest flicked holy water over his crib. Lawrence watched skeptically from a distance, arms crossed, but was quiet. When the priest concluded the prayers with a firm amen, the house did seem lighter and more peaceful. For the next few days, indeed, things were better. The oppressive feeling receded. No footsteps troubled their nights. The door slams and smells ceased. It was as if some dark cloud had been banished. In those days of calm, the riches dared to breathe easy again. They wanted desperately to believe the nightmare was over. Alas, it was not. The entity, or entities in Heilfanog, had only been stunned, not expelled. And if anything, the quiet was merely a prelude to a fiercer resurgence. Perhaps provoked by the priest's challenge, the paranormal phenomena came back in full force, stronger than before. It started one afternoon when Liz was returning from a walk with baby Ben, the very walk during which she saw the old woman in the window. Entering the house, Liz immediately sensed a heaviness in the air that hadn't been there that morning. She set Ben in his cot and stepped into the hallway to find the source of her unease. Suddenly, from overhead came a reverberating bang. It was the upstairs door slamming brutally hard. The nursery door, she was sure. The vibrations rattled the light fixture. Liz's heart leapt. She rushed up only to find the nursery door wide open. It had rebounded from the impact. Inside, the baby started wailing in fright. As Liz scooped Ben up, a strong whiff of sulphur assaulted her nose, the rotten egg stench back again. She gagged and felt tears sting her eyes from the acrid smell. All the fear of previous months flooded back into her in that instant. It was back. The exorcism hadn't worked, or perhaps had even enraged whatever lurked here. That night the footsteps returned, thundering even louder than before, as if mocking the priest's intervention. The sensation of being watched became nearly constant. Liz would sit nursing the baby and feel eyes upon her. Not the loving gaze of the old woman ghost, but something else. Something filled with hateful glee at their despair. The Riches realized they needed more specialized help. The church blessing, though well-intentioned, was perhaps too general a remedy for what was proving to be an unusually powerful haunting. For a friend, they were put in touch with a man named John Aston, an independent exorcist and medium from the region. John Aston had some repute for handling difficult hauntings and spirit infestations. Bill and Liz invited him to the farm in hopes that his spiritual sensitivity might pinpoint what they were dealing with. John arrived one grey morning, and from the outset remarked on the pressure he felt in the atmosphere. As he entered the kitchen, he winced and said it felt like walking through molasses. The house was heavy with an unseen presence pressing on his psyche. During Aston's visit, something extraordinary occurred. Liz herself became the vessel of the entity. In other words, she was briefly possessed. They were all seated around the kitchen table discussing the timeline of events when Liz's eyes suddenly rolled back and she slumped, then stiffened. A low growl issued from her throat. Bill initially thought she might be having some kind of seizure. He and John tried to help her, but Liz, usually gentle and reserved, lashed out violently, knocking a chair aside. She then began to speak in a voice that was not her own. It was an ugly, rasping voice, man-like yet inhuman, with a guttural, mocking tone. Words came tumbling out in an incoherent mix of English and another language, perhaps Welsh or Latin, or something older. Her face, normally kind and pretty, contorted into a mask of sneering malice. John Aston later described that Liz's voice sounded crackling and incredibly old, filled with equal measures of hatred and mockery. Bill was horrified, calling out his wife's name desperately, but she did not respond. Her eyes were open but unseeing, glazed with a film as she spewed vile, taunting phrases at John and Bill. Recognizing a possession state, John Aston sprang into action, reciting prayers of exorcism and commanding the spirit to leave her. He sprinkled holy water on Liz's forehead. She, or rather the thing controlling her, recoiled and snarled like a cornered animal. For a moment, Bill feared she would physically attack John, but then, as abruptly as it began, the episode ended. Liz collapsed to the floor, limp and gasping. When she regained consciousness, she had no memory of what transpired. She was disoriented, and her first concern was whether the baby was all right. Bill helped her to a chair, shaking with relief that she was back. John Aston was deeply troubled by what he had witnessed. This was beyond a simple restless spirit. An intelligent, malevolent force had not only disturbed the house, but actually entered a living person. After ensuring Liz was stable, John performed a blessing on her to protect her from further intrusions. He then proceeded to do what he could to cleanse the house. He chanted prayers and used both Christian and spiritualist techniques, burning incense and commanding any unholy spirits to depart. The ceremony lasted hours into the evening. Some parts of the house, particularly Lawrence's red-painted room and the nursery, seemed to resist the cleansing. Those rooms remained cold and foreboding, no matter how much holy water or sage smoke John employed. By the time he left, John looked exhausted. He told the Riches that this was one of the worst hauntings he had ever encountered. He also gave them a piece of advice that echoed what others would later say. The family itself needed to stand up to the entity. They needed, he suggested, to show spiritual strength and truly want it gone, or it would cling on. The Riches assured him fervently that they did want it gone. Who wouldn't? But some part of John's message felt puzzling. Only later did they reflect that perhaps they had unwittingly given the entity power through their fear, and that fear had to be overcome for any banishment to hold. John Aston's intervention provided some momentary relief. Liz did not suffer another possession after that, at least not to such a dramatic degree, though she occasionally felt not herself and had missing time incidents. However, the overall haunting persisted. The Riches were grateful to John for helping identify the seriousness of their case, but clearly more help was needed. It was time to call in heavy artillery, so to speak. They reached out next to the spiritualist community, in particular a man named David Homewood, who was both a Baptist minister and notably the head of the Spiritualist Church in Cardiff. This might seem a contradiction, Baptist and spiritualist, but David Homewood was an unusual clergyman who straddled traditional faith and the paranormal. He had experience dealing with supernatural claims and exorcisms, and his dual background meant he approached the problem with an open mind and a compassionate demeanor. When Homewood heard about the Hellfire Farm case, as it would later be dubbed, he agreed to help and drove out to meet the Rich family. From the moment Reverend Homewood entered Heelfanog, he sensed the dark presence lingering. Lawrence, sullen in a corner, regarded the minister with open hostility for no reason at all, almost as if the boy instinctively disliked the holy man on sight. Homewood privately noted that it only confirmed his suspicions. After listening to Bill and Liz recount the events, with Lawrence interjecting occasional scoffs or angry denials, Homewood gently but firmly stated his assessment. He believed Lawrence was acting as a kind of conduit or focus for the poltergeist activity. This is a known pattern in some hauntings. An adolescent under stress can attract or generate psychic phenomena, a theory that doesn't blame the child intentionally, but sees them as the unwitting center of energy. In Lawrence's case, Homewood feared that the boy might even be under partial possession by an evil spirit, given his radical personality shifts. For Lawrence's own safety and for the well-being of the household, Lawrence needed to be removed from the environment, at least temporarily. This was heartbreaking for Bill to hear, and infuriating for Lawrence, who shouted that he was being kicked out for something that wasn't his fault. But deep down, Bill and Liz knew the minister was right. As parents, it tore them up, but they had to try anything to end this nightmare and to help their son as well. If the house was affecting him, perhaps getting him away would free him from its grasp. With heavy hearts, they made arrangements to send Lawrence to a boarding school some distance away. It was a reputable school, and Bill assured his son it would only be for a short while, just until things settled. The decision was also financially burdensome. Paying school fees on top of everything was the last thing they needed, but they prioritized their son's welfare. On the day Lawrence left, driven off by a relative to his new lodgings, the farmhouse felt strangely empty. Liz cried, feeling as though she'd failed her stepson by not providing a safe home. Bill was racked with guilt as well. Lawrence himself departed in anger, likely feeling exiled and abandoned, though, notably in later years, he would come to understand why his father did it. The house, for the first time in a long while, fell truly silent that evening, with only the baby's small noises and the crackle of the fireplace. It was a relief, but also a sadness. Reverend Homewood was not done. Removing Lawrence was only part of the plan. Next, he performed a full-scale cleansing and exorcism of the property. Homewood was a man of deep faith and also versed in spiritualist practices, so he combined approaches. First, he led Bill and Liz in prayer, encouraging them to call on God's protection and to firmly assert that any malign spirits must leave their home. He emphasized that an exorcism's success partly depends on the household truly rejecting the spirit. The family had to will it out with all their might. To symbolize a fresh start and the closing of any gateways that might invite evil, Homewood insisted on removing and destroying certain items in the house. He went through Bill's personal library and art studio and picked out books dealing with occult or esoteric subjects, as well as some of Bill's more disturbing paintings, canvases that Bill had painted recently, which were dark, abstract, and full of angry energy. Homewood explained that these objects could act as conduits or invitations to the supernatural, consciously or not. Bill was initially defensive. Those books were expensive references, and those paintings, even if he didn't like them, were his work. But ultimately he conceded to the Reverend's wisdom. In a somber bonfire behind the house, they burned the selected books and artwork, the flames consuming symbols and images that Homewood deemed unwholesome. As the smoke rose into the twilight sky, Liz silently prayed that whatever dark influence had seeped into their lives would rise with that smoke and be gone. That night, Homewood conducted a solemn exorcism ritual inside Hilfanog. In a central room, the living room by the fireplace, he set up a small altar with a cross and lit white candles. Bill and Liz sat nearby, holding hands, as the clergyman prayed and read from the Holy Scriptures. At one point, he opened the Bible to Ephesians 6:12, a verse about battling the forces of darkness, and read aloud, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." The words resonated in the dimly lit house. It felt exactly like what they had been going through, a struggle not of this earth, but with something evil and unseen. Homewood moved room to room, asperging holy water and commanding any spirits to depart in the name of God. He paid special attention to the rooms that had been most afflicted: the nursery, Lawrence's room, the studio. He prayed over the threshold of the house, asking for a protective barrier to be placed, sealing out any malevolence that might try to return. During the exorcism, odd things did occur. A few knocks in the walls as if something were protesting, a candle flame guttering out suddenly as if blown by an invisible breath. At one point, as Homewood prayed in Latin, a loud thump sounded from the attic above, causing everyone to jump. But Homewood pressed on, voice rising in authority, declaring the home reclaimed for the Lord. After several intense hours, he concluded the rite. The house fell quiet. An abiding peace seemed to descend on Hilfanog then, a lightness in the air that they hadn't felt in a very long time. Liz took a deep breath and realized it was the first time in months that the atmosphere didn't feel heavy. For the first night in ages, the riches slept without incident. The silence was profound. No footsteps, no slamming doors, no nightmares. Only the winter wind softly brushing the eaves. And so it continued. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months with no paranormal activity. Between the summer of 1990 and mid-1991, Hill Fanog was largely quiet. The difference was night and day. Bill and Liz felt that life returned to a semblance of normalcy. They even found themselves laughing again, rebuilding their strained relationship, and doting on baby Ben, who was thriving and giggling, blissfully unaware of what had come before. During this calm period, the Riches decided to embrace the faith that had helped them. They became Baptists, attending church regularly and keeping their home spiritually fortified with prayer. Liz in particular leaned into religion as a source of strength and comfort after the trauma they'd endured. Lawrence, meanwhile, adjusted to boarding school, and away from the farm, his demeanor apparently improved over time. Freed from the oppressive influence of Heel Fanog, he no longer exhibited the extreme behavior that he had under that roof. His anger simmered down to normal teenage levels. He made friends. He came home for occasional weekends, though Liz noticed he was always uneasy in the house during those brief visits. So mostly he stayed with relatives on holidays. The family felt that the worst was behind them. The psychic wall that Reverend Holmwood had talked about seemed to be holding. They kept their guard up a little, continuing to pray in the house, avoiding anything that might invite trouble, but they truly hoped the darkness was gone for good. And for nearly 2 years, it was. Between July 1991 and the spring of 1993, the Rich family enjoyed a normal, happy life at Heel Fanog. The farmhouse again became what they'd first wanted, a dream home in the country. They'd even more reason to rejoice. Liz became pregnant again, expecting their second child. This time, the pregnancy unfolded in a peaceful home, and the couple savored it. In due course, Liz gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, whom they named Rebecca, or Becky for short. With little Ben, now a toddler, and newborn Rebecca in arms, their family felt complete. Liz would nurse the baby by the same window, where she once saw the old ghostly woman, but now she saw only the green yard and the sky, with no hint of gloom. They dared to believe that the horror was a closed chapter, but evil has a way of biding its time. Without warning, the haunting at Hellfire Farm returned, sharper, stronger, and more baffling than before. It was as if the quiet period had only been a reprieve granted by a cunning foe, lulling them into letting their guard down. The spring of 1993 brought more than just melting snow and budding flowers. It brought back the darkness to Heel Fanog. It began subtly again, a few faint knocking sounds in the walls, eerily reminiscent of the early days. Liz's heart sank when she heard those knocks one evening, after putting the children to bed. She hadn't heard that sound in so long. Bill tried to reassure her. Houses make noise, love. It doesn't mean anything. Perhaps he desperately wanted to believe that. But soon the other signs followed. A door that Liz knew she had latched would be found ajar. The unmistakable clatter of footsteps crossed the attic above their bedroom one night. They told themselves it might be a stray animal up there, but on checking, Bill found the attic empty as usual. Then, one day in the barn outside, where Bill kept some canvases and tools, Liz noticed something that made her blood run cold. The old barn interior seemed to flicker with little points of light, tiny bluish sparks that danced on the edges of her vision. It was midday, and sunlight speared through the slats, but these lights were something else. They looked like pinpricks of laser light skittering across the stone walls just for a few seconds. Liz had seen lights exactly like this once before, years ago, in Egypt, inside the Great Pyramid of Cheops. Back in the early 1980s, before they were married, Bill, his son Lawrence, then a small boy, and Liz had taken a trip to Egypt. Tourists in the Great Pyramid's burial chamber, they had experienced a strange moment where Liz saw tiny shimmering lights dancing on the ancient stone walls like blue fireflies with no source. It gave her an eerie feeling at the time, but she'd left Egypt and mostly forgotten it. Now she was seeing the very same phenomenon in a barn in Wales. Her thoughts immediately jumped to a possibility almost too fantastical to consider. Had something followed them from Egypt? That night, Bill confessed he'd been having nightmares again. Nightmares that had plagued him some months earlier, but which he hadn't shared, not wanting to worry Liz. In these dreams, Bill was wandering in a dark, endless desert. A looming figure approached, a towering man with the head of a falcon, like the ancient Egyptian god Horus. The figure's eyes glowed and its wings spread to cover the sky. Each time, Bill would jolt awake in terror. He hadn't dreamt of Horus during the quiet years, but lately the dream had returned. He also recalled how during their pyramid visit, he'd felt an oppressive presence and had trouble breathing, as if something unseen was angry at them for being there. Liz and Bill now mulled over a chilling theory. Maybe the curse or spirit of an Egyptian tomb guardian had attached to them and lay dormant until now, exacting revenge for trespassing in the realm of the dead. Horus, in myth, protects the dead. Had they offended him by entering that chamber years ago, and was he now coming to collect? The rational part of them balked at this idea, but the pattern of blue lights and the bird-headed shadow in Bill's dreams seemed too specific to ignore. Later, both of them would mention this speculation to paranormal investigators. The possible curse of the pharaohs that had followed them to Hellfire Farm. Egyptian curses aside, one fact was clear. Something had returned to Heel Fanog. Something very much like the prior haunting, but evolving in form. Without Lawrence around, the focal point changed. Now it seemed to center on Bill and the very fabric of the house itself. The comfortable routine they'd enjoyed was shattered. The atmosphere darkened perceptibly. That old feeling of being watched crept back stronger than ever. At night, after tucking in little Ben and baby Rebecca, who slept in a crib in the master bedroom now, Bill and Liz would find themselves sitting up in bed, senses straining, knowing it was only a matter of time before it made itself known again. Sure enough, the nocturnal footsteps resumed, though these were heavier, more purposeful than before, as if whoever walked was now bolder and angrier. Doors didn't just slam, sometimes they seemed to explode open without warning, as if kicked by an invisible boot. One night, the bedroom door that they always kept slightly open for the children suddenly creaked all the way open by itself. In the dim light from the hall, Bill and Liz stared, hearts thudding as they saw something unspeakable. Around the edge of the door, at about waist height, a skeletal hand, blackened and thin, curled its bony fingers around the wood. The door then slammed shut with a force that shook the room. In a blind panic, Bill leapt up and flicked on the lamp. Liz stifled a scream, clutching the now awake baby to her chest. At the foot of their bed stood a hooded figure, tall and robed in shadow. It had no visible face within the hood, only a void of darkness. Yet they felt it staring right at them. For a split second, husband and wife were paralyzed by shock. Then, as Liz started praying aloud, the figure simply vanished, leaving only a chill behind. The couple spent the rest of that night huddled together with every light in the bedroom on, trembling and too afraid to sleep. Bill's mental state began to deteriorate under the renewed siege. He had been through so much already, and now to endure this again, it was almost more than he could bear. During the day, he tried to keep busy with painting, but his art now took a very dark turn. The canvases coming out of his studio were disturbing in the extreme. He painted gruesome visions, brides drenched in blood, their wedding dresses dripping red, corpses floating in midair, twisted, screaming faces fused into the landscape. Bill couldn't explain why he painted these things. It was as if some other hand guided his brush when he drifted into thought. The paintings scared Liz. They symbolized to her that the darkness was infecting Bill's mind. Indeed, Bill felt it too, a creeping despair that whispered to him in idle moments. He found himself standing in the kitchen one day, staring at the knives in the drawer and feeling unbearably hollow, as if walking away would be easier than staying. He later told journalist Mark Chadbourne that he had been tormented by black thoughts, visions of vanishing, of simply disappearing to stop the pain, simply to escape the torment altogether. Such thoughts horrified him. He loved his family and did not truly want to die, which only made the intrusive ideations more frightening, as if they were being planted in his head by something that did want him to die. The house seemed to eat away at his soul, Liz observed. It robbed him of joy, of confidence, of the will to fight. He drank more heavily now, using alcohol to numb his anxiety and get through the nights. A once kind and easygoing man, Bill became irritable and morose, quick to anger, slow to laugh. Liz watched the man she loved deteriorate and felt powerless to stop it. He became someone rotten from the inside out, she would later say about this period. The evil in the house was rotting him internally. Meanwhile, Liz herself soldiered on, channeling her fear into protecting her children. She rarely let little Ben or baby Rebecca out of her sight. At night, she insisted the kids sleep in the master bedroom with them. She would not allow them alone in the nursery anymore. She just knew that whatever was prowling the house had ill intent, and she would place herself in its path before letting it near her babies. Many nights she didn't sleep at all, simply sitting vigil by the children's beds, heart pounding at every creak. She later remarked that the feeling of being watched was constant now, even more terrifying than an actual manifestation, because she always anticipated something awful was about to happen. If something is watching you, you have to assume its next move is to do something, she recalled of that dread, describing how a wave of raw panic would come over her out of nowhere. She felt like a small prey animal being circled by a predator in the dark, never knowing when it would strike. Outside help was clearly needed again, but to the Riches' dismay, Reverend Homewood's efforts did not seem to stick this time. Nonetheless, they contacted him once more. In the midst of the renewed chaos, the family briefly fled the house. They packed a few essentials and drove to Liz's mother's home in Cowbridge, some miles away. There they experienced blessed relief for a short while. The atmosphere in her mother's modern house felt so clean and light, and they all slept soundly for a change. But they couldn't stay away from Heel Fanog indefinitely. Their belongings, their livestock, what remained, their entire life was back there. With great trepidation they prepared to return, hoping perhaps that the break had broken the pattern. Knowing they might be walking back into a hornet's nest, Liz and Bill asked Reverend David Homewood to come help one more time when they got back to Hellfire Farm. Homewood agreed, though he too was concerned and perhaps a bit perplexed that things had reignited after such a long lull. As he set out driving toward Heel Fanog on the appointed day, something bizarre occurred. Out of nowhere, an owl swooped down and smashed into his car's windshield, cracking the glass. The impact startled him badly and he had to pull over. An owl hitting a windscreen in broad daylight is rare. To Homewood, it felt like a bad omen, as if the forces at play were actively trying to impede his arrival or send a warning. He continued on, shaken but undeterred. Homewood's return to Heel Fan Og played out with an ominous undertone. Liz greeted him and immediately told him, "The house wants us here, and anyone coming to help is not welcome." Indeed, they both felt it the moment he stepped through the door. A wave of oppressive energy, like static in the air, building up as if to lash out. Homewood prepared to conduct another exorcism, but he also gave the Riches some frank advice. He reiterated that no exorcism would hold, unless the family truly wanted these spirits gone and asserted control. Liz and Bill practically shouted that they did want them gone. Of course they did. But Homewood subtly wondered if on some level the family's misery and focus on the phenomena were inadvertently feeding it by giving it attention, or by giving in to despair, essentially inviting more harassment. It was a tricky thing. How do you not fear something so palpably frightening? Telling them not to be scared was easier said than done. Once again, Homewood moved through the ritual motions, prayers, rebukes, holy water, but this time the house did not respond with the same meekness. It felt like trying to push out a squatter who had dug in deep. At one point, as they gathered in a circle, holding hands in prayer, a sudden crash sounded from the kitchen. A plate had flung itself off the counter and shattered. The children started crying. Homewood persisted, reading scripture louder. Perhaps the most important effect of his visit was not immediate exorcism, but rather giving Bill and Liz moral support. He reminded them that their faith was a weapon and that they were not alone in this fight. However, even Homewood's renewed efforts did not bring the peace that the first had. The entity, or entities in the house, were entrenched now. The rich family's resources, both emotional and financial, were all but exhausted. They had fought and fled, prayed and persevered, but the haunting was reaching a crescendo beyond anything yet seen. During this climactic phase, a swirl of legends and theories about Heel Fan Og emerged, as friends, investigators, and local lore tellers weighed in. Even as the Riches were battling day-to-day survival, the question loomed, what exactly are we dealing with? Some locals took to calling Heel Fan Og the Witch Farm, hinting at a dark history of witchcraft on the property. Indeed, Brecon and its surrounding hills harbour many old tales. One rumour was that in centuries past, a coven of witches had met on or near that land, performing rituals and perhaps opening a door to dark forces. Another piece of folklore spoke of a gypsy woman murdered under a nearby bridge, who with her dying breath cursed the area. Some speculated that curse still lingered, tainting the ground and any house built upon it. More verifiably, there was a 19th century tragedy documented in local history. In the 1870s, a young man named James Griffiths was found beaten to death near Heel Fanog, killed with an axe by one Thomas Edwards. Edwards was caught and ultimately hanged for the crime. Whispers over the years embellished the story. Some said that Griffiths had stumbled upon a satanic ritual or some clandestine meeting of occultists in the area, and that Edwards, perhaps at the behest of those practitioners, murdered him to ensure his silence. It was even rumoured that the dark promise was made to Edwards that he'd be supernaturally spared from the gallows if he did the deed, a promise that proved false when Edwards swung from the rope like any other criminal. Although these accounts blurred fact and fiction, they added to the sense that the land around Hellfire Farm was soaked in blood and darkness of old. Perhaps the spirits of violence and betrayal were anchored to the soil itself. And what of Bill Rich himself? In a startling confession to Mark Chadbourne, Bill revealed a personal secret. As a young man in London, he had once been drawn toward the occult. He even nearly joined a coven under the famed witchcraft figure, Alex Sanders, who was known as King of the Witches in the 1960s. According to Bill, he attended an introductory gathering out of curiosity, but when it came time to commit fully, he backed out, finding it too unnerving. He sometimes wondered, did that near initiation long ago put him on the radar of some dark forces? Had he inadvertently signaled interest to the unseen, only to later try to live normally, and those forces had waited to collect on his youthful dalliance? It was a stretch, but in the middle of the haunting, all possibilities seemed plausible. Liz did note that Bill always had an interest in the unexplainable and the darker side of life, which might have made him more susceptible or attractive to entities once they started manifesting. Paranormal investigators who visited the site during this period added their observations. Several mediums walked through Heel Fan Og and claimed to sense multiple distinct presences. They felt the residual spirit of an old woman, likely the benign grandmotherly ghost in the nursery, and two younger male spirits who might have been victims of violence. But above all, they felt a malevolent, non-human entity, something ancient, cunning, and filled with hate. One psychic suggested that this entity was tied to the land, perhaps some sort of nature spirit or elemental that had turned dark, possibly due to rituals or bloodshed historically enacted there. This theory dovetailed with what some neighbours told Chadbourne. There were rumours of an ancient Celtic tribe once inhabiting the area that had tried to summon a powerful natural deity, essentially a spirit of the earth, for help with something, but failed to control it. The thing remained, enraged, bound to the place, but hostile to humans ever since. Could the tall, faceless, hooded figure be that elemental or demon waiting centuries to lash out? It was a chilling notion. Investigators also noted physical anomalies. They recorded electromagnetic readings off the charts in parts of the house, particularly near the old stone hearth and the thresholds. Interestingly, the geological composition of that region includes many underground streams and mineral deposits, which can naturally create EM fields and cold spots. Skeptics in the group wondered if perhaps these environmental factors were responsible for some of the sensations. High EM fields are known to cause feelings of unease, headaches, and even hallucinations in some people. Additionally, some floated the idea of carbon monoxide or other toxins causing the family's symptoms, a nod to famous cases where hauntings were actually due to gas leaks that induced paranoia and visions. However, the Riches had undergone medical checkups, and their home had been evaluated for such issues. There was no sign of carbon monoxide or other explainable sources. Nor could environmental EM explain all the phenomena, certainly not objects flying about or visible apparitions seen by multiple people. Still, the investigator teams tried to capture hard evidence of the haunting. They set up tape recorders and video cameras. While video evidence was elusive, often the cameras malfunctioned or captured only fleeting shadows, they did obtain some EVP, electronic voice phenomena, on audio. In the silence of an empty room, the tape later played back the faint sound of a whisper, a voice muttering just at the edge of hearing. And in one chilling instance, a tape left running overnight in the nursery picked up what sounded like a deep growl and a single word: leave. None of the Riches had been in that room at that time. Such pieces of evidence, while not conclusive to outsiders, further cemented to those involved that this haunting was real and intelligent. All these theories, witches' coven, gypsy curse, Celtic demon, Egyptian curse, psychological stress, geological quirks, swirled around, but for Bill and Liz, the cause was less urgent than the immediate need for deliverance. They just wanted their life back. By late 1993, they were nearing utter exhaustion. Liz, though fearful, remained defiant internally. She later said, "I would always try to look for answers, but the problem is when something happens that you can't find a logical explanation for." She recounted challenging her own senses. How can a door slam itself when I'm watching it? How can an oil radiator heat up with no oil in the tank? Such incidents had left logic behind. She concluded, "When you've met evil, you know it. And we met evil in that house. The breaking point was fast approaching. The hauntings had become physically dangerous. That skeletal hand and hooded figure were as direct a threat as one could imagine. What if next time that hand did more than slam a door? What if it wrapped its claws around one of their necks? In fact, there were times both Bill and Liz felt an invisible pressure on their body. Liz once woke up unable to move or breathe, a weight on her chest, often called old hag syndrome in folklore, which skeptics call sleep paralysis. Whether a medical phenomenon or an entity pinning her down, it was terrifying. Faced with all this, the Riches decided to reach out beyond local circles. Word of their plight had quietly spread in paranormal communities. It reached an author and journalist, Mark Chadbourne, who took great interest in investigating Heel Fan Og. Chadbourne travelled to the farm and spent time interviewing the family, neighbours, priests, and anyone connected. He even spent time alone inside the house, notebook in hand, hoping perhaps to experience a taste of the haunting himself. He did. At one point, while standing in Bill's studio, looking at some of the disturbing canvases, Chadbourne felt a sudden sensation of an icy fingertip brushing the nape of his neck. He whipped around. Of course, nothing visible, but the feeling was so distinct, he admitted later, it made him doubt his own skepticism. He found the local acceptance of the haunting intriguing. The place had a reputation in the area as being haunted, he noted, and when I spoke to neighbours, they weren't at all surprised at what had happened there. Many locals fully believed the Riches, which gave Chadbourne added confidence that this wasn't an elaborate family hoax. Indeed, if it were a hoax to avoid bills or gain fame, one would expect neighbours to call them out. Instead, they corroborated that something was off with that property. Chadbourne's investigation was thorough. He spoke with the clergymen involved, Homewood, Roy Matthews, etc., the spiritualists and the Rich children when they were older. In 1996, he published a book called Testimony, which was a detailed account of the Hellfire Farm case, using the Rich's own words and his findings. The title suggests a legalistic offering of evidence. He was presenting their testimony to the world to let readers judge. I'm a journalist rooted in reality. I only wrote this non-fiction book because the evidence compelled me, Chadbourne later said. He found much to criticize in some approaches, like he felt Reverend Homewood's religious zeal maybe did psychological harm in labeling everything as the devil. But ultimately, Chadbourne could not deny that something inexplicable plagued the Rich family. He left convinced of their honesty. In writing Testimony, he effectively put the world on notice that Hellfire Farm was perhaps the most supernaturally afflicted house in the UK, and indeed, by the count of exorcisms performed, many dozens by various people, it likely was Britain's most exorcised home, as the press later labelled it. But back to the Riches' personal journey. It was 1994 and they were barely hanging on. Then came an extraordinary ray of hope, the prospect of a final definitive exorcism by someone renowned in the field of psychic phenomena. Through contacts, possibly via a paranormal society or Chadbourne's network, the Riches learned of Eddie Burks and sought his help. Edward Eddie Burks was somewhat of a celebrity in the realm of ghost hunting. A retired civil engineer turned psychic and medium, he had risen to fame in the early 1990s on a British TV program called Ghost Hunters, where he was credited with dealing with high-profile hauntings. For instance, he'd performed a well-publicized exorcism at Coots Bank in London, supposedly laying to rest the ghost of a long-dead soldier there. Burks had a flair about him. He claimed to regularly chat with spirits, including historically famous ones like Anne Boleyn's ghost, whom he jokingly said still hadn't forgiven Henry VIII. Eccentric or not, he had a record of fearlessly tackling cases that would send most running, and he was known for an approach blending spirituality with a kind of imaginative technique. When Eddie Burks heard about Hellfire Farm, he agreed to take on the case. In 1994, he travelled to the Brecon Beacons and arrived at Heel Fanog. By now, the rich family had frankly lost hope that anyone could fix this, but Eddie's mere presence, confident, calm, perhaps a bit quirky, gave them a glimmer of something like faith. Here was a man who had faced supposed demons before and not faltered. Burks first sat down with Bill and Liz to get the history in their own words. As they recounted the years of terror, Burks listened carefully, occasionally closing his eyes as if already tuning in to the spectral frequencies around him. Then the investigation. Eddie walked through each room, quietly meditating or sensing. In the barn and the yard, he paused, muttering that the land had seen bad things. In the house, he pinpointed certain spots that felt charged. Finally, he pronounced his findings. There wasn't just one thing here. There were multiple layers of haunting. Human spirits were present, likely the ghostly old woman and perhaps others connected to past tragedies. But above and beyond that, there was indeed a pre-Christian entity of great power rooted to the land. He theorized this being might have been summoned by ancient people, a Celtic nature spirit or deity that had turned malignant over time. It resonated with the Celtic tribe legend the Riches had heard, and also matched what Eddie himself claimed to sense, an elemental force older than Christianity, brimming with hate for the living. A powerful evil force, he called it, one that did not necessarily answer to the typical Judeo-Christian exorcism rituals. However, Eddie Burks had something up his sleeve. He believed fervently in the power of imagination as a tool to disarm malevolent spirits. By imagination, he meant the psychic faculty to visualize and project force in the unseen realm. In simplest terms, he would will the entity into a state of containment or conversion by using mental imagery and spiritual intent, dragging it into the Christian era, as he put it. This unconventional method might sound odd, but Burks had used it effectively before, at least according to his accounts. They decided to do the exorcism at night, when activity was often highest. Bill and Liz sat together in a corner of the living room, holding hands and watching, while Eddie Burks prepared the space. He dimmed the lights and set up a tape recorder on a table to capture any EVP or phenomena. Then he stood in the center of the room, eyes half closed, and began to speak into the darkness. Unlike the priests, Eddie didn't use formal prayers at first. He spoke conversationally, addressing any human spirits. If there were lost souls present, they were welcome to pass on in peace. He assured them they would not be harmed, that any injustice they suffered would be avenged in the beyond, and so on. It was like a gentle negotiation with the ghosts. Perhaps the old woman's spirit and others were listening. There were no dramatic responses, but a hush fell as if a third party had entered. Then Eddie's tone changed. He addressed the malevolent presence directly, with both command and empathy. He acknowledged its antiquity, called it out as a creature conjured in pagan times, and firmly stated that its reign of terror was over. He claimed to have the authority to remove it, and that it would no longer torment the living. What happened next is drawn from Bill's recollections, as noted later in testimony. As Burks confronted the entity, Bill felt the air pressure in the room shift. A deep silence, then a crackle of static. Bill described a tingling in his fingers, a tightness in his chest, and a pressure at the base of his skull. Physical sensations as if some energy was indeed present and reacting. The tape recorder in the corner suddenly made a loud noise. A burst of feedback or static erupted from it, even though it was just on record mode, not playback. It was as if an electrical surge had hit it like a lightning bolt. Liz stifled a cry as the machine sizzled and then went dead. A moment later, one of the side lamps in the room flickered on by itself, though no one had touched the switch. The room perceptibly brightened. Bill later said it was as if another light source had been illuminated, an almost unearthly lightening of the air. Eddie Burks, now deep in his trance or imaginative battle, was speaking words that Bill and Liz didn't fully follow. Something about leading the dark creature into the light and binding it with the chains of righteousness, along with invocations of holy names. At one intense moment, Eddie commanded, "Be gone," in a voice that echoed. Then, quite suddenly, he went quiet. He took a deep breath and softly said, "I think I will let the thing rest now." It was done. The pressure in the room lifted. A sense of clarity and peace filled the space, something that Bill and Liz had almost forgotten was possible. The children asleep upstairs did not stir, whereas usually any supernatural disturbance would have them awake and wailing. The tape recorder was checked. It had stopped at the static burst, but the tape, when played later, did capture some of Eddie's words up until that point, as well as a strange low growl at the moment of the surge, something they hadn't heard audibly at the time. Burks explained to the Riches that he had performed 2 distinct exorcisms in one go, one to help the human spirits move on, which he felt went easily. He was certain the old woman's ghost and any others were now at peace, and another to confront and disarm the elemental or demonic entity. He believed it was now neutralized, banished from the house and perhaps forced back to whatever dimension it came from. Given the phenomena they witnessed during the ritual, the Riches didn't doubt something significant had transpired. They thanked Eddie Burks profusely. He, in his modest way, cautioned them to maintain a positive, spiritually strong environment henceforth, and to call him if anything recurred. Then he departed into the night. From that point onward, Hilfanog was quiet. In the days, weeks, and months after Eddie's visit, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. For the first time in years, the Rich family could simply live without fear under their own roof. It felt almost unreal. Every morning Liz expected to wake up to some new horror, and instead she woke to birds chirping and normalcy. The oppressive gloom that had permeated the place was gone. Sunlight felt sunnier, the air felt lighter. Bill noted that even their electric bills plummeted back to normal levels. Whatever had been draining power was clearly no more. Their animals were calm and healthy. The family dog, who used to bark at unseen things in the hall, now trotted about happily. The old farmhouse, while still creaky and isolated, felt like just that, an old house, not a haunted lair. The nightmare had ended, yet its after effects would linger in the family's psyche long after the last ghost left. In 1995, after enduring 6 years of terror and having achieved a victory, the Riches decided nonetheless that it was time to move on from Hilfanog. Their lease was ending and they chose not to renew or purchase the farm. They quietly packed up their belongings and left Hellfire Farm for good in 1996. A chapter closed as they drove away from the place that had given them both the happiest and most dreadful moments of their lives. Life after Hellfire Farm was one of recovery and reflection. The family attempted to heal from the psychological scars. Bill and Liz, unfortunately, found that the ordeal had eroded their relationship beyond repair. They had been a strong couple at the start, but the sustained stress, fear, and perhaps even the subtle influence of evil had driven wedges between them. They had fought often, the entity seeming to sow discord as well, and Bill's descent into alcoholism during the haunting left long-term damage. By the early 2000s, Bill and Liz separated, and in 2005, they formally divorced. It was a sad coda. In a sense, the dark forces did win one final victory by breaking apart the union. Bill's personal decline continued after the separation. He never quite recaptured his earlier artistic success. Many who knew him said he was a changed man, more withdrawn, a heavy drinker, grappling with depression. The events at Hellfire Farm had destroyed him, in Liz's words. He never fully let go of the idea that something had tainted him spiritually. Tragically, Bill Rich died in 2016 at the age of 68 from complications related to his alcoholism. One could say he drank to forget, but never could. Liz was deeply saddened at his end, believing that if not for those dark years, he might have lived longer and more happily. Liz herself found a measure of peace in the years after leaving Hellfire Farm. She raised her children, who grew up healthy and well-adjusted by all accounts, and kept a low profile for a long time. She didn't like to talk about the haunting much in the immediate years after, Who would, after being so disbelieved and ridiculed early on? But she never recanted her story. If anything, she became more resolute in telling anyone who asked that everything that happened was absolutely true and not exaggerated. As she said decades later, if you've never experienced anything like this, it must sound like we're making it up. But none of it was made up. None of it. Both she and her daughter Rebecca have publicly stated that no matter how unbelievable the tale, it was their lived experience, and they have maintained, "When you've met evil, you know," a phrase Liz repeats with the weight of someone who genuinely confronted something most people thankfully never do. The property of Heilfanog itself stands to this day, a private residence once again. After the rich family moved out, another family eventually moved in. According to local rumor, subsequent occupants haven't reported anything like the Riches' ordeal. Perhaps Eddie Burks truly cleansed the place, or maybe the new folks simply don't believe in ghosts and thus give any minor oddities no power. As of the last reports, the house is quiet. It remains an old stone farmhouse in beautiful country. No outward sign of the turbulence once within. Maybe only the walls, some possibly carved from gravestones, could speak to what they witnessed. The Hellfire Farm haunting did not fade into obscurity. Thanks largely to Mark Chadbourne's testimony and a resurging public fascination with true ghost stories, the case slowly entered paranormal lore as one of the modern classics. In 2018, nearly 3 decades after the events began, UK's Channel 4 produced an episode of a docudrama series called True Horror, reenacting the Hellfire Farm story. Actors Adam Leese and Amy Morgan portrayed Bill and Liz Rich. The episode dramatized many of the incidents, though, as Radio Times noted, it left out some of the most extreme aspects, like the mummy's curse angle, the full involvement of Eddie Burks, and Lawrence's possession, for the sake of a streamlined narrative. Still, it brought the tale to a wider audience, shocking a new generation of viewers with the notion that this really happened. The press around that time published pieces delving into the true story behind True Horror, reintroducing the public to Heilfanog's legacy. Even more immersive, in 2022, the BBC released a podcast series titled The Witch Farm, an 8-part investigative drama helmed by Danny Robbins, known for other paranormal podcasts like The Battersea Poltergeist. This series combined dramatization, with noted actors like Joseph Fiennes as Bill and Alexandra Roach as Liz. With actual interviews and investigative discussion, it re-examined the case with modern skepticism and belief in balance, giving Liz Rich a platform to share her memories firsthand. This revival not only solidified Hellfire Farm's reputation as Britain's most haunted house, or at least Wales's, but also served as a kind of catharsis for Liz. After years of relative silence, she openly recounted on the podcast how horrifying and isolating it was to endure that haunting and how it profoundly changed their lives. In one episode's interview, she said, "I know people will just think we're weird and we made it all up, but you'd have to have one hell of an imagination to make all this up." She also revealed something poignant. Throughout those dark years, she often felt violated, not just frightened, but deeply violated by the entity's audacity to invade her home, her body, her family. She said being possessed even briefly was like a horrific assault. The loss of control, the sense of something else's evil intent coursing through her. It left psychological scars akin to surviving a violent attack. Yet she survived, and she refuses to let skeptics rewrite her story. Ghosts and demons aside, Liz frames it as a battle with evil itself, and she takes solace in having come out the other side. "Ghosts don't scare me now," she said, "because I've come up against such evil in my life." That's the truth. In quiet moments, one might wonder, why did Hellfire Farm become a hell at all? Was it cursed ground from time immemorial? Did the Riches inadvertently activate dormant forces by their presence, or through some action, Egypt trip, occult interest, renovations? Or was it, as some parapsychologists might posit, a case of the family's own stresses unconsciously manifesting poltergeist phenomena, the so-called haunted people syndrome, where living individuals generate the disturbances under duress? The Riches' financial and marital strains could have played a role if one subscribes to that theory. However, that wouldn't account for the clear intelligence and focused malice of much that happened. In the end, all theories remain just that, theories. The only people who truly know what happened in that farmhouse are those who lived through it, and their combined testimony is chillingly consistent. An evil presence took hold of their home and lives. The Hellfire Farm case stands as a sobering reminder that sometimes the scariest stories aren't found in novels or movies, but in ordinary people's homes. A beautiful farmhouse by the Brecon Beacons, which should have been a haven, became a crucible of fear. The rich family's long nightmare has become part of UK paranormal history, a cautionary tale told in hushed tones. Tonight, as you lay down to rest, safe in your modern home, imagine for a moment the silence of a remote Welsh night. No cars, no streetlights, just the creak of an old beam and the sigh of wind past the eaves. Imagine that in that silence you hear a footstep that isn't yours. A door closes by itself. A cold breath touches your face. How would you cope? The Riches endured it for 6 long years. They fought back. They survived, but at great cost. Hellfire Farm or Heel Fanog seems peaceful now, but its legend continues to send ripples through time. Paranormal enthusiasts still drive by, some daring each other to walk up the lane at night. They usually chicken out, and who could blame them? The truth of what happened there is perhaps known only to the darkness that lurks beyond our sight. If there is one comfort, it's that whatever evil resided there was ultimately vanquished by courage, faith, and determination, and perhaps that elusive power of imagination. So ends the saga of Hellfire Farm. It is a story of a family's dream home that turned into a living hell, and of the resilience it took to reclaim their lives. It invites us to ponder the boundaries between the seen and unseen, to consider that ancient forces might still roam forgotten corners of our world, and to respect those who stand up to the unknown. One hopes that the old farm sleeps quietly now under the stars, the only sounds the babbling of a nearby stream and the rustle of trees, its demons laid to rest. But if ever you find yourself in the Brecon Beacons on a dark, lonesome evening, and you see an old stone house at the end of a rough track, you might feel a prickling on your neck. You might recall the story you've just heard, and perhaps you'll whisper a thanks that it wasn't you who had to face the hellfire of Heel Fanog. That was the story of Hellfire Farm, a haunting that left its mark on everyone who stepped inside, and one that still hangs heavy over the Welsh hills. It's the kind of case that reminds us the line between home and hell can be thinner than we'd like to believe. If you made it this far, thanks for listening. Don't forget, our goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, hit that button, join the community, and help us keep bringing these stories to life every week. Until next time, sleep well and keep an eye on the dark. In the summer of 1928, a woman was brought by train to a convent in the small town of Erling, Iowa. She had been tormented since she was 14 years old, and when the priest demanded the names of the spirits inside her, voices answered, Beelzebub, Judas Iscariot. This case contains some of the most obscene and deeply upsetting descriptions of exorcism ever recorded. Too upsetting for YouTube. This is The Exorcism at St. Joseph's Convent. The full episode is now streaming exclusively on the Fall Asleep Podcast Patreon. Click the link in the description now to access the Patreon and listen to the episode. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon-exclusive episodes, joining the demon in the French kingdom, Rumpelstiltskin, and the devils of Loudun. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90-plus episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. The Fall Asleep Podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep Podcast, your quiet place for the haunted, the forgotten, and the stories that never truly rest. The wind in Edinburgh carries a different chill. It's the kind that cuts through your coat and lingers in the bones of the city itself, a city built on history, death, and the echoes of those who refuse to be forgotten. The cobblestones have seen centuries of footsteps, but none heavier than those that once walked toward Greyfriars Kirkyard. Tonight we're stepping into the heart of Edinburgh's darkness, to the resting place of Sir George Bloody Mackenzie and the haunting that followed. Behind the locked gates of the Covenanters' prison lies a mausoleum so feared that even the living keep their distance. They say it's home to the Mackenzie poltergeist, a force that has bitten, burned, and left hundreds marked by something unseen. Before we begin, a quick thank you to everyone who's been listening and supporting the channel. We're closing in on our goal of 20,000 subscribers. If you haven't already, take a moment to subscribe. It means a lot, and it keeps these stories alive. Now, settle in. The city lights of Edinburgh may still glow beyond the graveyard gates, but inside Greyfriars Kirkyard, the air is still, and the dead are anything but.
Happy Halloween. You're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast. Settle in, if you dare.
Greyfriars Kirkyard in Edinburgh is a place where history and folklore intertwine in eerie silence. By daylight it appears tranquil, an old graveyard of weathered stone and curling ivy, nestled incongruously amid the bustling Scottish capital. Tourists often enter its iron gates drawn by tales of a loyal little dog named Greyfriars Bobby, who famously kept a 14-year vigil at his master's grave in the 19th century. That heartwarming legend long defined Greyfriars as a place of quiet devotion. Yet as dusk falls and shadows pool among the tombstones, a far darker reputation envelops Greyfriars Kirkyard. In recent decades, it has become known as perhaps the most haunted graveyard in Scotland. Even some say the scariest place on earth. The reason for this fear is not the memory of grave robbers or Edinburgh's plague dead, but something much more malevolent. Hidden behind high stone walls at the back of the kirkyard lies a padlocked enclave of tombs known as the Covenanters' Prison, and within that cursed corner stands the blackened mausoleum of Sir George Bloody Mackenzie, a tomb now infamous worldwide as the lair of the Mackenzie poltergeist, often described as the world's most recorded poltergeist. For over 2 decades, an unseen force believed to be Mackenzie's own vengeful spirit has terrorized anyone who ventures near, leaving bites, bruises, burns, and even broken bones in its wake. It is a haunting so intense and well documented that even skeptics have been forced to admit that something uncanny is occurring here. Tonight, under a moonlit sky veiled by fast-moving clouds, Greyfriars sits empty of the living. The ancient church and its kirkyard are still. Tall, spiked railings cast finger-like shadows across the pathways. In the distance, the glow of city lights scarcely penetrates the gloom beneath yew trees and headstones. A gust of wind rattles the bare branches and seems to carry a faint echo of cries long past. Those who know the tales might imagine that a presence stirs in the locked stone vault at the kirkyard's south end. Many visitors have reported sudden chills here, or the unsettling feeling of unseen eyes. For beyond the rusted iron gate of the Covenanters' Prison, that presence, the Mackenzie poltergeist, is said to lie in wait. To understand how this graveyard came to be cursed by such a violent haunting, one must begin with the bloody history that gave birth to it. The stage for this malevolence was set over 3 centuries ago, in a time of brutal persecution and suffering that left an indelible imprint on Greyfriars Kirkyard. In the second half of the 17th century, Scotland was torn apart by religious conflict. King Charles II and his agents sought to force the king's authority upon the Presbyterian Church of Scotland, igniting fierce resistance among the devout. Those rebels, known as the Covenanters, had sworn a sacred national covenant in Greyfriars itself back in 1638, vowing to uphold their Presbyterian faith against royal interference. Decades later, that vow led them into open conflict with the Crown. In 1679, after years of mounting tensions, the Covenanters rose in rebellion, only to be crushed in battle at Bothwell Bridge. Into this tumult stepped Sir George Mackenzie of Rosehaw, the King's Lord Advocate in Scotland and one of history's cruelest persecutors of the Covenanters. George Mackenzie was in many respects an eminent figure of his time, an educated lawyer, author, and statesman, but he earned a far darker distinction for his ruthless zeal in carrying out King Charles's suppression of religious dissent. Mackenzie personally oversaw the interrogation, imprisonment, and execution of hundreds of Covenanters who refused to abandon their faith. The severity of his methods and the relish he seemed to take in his work soon earned him the nickname Bloody Mackenzie. The name would cling to him ever after. Under Mackenzie's direction, captured Covenanters were treated with merciless brutality. Many were summarily executed, and those spared the gallows often wished they had not been. In the aftermath of the Battle of Bothwell Bridge in June 1679, Mackenzie ordered some 1,200 defeated Covenanter prisoners marched to Edinburgh. With the city's jails already overflowing, the only space large enough to contain this human cargo of rebels was Greyfriars Kirkyard itself. At the far southern end of the graveyard, an open field by the old city wall was hastily walled off and turned into an outdoor prison camp. Thus, the peaceful resting place of the dead became the bleak holding pen for the living. This makeshift jail became known as the Covenanters' Prison, and its conditions were nothing short of hellish. Through the bitter Scottish winter of 1679, the captured Covenanters, men, women, even children, were kept exposed to the elements in Greyfriars. They had no shelter from the rain and snow, except perhaps scraps of cloth. They were given meagre rations of food and water, just enough to prolong their misery. Mackenzie's guards watched over them with orders to be as harsh as necessary to break their spirits. Many prisoners succumbed to disease, starvation, and the cold on that open ground. Hundreds died where they lay. It is said the guards would drag out the dead each morning, and sometimes the living were chained to corpses as a grotesque intimidation. Some prisoners were executed at the Mercat Cross or the Grassmarket after summary trials. 5 were hanged on a single day under Mackenzie's authority. Others were transported to indentured servitude overseas. In one tragic episode, around 257 Covenanter men were packed onto a ship called the Crown, bound for the colonies. The ship wrecked in a storm, and nearly all of them drowned, leaving only a handful of survivors. The cruelty inflicted on the Covenanters was so extreme that even contemporaries believe Mackenzie had damned his own soul by these deeds. By the spring of 1680, the Covenanters' prison camp at Greyfriars had been largely emptied. Of the 1,200 who entered that yard, only about 48 emerged alive by the year's end. The rest found their graves in Greyfriars. Many of the perished were buried in mass pits on the kirkyard grounds, anonymous mounds of earth holding the tortured dead. The soil of Greyfriars was stained with suffering. Little wonder, then, that the place would later be seen as accursed, and presiding over this horror was Sir George Mackenzie, carrying out what he and the king saw as divine justice upon heretics. Yet fate's irony would have it that Mackenzie's own final resting place would be only a stone's throw from the field where his victims languished and died. Mackenzie continued to serve the crown for years after the killing time of the early 1680s, but fortunes shifted with the glorious revolution of 1688, when the Catholic-leaning King James VII, Second of England, was deposed and the Protestant William of Orange took the throne. Suddenly, the Presbyterian Covenanters, whom Mackenzie had persecuted, were granted freedom of worship and even favour in the new regime. The pendulum of power swung, and Mackenzie, who had been so feared in Scotland, found himself out of favour. Sensing that retribution might come for him at last, he fled Edinburgh for London. There, far from the graves of those he'd sent to their deaths, Sir George Mackenzie died in 1691. He was about 55 years old. His body was returned to Edinburgh and interred in Greyfriars Kirkyard, the very place where so much of his bloody work had been done. Mackenzie's grave was no simple headstone in the earth. Befitting his status, he was laid to rest in a large domed mausoleum of dark stone, built along the wall at the border of the Covenanters' prison itself. In death, Bloody Mackenzie literally occupied the ground above the Covenanters' mass graves. It is said that the remains of his victims lay all around him under the soil, and some whisper that the souls of those persecuted Presbyterians could not rest easy in such company. The mausoleum is an imposing structure, baroque and brooding, with a stout locked door and a semicircular facade once meant to evoke reverence. Over the centuries, its stone has turned almost black with soot and moss, earning it the nickname the Black Mausoleum. Inside, under its curved roof, lie Mackenzie's coffin and the coffins of some of his family. Generations of Edinburghers passed the sombre tomb with a shudder, fully aware that a monster of history lay within. One can imagine devout folk spitting curses at Mackenzie's resting place, or timid children peeping at it warily during daytime strolls. According to later accounts, ominous legends began to dog the mausoleum not long after Mackenzie was buried. There were quiet rumors that Mackenzie's spirit could find no peace. After all, how could a man who caused so much suffering ever lie quiet in the grave? For over 200 years, Greyfriars Kirkyard remained a landmark of Edinburgh, by turns a peaceful green space, a repository of notable graves, and a source of macabre fascination. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the graveyard saw episodes of grave robbing, or resurrection men stealing corpses for medical dissection, and efforts to thwart them with iron cages called mortsafes. But beyond those commonplace outrages of the time, Greyfriars also harboured whispers of the supernatural. People spoke in hushed tones about strange occurrences around Mackenzie's mausoleum. It became a local dare for the brave or foolish to challenge the ghost of Bloody Mackenzie. On dark nights, Edinburgh children would creep up to the circular tomb. Pressing their little faces against its cold stone, they'd call out a rhyme into the keyhole of the vault's door. "Bloody Mackenzie, come out if you dare, lift the sneck and draw the bar." In their Scots dialect, they were taunting the dead man. "Bloody Mackenzie, come out if you dare, lift the latch and push open the door." Then the children would run, hearts pounding, half delighted and half terrified by the thought that the infamous hanging judge might just emerge in spectral form. This local tradition persisted for generations, suggesting that even long before any formal haunting was recorded, the people of Edinburgh felt Mackenzie's tomb was disturbed. Indeed, notable writers took an interest in the eerie prospect of Mackenzie's uneasy rest. The famed Scottish author Robert Louis Stevenson, in his musings on Edinburgh's more Gothic aspects, referenced the lore of Sir George Mackenzie's troubled grave. Stevenson wrote of Greyfriars Kirkyard that, when a man's soul is certainly in hell, his body will scarce lie quiet in a tomb. Sometime or other the door must open. By this he meant Mackenzie, widely presumed by the pious to be damned for his cruelties, could not be expected to sleep peacefully in consecrated ground. Sooner or later, Stevenson suggested, the earth or the tomb would give up this restless dead. Such remarks, half in jest and half in earnest, reveal how strong the legend of Mackenzie's ghost had become by the late 19th century. In fact, a story emerged from 1897 that gave chilling credence to those legends. That year, it is said, a clerk of the Edinburgh police made an astonishing sworn statement. While patrolling Greyfriars one night, this officer claimed to have seen an apparition near Mackenzie's mausoleum, a figure in old-fashioned clothes. When the policeman approached, the figure did not flee. Instead, in the dim glow of the officer's lantern, the spectre raised an arm. The policeman later swore that he saw and touched the hand of Sir George Mackenzie, implying that the ghost had reached out to him, palpable and solid. What became of that officer's nerves after this encounter can only be imagined. Such an account, whether taken as truth or tall tale, circulated widely enough to be recorded in the lore surrounding the tomb. By the dawn of the 20th century, Mackenzie's mausoleum was already being called one of Edinburgh's most haunted sites, albeit one that had not yet truly awoken in fury. Another tale, harder to verify but often repeated, involves a man named John Hayes, sometime in the early 1800s. Hayes was by most accounts a small-time criminal on the run, who sought refuge in none other than Mackenzie's mausoleum, perhaps the last place anyone would look for a fugitive. According to legend, Hayes actually hid inside the Black Mausoleum for 6 months, living among the coffins of Mackenzie and his kin. He would sneak out at night to scavenge food and water, then creep back into the tomb before dawn. When the authorities finally caught up with John Hayes, they found him in a pitiable state, half mad with terror. Hayes babbled that he had to leave, that something inside the mausoleum was moving in the dark. He insisted that every night, in the pitch blackness of that vault, he heard the dreadful scraping of Mackenzie shifting inside his coffin. Perhaps these were the ravings of an unstable mind pushed over the edge by confinement, or perhaps Hayes truly experienced something uncanny during those long nights amidst the dead. In any case, his story added to the mausoleum's fearsome reputation. Even a hardened criminal was reduced to madness there, convinced that Bloody Mackenzie stirred in his grave. By the mid-20th century, Greyfriars Kirkyard's notoriety was still mostly the stuff of folklore, unsettling but rarely more than spooky pranks and shivers. Visitors might get the odd feeling of being watched near Mackenzie's tomb, or children might tell ghost stories to frighten each other on Halloween. Yet no serious injuries or documented paranormal attacks had been reported in living memory. The Black Mausoleum rested undisturbed, sealed and silent. The graveyard caretakers did note that Mackenzie's mausoleum seemed to decay faster than others, its stone facade dark with grime while other monuments were kept clean. In fact, it said that the authorities deliberately allowed Mackenzie's mausoleum to fall into neglect over the years, seeing no need to honor the final resting place of so cruel a man. So there it stood, dismal, streaked with soot, locked tight. Generations had now passed since Bloody George's time. Perhaps people thought the old ghost stories would fade as all legends do, but they were wrong. The silence before the storm was about to end. In the final years of the 20th century, a chain of events would jolt Mackenzie's spirit and Greyfriars Kirkyard into violent prominence. The long dormant curse was ready to ignite. It began, as these things often do, on a cold, unremarkable night, one that gave no hint of the terror it would unleash. The year was 1998, more than 300 years since Mackenzie's burial. Edinburgh was lashed by a winter storm that night. Icy rain fell in sheets, the wind howled down the narrow alleys, and the warmth of day had fled long ago. The city's homeless knew well how brutal a Scottish winter night could be. One such homeless man, shivering and desperate for shelter, wandered into Greyfriars Kirkyard as the storm intensified. Perhaps he remembered seeing a squat stone structure there that might offer a dry refuge. By the dim light of occasional street lamps beyond the cemetery wall, the man navigated among the tombstones and monuments, water streaming off his thin coat. Finally, through the darkness, he spotted the silhouette of the Black Mausoleum looming ahead, Mackenzie's tomb. The mausoleum's door was secured by a simple padlock and chain. The man's numbed fingers probed it and found, to his dismay, that it was fastened shut. Lightning flickered overhead, momentarily illuminating the grotesque faces of carved stone angels on the tomb's facade. Their features eroded into anguished expressions by time. The homeless man was drenched, desperate, and likely not thinking clearly. With a surge of determination, he threw his shoulder against the wooden door. The padlock rattled. Perhaps the wood had rotted, or perhaps prior vandals had weakened it, because on the second or third blow, the lock snapped open. The heavy door creaked inward. A rush of stale, cold air wafted out from the black interior, carrying the dry scent of dust and age. The man hesitated only a moment before slipping inside, closing the door against the storm behind him. For a few seconds he sat in darkness, relieved to be out of the freezing rain. He could hear the storm raging outside, but here he was, protected by solid walls. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he fumbled for a light, perhaps a cigarette lighter. The small flame danced to life, casting quivering shadows. The man now found himself surrounded by coffins. Indeed, he had intruded upon the eternal sleep of the Mackenzie family. In the lighter's flicker, he could make out fine wooden coffins, stacked in niches along the walls and in a central vault below. Some were simple and unadorned, others more ornate, but all were coated in decades of dust. Spiders scuttled away from the sudden light. The air was still and stale. One coffin in particular lay prominently on a stone plinth, a hefty, age-darkened casket that likely held the remains of Sir George Mackenzie himself. The homeless man, now curious as well as cold, moved closer. What went through his mind at that moment? Did he recall the tales of bloody Mackenzie? Or was he simply a destitute soul hoping there might be something of value inside, some relic or jewelry buried with the dead that he could sell? Perhaps it was morbid curiosity. Whatever the cause, he decided to open one of the coffins. With trembling hands, he pried at a loose coffin lid, straining until the ancient nails gave a screech and the lid shifted. The moment that heavy lid came off, fate was sealed. No sooner had the coffin been cracked open than the floor itself gave way beneath the man's feet. With a splintering of wood and a crumbling of masonry, the hapless intruder plummeted down into darkness. The Black Mausoleum had a hidden secret. Underneath its floor was a forgotten communal pit, a mass grave dating back centuries. As the homeless man crashed through, he found himself in a charnel pit filled with bones and decaying remains. These were not Mackenzie's kin, but the remnants of people long ago cast here. Some say plague victims from the 17th century, hastily dumped in a hole and buried. Sealed under the mausoleum for generations, their corpses had been protected from the open air. In the confined, airless space below, decomposition had been arrested mid-progress. Now, as the intruder's weight broke through the barrier, fresh oxygen rushed in, and unimaginable horror was laid bare. The man's lighter flew from his hand as he tumbled into the blackness. He landed in something soft that crunched and squelched beneath him. A nauseating odor of rot rose up, an odor that had been bottled up for perhaps hundreds of years. Panic seized him. In pitch dark, he scrabbled and felt nothing but cold, slimy shapes. Realization then, he was entombed with corpses, sinking into a mound of partially preserved bodies. Flesh that should have turned to dust ages past still clung in greasy strips to bones. His hands met what felt like a human forearm, the flesh sloughing off at his touch. He tried to stand, but his foot plunged through a hollow ribcage with a crack. The unseen bones seemed to grasp at him as he fought to find footing, skulls rolling underfoot, a tangle of skeletal arms and legs ensnaring his limbs. One can only imagine the absolute terror that overcame the man at that moment. In utter darkness, disoriented, he may have believed the dead were rising to pull him down. He thrashed and clawed desperately at the sides of the pit, trying to climb out. The walls were earthen and sheer, and in his blind panic he slipped on the muck of decay, falling again onto the broken remains. Finally, adrenaline lent him strength. He found a foothold on a protruding piece of stone and hoisted himself upwards. Fingertips scraped the edge of the floor above. With a hoarse cry, the man managed to drag himself out of the pit and back onto the mausoleum's main floor. Gasping, he scrambled toward the faint outline of the door. In his frenzy to escape, he careened into coffins, knocking one to the ground, sending a cloud of choking dust into the air. The entire mausoleum seemed to echo with his clumsy crashes and panicked whimpers. At last, he burst out through the door into the stormy night, sprinting away from that tomb of horrors as fast as his legs would carry him. As he fled through Greyfriars Kirkyard, mud and rain sloshing under his feet, the man nearly collided with a late-night dog walker, taking a shortcut through the cemetery. This startled passerby saw a figure wild-eyed and filthy, emitting a wordless cry, tear past him in the dark. The fleeing intruder's clothes were fouled with the black grime of the crypt, his face ashen with terror. He vanished into the night, leaving the bewildered dog walker alarmed and confused. The witness would later report that the man looked horrified beyond belief, as though he'd seen the devil himself in that mausoleum. And perhaps he had, or something close. For according to the legend that has since grown around this event, that panicked vagrant did not emerge from the black mausoleum alone on that stormy night. Unseen to the dog walker, something else, something unleashed, is said to have followed the man out of the tomb and into the world. The date was late 1998, and from that moment onward, the Mackenzie Mausoleum would no longer be silent. In the immediate aftermath of the break-in, Greyfriars Kirkyard returned to its usual stillness. The storm subsided by morning, and at first it seemed that the only consequence of the night's drama was some damage to an old tomb. The authorities were notified that a mausoleum had been vandalized, a padlock broken, a coffin disturbed. This caused a small outrage among local officials and church caretakers. Sir George Mackenzie's grave had been desecrated by an intruder. Maintenance workers likely inspected the site in daylight, finding the yawning hole in the crypt floor and the exposed bones below. The remains from the pit were left as undisturbed as possible, and the mausoleum was shut again, pending repairs. One imagines the groundskeepers shaking their heads at the sacrilege and making a note to secure the tomb better. But if they expected that to be the end of it, they were sorely mistaken. Something invisible had been set into motion, and within days Greyfriars Kirkyard became the scene of unexplained and increasingly violent encounters. The first incident occurred only a few days after the mausoleum break-in. A visitor to Greyfriars, a woman out for a daytime walk, approached the front of the black mausoleum, perhaps drawn by curiosity to peek at the infamous tomb. As she stood at the iron gate of the Covenanters' prison, gazing at Mackenzie's mausoleum from a distance, she suddenly felt an intense blast of cold air strike her. There was no wind at the time. This was a localized, freezing gust that seemed to erupt from the crypt itself, knocking her backward off her feet. The woman later described it as if an unseen force had rushed through her, a wave of icy energy full of malice. She was not physically harmed, but deeply frightened and bewildered by the encounter. That story on its own might have been dismissed as an odd personal experience, a sudden chill and a stumble, but soon it would seem mild compared to what followed. Shortly thereafter, another incident was reported. A man strolling past the locked gate after dusk noticed what looked like someone slumped at the base of the black mausoleum. Concerned, he ventured in. Perhaps the gate was not yet fully secured at that time. What he found sent him running for help. A second woman had been found unconscious on the ground beside Mackenzie's tomb. When roused, she was disoriented and terrified, with vivid bruises on her neck, as if a pair of hands had tried to strangle her. The marks were fresh and livid, dark fingerprints encircling her throat, yet there was absolutely no one else there. The poor woman could only recall that she'd been standing near the mausoleum when an overwhelming feeling of dread overcame her, followed by a pressure on her neck and an inability to breathe. Then blackness. It was as though invisible hands had throttled her until she passed out, then let her drop. These alarming events, a cold assault and an apparent phantom strangling, quickly came to the attention of Edinburgh's City Council and local media. People were understandably on edge. A centuries-old tomb had been disturbed, and now bizarre attacks were occurring at that very spot. It was hard to avoid drawing a connection. The story spread that the spirit of Bloody Mackenzie had been awakened and was lashing out at intruders. A wave of fascination mixed with fear swept through the city. Some scoffed at the notion of a ghost, blaming vandals or a series of coincidences, but others, recalling the old legends, felt a chill certainty that Mackenzie's tormented soul was indeed on the prowl. Facing public anxiety, the City of Edinburgh Council took swift action. They decided it was too dangerous to allow people near the Black Mausoleum until things calmed down. The council sealed up Mackenzie's mausoleum, resecuring the door with new locks, and moreover padlocked the entire Covenanters' prison section of Greyfriars. Heavy chains and a gate barred entry to that rear portion of the kirkyard where the mausoleum stood. From that point on, casual visitors could no longer wander among those particular tombs. The message was clear: keep out, both out of respect for the site and for public safety. Perhaps city officials hoped that by denying access, they would deny whatever phenomenon was occurring, the chance to claim more victims. For a time, the strategy seemed reasonable. The locked gates kept curiosity seekers away at night, and signs were posted warning that the area was closed. Yet, as one wry observer noted, locks are not enough to keep the undead at bay. The forces now at play were not to be stopped by mere iron and ordnance. In truth, the council's sealing of the Covenanters' prison had an unintended effect. It made the place even more tantalizing to those with a taste for the supernatural. It was as if, by acknowledging the danger, the authorities granted legitimacy to the notion that a malevolent entity was indeed present. The legend of the Mackenzie poltergeist was thus truly born, given a name and a locked lair from which it might emerge. Over the weeks and months that followed the initial disturbance, reports of strange attacks multiplied. Even with the mausoleum and its section fenced off, people walking near the site, on the outside of the walls, or peering through the gate in daylight, continued to experience inexplicable phenomena. What started as a handful of incidents soon ballooned into dozens. Tour guides and newspapers began tallying the occurrences, and the numbers were astonishing. By the end of the first year or so, hundreds of incidents had been reported, a scale of activity unheard of in paranormal lore. Edinburgh's local press dubbed Greyfriars and the Mackenzie poltergeist case the city's most haunted, and even the world's most documented poltergeist, due to the sheer volume of first-hand accounts being collected. The variety of injuries and encounters defied easy explanation. Many visitors who ventured near the mausoleum, sometimes by special permission or by hopping fences at night, would later find themselves marked by an unseen assailant. Bites, scratches, and bruises began appearing on people's skin, often on parts of the body that they hadn't exposed or bumped in any way during their visit. What made these injuries chilling was that they frequently were discovered only after leaving the graveyard. One tourist, for example, felt a stinging sensation on her back under her jacket, only to return to her hotel and find 3 long scratches clawed across her shoulders as if by fingernails. Another visitor felt a sudden sharp pain in his right leg while standing near the tomb. Back at home, he uncovered a deep bruise shaped like a handprint on his calf. People reported being pushed or shoved violently by something that wasn't there. A middle-aged man claimed that as he neared the mausoleum, an invisible force kicked his feet out from under him, sending him sprawling to the ground and spraining his ankle. A young woman broke down in tears, shaking uncontrollably, after feeling a burning slap across her face from empty air. A red imprint even appeared briefly on her cheek. There were even claims of more serious harm, broken fingers and other injuries attributed to sudden, unexplained accidents during visits. One account spoke of a teenage boy whose arm was twisted painfully by a jolt of force as he tried to peek through the mausoleum's door, leaving his wrist sprained. In many cases, those affected did not even notice the exact moment of injury. They would be walking through the cemetery, perhaps feeling only a sudden chill or nausea, and later discover cuts or bruises beneath their clothing that they could not account for. Often the wounds were strange in pattern, perfectly round bruise marks as if from pinches or bite marks, or parallel scratches like fingernail tracks. It was as if something unseen was lashing out from the shadows, marking intruders who came too close to Mackenzie's domain. Beyond physical injuries, visitors described an array of sensory anomalies. There were localized cold spots, pockets of frigid air on otherwise mild days, where one's breath would suddenly mist as though standing in a freezer. Conversely, some reported hot spots, feeling an intense heat radiating from the ground, or a wall for no reason. There were strange smells too, whiffs of sulfur or rotting flesh that would materialize near the mausoleum and vanish just as quickly, even when no logical source for the odor could be found. On quiet evenings, several people heard faint, knocking sounds that seemed to emanate from underground, an irregular tapping from beneath the mausoleum, as though something inside the sealed tomb was rapping to get out. Others standing near the tomb's entrance heard distinct scratching and scraping noises from within, calling to mind John Hayes's old claim of Mackenzie scratching at his coffin lid. Witnesses also described auditory phenomena such as disembodied whispers or moans drifting on the breeze, indecipherable but filled with anguish. Photographs taken by curious visitors occasionally revealed unexplained mists or lights. In some images, people later identified a vague, shadowy form lurking near the black mausoleum, a shape that hadn't been visible to the naked eye. One particularly creepy photo, often reprinted in local ghost tour brochures, shows a grainy black silhouette, humanoid in outline, peering around the mausoleum's entrance during the night. Whether a trick of light or something more, it added fuel to the growing legend. On more than one occasion, dead animals were found in front of Mackenzie's mausoleum. These were primarily birds, a crow, a pigeon, discovered lying on the threshold of the crypt or just outside the gated area, with no marks or known cause of death. It was as if they had simply dropped dead on the spot. Some whispered that the poltergeist required fresh victims, or was drawing energy from these sacrifices. Such grisly finds only heightened the atmosphere of menace. As the Mackenzie poltergeist frenzy grew, more first-hand accounts emerged. People spoke of an overwhelming sense of dread near the mausoleum, a suffocating heaviness in the air that would descend without warning. Many who ventured in, when it was occasionally accessible, found themselves overcome by dizziness or nausea, their heartbeats suddenly racing for no reason. No fewer than 140 individuals collapsed in or around the Covenanters' prison in the space of a few years after 1999. These faints and panic attacks seemed to strike otherwise healthy people, a schoolteacher, an athlete, a skeptical businessman, none of whom had a history of such episodes. Paramedics were called to Greyfriars multiple times to attend to people who had simply crumpled to the ground on the Street of the Dead, as that narrow path through the prison came to be nicknamed. Some regained consciousness in minutes, others were taken to hospital, only to recover with no clear medical cause found beyond hyperventilation or shock. On some unlucky visitors, the poltergeist's touch lingered far beyond the graveyard gates, At least a few people claim that whatever latched onto them in Greyfriars followed them home. One Edinburgh resident recounted how after a brief visit to the tomb, she returned to her flat only for strange things to start happening. Picture frames falling off walls, unexplained knocking on her door at night, and even waking up with fresh scratches on her legs. A tourist from New Zealand wrote to local guides that since visiting Mackenzie's mausoleum, he suffered nightmares and the sense of a dark presence in his hotel room each night, leaving him exhausted and afraid. In two especially disturbing cases, individuals who had encounters in Greyfriars ended up requiring psychiatric hospitalization soon after. One was a young man who became convinced an evil spirit had attached itself to him. He grew increasingly paranoid and agitated, reportedly screaming about a figure watching him from the corner of his flat, until his frightened partner sought medical help. The other case involved a woman who fell into a deep depression and attempted self-harm after insisting that something from the kirkyard was invading her mind. In both instances, the victims and their loved ones blamed the Mackenzie encounter for triggering these psychological collapses. Whether or not the ghost literally possessed these people, the belief in its power clearly had dramatic effects. As story after story poured in, the legend of the Mackenzie poltergeist took firm root. By the early 2000s, Greyfriars Kirkyard was internationally notorious, a destination for paranormal enthusiasts and curious tourists, as well as a place of genuine fear for those who knew its reputation. The graveyard was featured on television programs and in countless articles. It was heralded as the most haunted graveyard in the world, and the Mackenzie poltergeist as one of the most convincing supernatural cases of all time. Unlike many ghost stories which rely on a few historical anecdotes, this case offered contemporary, ongoing evidence in the form of real injuries, photographs, and eyewitness testimonies in the hundreds. For believers in the paranormal, it was a kind of sinister goldmine, proof that traumatic history can leave an indelible, violent spirit behind. Even many skeptics were left scratching their heads. While they might attribute one or two incidents to suggestion or hoax, the sheer consistency and frequency of reports at Greyfriars were hard to dismiss out of hand. One such observer, a volunteer guide named Willie Telford, who had worked in Greyfriars since around 2001, summed it up. There have been hundreds of incidents. People have been bitten, scratched, kicked, pushed. They get burn marks, they feel sick, they feel cold. It's George Mackenzie. In Willie's view, there was no doubt that Bloody Mackenzie's ghost was actively tormenting people in the kirkyard. He had heard more tales than most over his years guiding visitors. Indeed, he started not long after the homeless man incident that sparked it all, and he had even witnessed some strange occurrences with his own eyes. Willie noticed a pattern. The Covenanters' prison area itself seemed imbued with an oppressive atmosphere. Even on sunny days, that narrow-walled strip of graves felt too still, too quiet, unnaturally so. At night, he refused to enter it at all. Being a coward, I won't come down here at night, he admitted with a nervous laugh. It's a different place at night. Visitors he did escort in the daytime often grew anxious as soon as they passed through the gate, as if an instinctive part of them sensed they were not alone among those tombs. More than a few would ask to leave early, overcome with a need to get out, to escape some unseen menace pressing in on them. But what, if anything, could be done about this raging haunting? As reports mounted and the poltergeist's renown grew, some felt that steps should be taken to calm the angry spirit of Greyfriars. The phenomena, after all, were not just spooky stories. People were getting hurt. In early 2000, as the tally of attacks climbed into the dozens, a decision was made to call in a specialist, a man of the cloth experienced in dealing with restless souls. In September of 1999, roughly a year after the disturbance began, a local minister and spiritualist medium named Colin Grant volunteered to attempt an exorcism of the Mackenzie poltergeist. Grant was known in Edinburgh for his work as a Christian minister, who also had psychic sensitivities. Perhaps he was motivated by concern for the public, or perhaps by a desire to confront an infamous haunt. Either way, on a drizzly evening, Reverend Colin Grant entered Greyfriars Kirkyard after sunset, armed with his Bible and whatever spiritual tools he thought necessary to put the dead to rest. 2 city officials and a journalist accompanied him at a distance, watching as Grant made his way to the chained-off Covenanters' prison. By special arrangement, he was allowed beyond the padlocked gate. One can imagine the scene, the minister's flashlight beam dancing across the row of tombs, his breath visible in the cold autumn air, puddles on the path reflecting the moon. He approached the black mausoleum, that epicenter of fear, and prepared to pray. He would later report that the moment he crossed the threshold into the prison's confined space, he felt as though he had stepped into a maelstrom of negative energy. In the stillness, the others watched as Grant closed his eyes and raised a hand to the mausoleum, intoning prayers and commands for any evil presence to depart. The journalist present noted that as the exorcism proceeded, Colin Grant's demeanor changed. His voice became strained, his face pale with concentration and, perhaps, fear. The atmosphere seemed to thicken around him. Grant later described that he felt overwhelmed by an evil presence almost immediately. The tormented souls of Greyfriars, for he sensed not just one ghost, but many, pressed in on him with palpable anger. In his mind's eye he claimed he could see them, a howling mass of the persecuted dead and a towering black shape among them that could only be Mackenzie himself. As he sprinkled holy water and recited rites of exorcism, Grant suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his chest and a wave of dizziness. Staggering back from the mausoleum door, he knew he was outmatched. He could not banish this entity. It was far too powerful, bolstered perhaps by the horrific suffering attached to that ground. The minister felt a primal warning that if he continued, he might not leave the kirkyard alive. Wisely or not, Colin Grant fled, cutting short the exorcism attempt after only a short time. By the time he rejoined his companions, he was trembling and exhausted. The journalist who walked him out noted the clergyman looked drained of all color and energy. Grant himself admitted to them that he sensed an immensely malignant force there, and that it had tried to push him out, or worse. He was quoted as saying he feared, "This will kill me," if he persists. The group left Greyfriars with the poltergeist unplacated. Any hopes that the activity would cease were quickly dashed. If anything, the ghost grew more aggressive after the failed exorcism, as though enraged by the attempt. Chillingly, Colin Grant's premonition of danger proved true, just a few weeks after his attempt to expel the Mackenzie poltergeist. In January 2000, Reverend Grant was leading a spiritualist séance elsewhere in Edinburgh when he suffered a massive heart attack and collapsed mid-session. He died shortly thereafter. He was 62 years old, and while he had a history of heart trouble, many couldn't help but connect his untimely demise to his confrontation with the Greyfriars entity. It was reported that Grant himself had remarked ominously that battling the Mackenzie spirit might be the death of him, and then it was. This tragic outcome sent a new surge of shock through the community. The notion that the poltergeist had effectively killed an exorcist solidified its deadly reputation. Those inclined to believe such things declared that Mackenzie's ghost had exacted revenge on the clergyman for daring to challenge it. Even those more skeptical were left uneasy by the coincidence. Not long after Grant's death, one newspaper headline asked, "Did Mackenzie's poltergeist kill the exorcist?" It appears that at least one other exorcism was attempted in subsequent years. Some sources speak of 2 failed attempts in total. The details of the second attempt are less publicized. It might have been a more private blessing, or the work of another spiritual practitioner who similarly found themselves driven out by the intensity of the haunting. In any event, every effort to lay the Mackenzie poltergeist to rest proved unsuccessful. The spirit, or spirits in Greyfriars Kirkyard, would not be so easily vanquished. If anything, the disturbance after 2000 only intensified, as if feeding on the very attention and fear it generated. By this time, the locked gates made the Covenanters' prison something of a forbidden zone. Unauthorized attempts to enter continued. Thrill seekers and ghost hunters occasionally scaled the walls by night, hoping to experience the phenomenon for themselves. Such trespasses only seemed to anger the poltergeist further. If one believes the accounts of those who snuck in and suffered the consequences, many ended up bruised or frightened out of their wits. But one group did gain legitimate access to the area, and in doing so, they helped document and publicize the haunting on an unprecedented scale. This was the beginning of the now famous City of the Dead tours and the efforts of one man who became the chronicler of Mackenzie's ghostly reign. Not long after the Mackenzie poltergeist made headlines, a writer and historian named Jan Andrew Henderson saw an opportunity in the midst of the supernatural furor. Henderson was a resident of Edinburgh who, remarkably, lived in a house adjacent to Greyfriars Kirkyard, right across from the locked Covenanters' prison. From his own windows, he could see the tombs where these occurrences were unfolding. Rather than be deterred by the hauntings, Henderson was intrigued. He recognized that it's rare for a paranormal case to have so many witnesses and so much media attention while still ongoing. As he later put it, most authors who research famous hauntings are examining events of the distant past. Here was a live case, practically on his doorstep. Henderson had a keen interest in the supernatural and an entrepreneurial streak. In 1999, obtaining cooperation from the city, who still held the keys to the gates, Henderson founded City of the Dead Tours, which would conduct guided walks into Greyfriars Kirkyard, including exclusive access beyond the chained gate into the Covenanters' prison, specifically to allow people to explore and perhaps witness the Mackenzie poltergeist's lair. This was a bold venture, on the one hand, inviting paying customers into what had been described as the world's most haunted cemetery, promised a thrilling experience, and indeed was a quick success commercially. On the other hand, Henderson was effectively taking on responsibility for whatever happened to those people under his watch. But he was careful. The tours were conducted with strict rules. Visitors could only go in groups, guided by an experienced storyteller, and no one was allowed to lag behind or wander off alone in the Covenanters' prison for their own safety. These nighttime tours, often called the Haunted Graveyard Tour or double tours combined with underground vaults, became immensely popular, especially as word spread that real paranormal events frequently befell participants. Henderson himself guided many of the early tours. Flashlight in hand, he would lead a line of nervous guests through the dark kirkyard, unlocking the secure gate and ushering them down the Street of the Dead to stand before the infamous Black Mausoleum. In low, dramatic tones, he recounted the history of Bloody Mackenzie and the strange events that had erupted since 1998. Tour-goers huddled close, eyeing the silent tomb warily as the wind whispered through the iron bars. It did not escape Henderson's attention that many times the poltergeist performed on cue, as though unwilling to disappoint. People in the group might suddenly cry out or sway, often those at the back or standing near the edges by the tombs. On one tour, a teenage boy became hysterical, claiming something unseen was pulling his hair and jacket. He was visibly tugged backward, though no one was behind him. On another, an older gentleman who had been listening calmly suddenly doubled over, later revealing bite marks on his abdomen, through layers of clothing that no human could have administered in that moment. Henderson began keeping a log of incidents, encouraging anyone who experienced something on the tour to write down what happened in as much detail as possible. These first-hand testimonies, along with photographs of injuries and strange anomalies, grew into a formidable archive over the years. Hundreds of pages of eyewitness accounts, he noted, and likely many more untold as some guests quietly left without sharing their frightful encounters. To ensure nothing was missed, Henderson also invited those who had independent experiences, not on tours, to contact him. And they did. Letters poured in from around the world. A pattern emerged in these accounts, lending credibility to the idea that this was not mere mass hysteria. People who had no knowledge of each other described remarkably similar sensations and injuries. The Mackenzie poltergeist developed a kind of signature. The cold assault, the inexplicable bruising, the feeling of choking, etc., repeated in dozens of letters. Skeptics might argue that the tours primed people with expectations, but Henderson pointed out that not everyone who experienced phenomena was aware of the full lore beforehand. In fact, there were daytime incidents with casual tourists who stumbled on the gate by accident, not knowing the story until afterward. Yet they too reported the same kinds of phenomena. Jan Andrew Henderson compiled the most compelling of these accounts and, in 2001, published a book titled The Ghost That Haunted Itself. This work was a detailed chronicle of the Mackenzie poltergeist case, from historical background to modern mayhem. In it, Henderson dubbed the phenomenon the best documented haunting ever, highlighting that by 2006, there were over 450 recorded attacks attributed to the poltergeist, and the number only climbed higher in subsequent years. The book's title itself, implying the ghost is so powerful it effectively haunts its own tomb without need of any living agent, captured the imagination of readers. Henderson's accounts included grisly tidbits like one victim's fingers being broken by the spirit, another left with burn marks on her body, and numerous visitors knocked unconscious or sent fleeing in panic. Perhaps most unsettling, Henderson noted cases of what he termed possession, one or two individuals who briefly exhibited strange behavior, as if something had momentarily taken control of them. These were rare but dramatic. One young man spoke in a deep voice not his own for several seconds, eyes rolled back, then collapsed. He later had no memory of those moments. The ongoing nature of the case meant Henderson's work was never done. He later wrote a follow-up volume and numerous articles, and the tour company diligently kept records of new incidents each year. Even as late as the 2010s, official tallies suggested that the total count of documented attacks by the poltergeist had exceeded 500 and kept rising. By some counts, if one includes every report of scratches, the number might reach into the thousands by the 2020s. City of the Dead tours would often share brief reports or even photos of recent incidents on their social media, a bruise here, a fainting there, both as evidence and admittedly as promotion of the tour's frightening authenticity. Henderson himself became as much a part of the story as an observer. Living adjacent to Greyfriars, he too could not escape the poltergeist's reach. He recounted that in the midst of his investigations, strange fires began to plague the area around the kirkyard. On more than one occasion, nearby bushes or refuse bins inexplicably caught fire at night, without clear cause. Neighbors muttered that it was the ghost's doing. Then the phenomenon struck Henderson in a devastating way. One night, a fire broke out at his home, the very house overlooking Greyfriars, where he kept all his research files, letters, and photographic evidence. The blaze spread rapidly, consuming his office. By the time firefighters extinguished the flames, Henderson's home was in ruins. The damage was oddly selective. His house and the tour company's nearby office, also facing the graveyard, were completely destroyed, while adjacent properties were untouched. Investigators never found a clear cause for the conflagration. It was labeled of unknown origin. In that inferno, Henderson lost years' worth of letters, photographs, records, and statements, meticulously collected about the Mackenzie poltergeist. All his physical documentation went up in smoke, almost as if some entity had decided to wipe the slate clean. Many couldn't help but see the poltergeist's hand in this, an act of rage or a warning to stop probing. Henderson was gutted by the loss, but not defeated. Fortunately, he had kept digital backups of much of the material in separate locations. So the evidence survived, and he resolved to start again. Still, the message was chillingly clear. "I'll not be outsmarted by something that hangs around a tomb," Henderson wrote defiantly later, but he did acknowledge the toll. Perhaps not coincidentally, sometime after, Henderson decided to remove himself from the immediate vicinity of Greyfriars. He moved overseas to Australia, putting physical distance between himself and Mackenzie's restless ghost, and he eventually stopped leading the tours personally, passing that torch to others, though he remains in authority on the case. The fires did not stop with Henderson's departure. Over the years, mysterious fires have been reported in at least 4 different houses around the graveyard, always with no clear cause, as if the poltergeist's influence seeps through the neighborhood. Such events contributed to a growing sense that the curse of Greyfriars extended beyond the kirkyard's walls. Those living nearby joked uneasily about keeping buckets of water ready and avoiding looking toward the Black Mausoleum at night. By the mid-2000s, the Mackenzie poltergeist was firmly entrenched as part of Edinburgh's lore and a tourist draw, albeit a frightening one. But the saga was not over. In fact, one of the most shocking chapters was yet to come, an event that proved living humans could be just as horrific as any ghost, and which perhaps reawakened whatever shred of Sir George's soul still slept quietly. It was an act of desecration so vile and outrageous that it made international headlines and seemed to reinforce that a curse hung over Mackenzie's tomb. On a summer night in June 2003, nearly 5 years after the poltergeist's first stirrings, Greyfriars Kirkyard was violated by intruders once again. This time, the culprits were not a hapless homeless man, but a pair of local teenage boys in search of morbid thrills. After hearing all the ghost stories and dares surrounding the Covenanters' prison, these 2 youths, one aged 17, named Sonny Devlin, and the other only 15, whose name was withheld in the sources due to his age, decided to break into the Black Mausoleum to see what they could find. Perhaps they hoped to provoke the legendary ghost, or simply to boast that they had infiltrated its lair. Under cover of darkness, the boys scaled the cemetery wall. They came armed with a crowbar and a flashlight, maybe a knife. Adrenaline coursing, they made their way to Mackenzie's tomb. The heavy chain securing the mausoleum door had been welded and bolted after 1999, but even the strongest gate can fall to determination and brute force. The teens pried at the door, leveraging their weight, and managed to force it open. In they went, giggling and whispering, into the pitch-black interior of the vault where few living beings had trod in centuries. What transpired inside is almost beyond belief, an act of juvenile delinquency that crossed into true desecration. In the darkness, the boys' torchlight illuminated the stacked coffins and the gaping hole in the floor, since partially covered or bridged after the earlier incident. One of the youths, accounts differ on which, hopped down into the lower crypt area among the coffins. Perhaps emboldened by bravado, they decided to do something truly horrendous. They targeted one of the coffins, an unidentified male corpse that was likely one of Mackenzie's kin or associates entombed alongside him. With astonishing audacity, they pried open the coffin lid, exposing the remains within. What they found was a mummified body, not fully skeletal. Like the bones beneath the tomb, the corpse had been preserved in the cool, sealed conditions. Desiccated skin still clung to the skull and limbs. The sight and smell must have been ghastly, but the intruders were undeterred. In a display of obscene disrespect, one of the boys wrenched the head off the corpse. Using a knife, as forensic analysis later indicated, the head was cut cleanly at the neck. They decapitated the centuries-old cadaver. This horrific trophy was then handled in the most depraved manner. The youths played with the severed head. According to later testimony and rumor, one boy even used the head as a puppet or glove, fitting his hand up into the neck and manipulating the jaw, whether out of drunken amusement or sheer macabre fascination. There were even claims, though likely sensationalized, that they tried to drink wine from the skull as a goblet. In any case, pieces of broken coffins and scattered bones littered the mausoleum floor as the vandals carried on. Their dark revelry did not go unnoticed by all, however. By eerie coincidence, or perhaps guided by fate, a ghost tour guide from another local company happened to be near Greyfriars that night. Closing up a tour or passing the gates, he noticed movement and strange lights inside the supposedly off-limits Covenanters' prison. Growing suspicious, the guide cautiously approached and glimpsed two figures in the mausoleum carrying something wrapped in a blanket. Realizing a break-in was in progress, he shouted at them. Startled, the intruders bolted, dropping their blanket bundle in the process. In the chaos, one boy fled the cemetery entirely, still clutching something, perhaps a piece of the skull, in panic. The other, Sonny Devlin, scrambled over the wall and vanished into the night. The ghost tour guide immediately alerted the police. This crime was far beyond youthful trespass. It was a violation of sacred ground that hadn't been seen in over a century. The police responded swiftly. They found the severed head hidden behind a gravestone about 150 meters from the mausoleum, wrapped in a blanket, where the panicked teens had ditched it. The head, with its leathery skin and tufts of hair, presented a gruesome sight even for seasoned officers. The rest of the corpse lay askew in its coffin, back inside the tomb. The violation was complete. It did not take long for authorities to track down the culprits. Word of mouth helped identify the bragging teenagers, and soon Devlin and his 15-year-old accomplice were arrested. Their trial was widely covered by Scottish media because the charges were highly unusual. They were charged under the ancient crime of violation of sepulchre, disturbing the dead, a law so rarely invoked that none had been convicted of it in over 100 years. In court, the details spilled out like something from a gothic horror novel. The boys squirmed as the prosecution described how they had hacked off a corpse's head for sport. Each teen tried to blame the other. Devlin admitted he kicked in the mausoleum door, but insisted it was the younger boy who actually removed the skull and went mental with it, tossing it about. The 15-year-old, in turn, claimed Devlin was the instigator who cut off the head, and even suggested Devlin had engaged in a vile act of posing or simulating a sex act with the skull, a charge of which they were acquitted due to lack of evidence. The two defendants' morbid escapade left the courtroom in stunned silence and even elicited gasps from onlookers when described. Photographic evidence and the testimony of the ghost tour guide sealed their guilt. After deliberation, the jury found both guilty of violating a sepulchre, making them the first in modern memory to earn that dubious distinction. When sentencing came in April 2004, the judge opted for leniency given their youth. Sonny Devlin, 17, received 3 years probation and 200 hours of community service, and the 15-year-old was given 2 years probation. They narrowly avoided prison time, a fact that drew some public criticism for seeming too soft considering the grotesqueness of their crime. The minister of Greyfriars Kirk, Reverend Richard Fraser, publicly forgave the boys, saying he did not believe they were evil, just foolish lads fascinated by the dark side of life. He hoped they had learned their lesson and expressed relief that no immediate family of the long-deceased corpse was alive to be hurt by the incident. Meanwhile, a local politician questioned whether mere probation was enough of a deterrent for such insensitive acts. In the aftermath, city workers repaired and further fortified the Mackenzie Mausoleum. The base and any access to the lower vault were welded shut with steel. The structure was inspected to ensure no easy points of entry remained. Essentially, Mackenzie's tomb was turned into a sealed box of stone and metal. No one would ever again physically get inside without heavy machinery. The authorities were determined to prevent any repetition of the desecration. As a final touch, they even decided not to restore or clean up the mausoleum's weathered exterior. In a sense, the tomb's continuing decay would stand as a testament and a warning. The shockwaves of the 2003 incident reverberated through Edinburgh. People joked darkly that even in death Mackenzie couldn't keep his head. But underlying the nervous humor was a deep sense of unease. Those who believed in the supernatural wondered if the poltergeist's fury would reach new heights after such a profound disturbance of Mackenzie's rest. Had the teenagers effectively poked the hornet's nest? Indeed, not long after the break-in and trial, reports from Greyfriars suggested a spike in poltergeist activity, as if the spirit were lashing out anew. More tour-goers complained of being touched or scratched, and some speculated that the headless body in the tomb added another layer of restless energy to the place. A few nights after the break-in, a fire inexplicably broke out in a bin near the mausoleum, thankfully minor, and a prominent local psychic declared that the anguish in that vault is now beyond control. Meanwhile, for secular authorities, the incident reaffirmed that the Covenanters' prison must remain strictly off-limits except under guided supervision. Greyfriars was now not only haunted, it had proven to be dangerously attractive to vandals. From a narrative standpoint, the desecration of 2003 felt like the climax of the Mackenzie saga, an almost ritualistic outrage that seemed destined to curse all involved. One can only imagine bloody Mackenzie, if his spirit had any awareness, howling in rage at having his skull manhandled by jeering youths. Some said the boys were lucky the police caught them when they did. Better the law than the ghost, as the saying went. Indeed, an anecdote later emerged that after his arrest, young Devlin confided to a friend that while running from the mausoleum, he had felt something chasing him in the dark, a terror unlike any he'd ever known, and it was that fear, more than the police, that made him drop the head and flee. Whether true or not, it adds one more layer to the legend. By this point in our tale, it's clear that the Mackenzie poltergeist is no ordinary ghost story. The persistence and physicality of the encounters beg the question, what exactly is happening at Greyfriars Kirkyard? Countless theories have been proposed, ranging from the conventional to the wildly speculative. Each attempts to shed light on how such a haunting could erupt and endure in the modern age. Yet each in turn seems to fall short of fully explaining the phenomena. Still, examining these theories is an important part of understanding the full scope of the case, and it adds depth to the mystery. One straightforward interpretation, favoured by many who work as guides in the kirkyard, is that Sir George Mackenzie's own soul truly haunts the place, driven by the weight of his misdeeds. Willie Telford, for instance, believes Mackenzie remains bound to Greyfriars by a guilty conscience. In life, Mackenzie showed little remorse for persecuting the Covenanters, but perhaps in death he faces the torment of that guilt. Willie suggests that the ghost's violence might paradoxically be born of Mackenzie's regret or anger at himself for what he did. Under this view, The reason the haunting centers on the Covenanters' prison area, rather than, say, the Mackenzie family plot elsewhere, is because that is where his victims suffered. The restless energy could be a form of penance or endless rage, Mackenzie's spirit reenacting the cruelty of the past, either lashing out at any living proxy or trying to ward people away from the site of his crimes. It's almost as if his ghost might be guarding the mass graves of the Covenanters, not wanting anyone to disturb them, hence attacking intruders. Or perhaps the many ghostly phenomena are not just Mackenzie alone, but also the spirits of the Covenanters themselves, swirling around the man who caused their death. Some sensitives have reported feeling multiple presences, a dominant angry one attributed to Mackenzie, and several sorrowful, vengeful lesser ones, perhaps the Covenanter victims. The exorcist Colin Grant also felt tormented souls of the dead crowding him, implying more than one ghost at work. In this theory, Greyfriars is essentially haunted by the trauma of the 17th century, with Mackenzie as the focal point or figurehead of that dark energy. Another popular notion is the dormancy and awakening theory. Proponents of this idea note that aside from folklore and isolated incidents, there were no major recorded hauntings at Mackenzie's tomb for 3 centuries. Then suddenly, after 1998, there is an explosion. They posit that Mackenzie's spirit lay dormant, perhaps in a kind of uneasy slumber, until it was abruptly awoken by the disturbance of the homeless man breaking into the mausoleum. Now roused and extremely annoyed at the desecration of his own coffin, plus possibly being dropped into a pit of plague victims, the ghost unleashed its fury on anyone nearby. In essence, let sleeping ghosts lie, but someone didn't, and now Mackenzie roams free around his tomb, taking revenge indiscriminately for his rest being violated. This theory neatly fits the timeline and was indeed the prevailing narrative in many articles and on tours. The homeless man's ill-fated shelter-seeking is cast as the catalyst that woke a long quiescent supernatural force. If true, one might then see the later 2003 skull incident as another provocation that further enraged the spirit, renewing or amplifying the haunting each time it threatened to abate. However, critics of the no ghost before 1998 idea point out that, as we've explored, there were earlier signs. Stevenson's commentary and the 19th century police officer's encounter suggest Mackenzie was never entirely at rest. Records from the 1800s show children already believed Mackenzie might come out of his tomb if challenged, and the anecdote of John Hayes going mad in the mausoleum indicates something was stirring in there well before the 20th century. Perhaps then the ghost was always present, but it took the perfect storm of circumstances in the late 90s, a major disturbance plus modern publicity, for it to manifest in such a tangible, aggressive way. Some have gone a step further and proposed that Mackenzie's ghost alone is not responsible at all, but that the phenomena are the work of a classic poltergeist in the paranormal sense, which might not be a ghost per se, but rather a manifestation of chaotic energy. Poltergeists in parapsychology are often linked to unconscious human influence, like a living person unwittingly causing psychokinetic activity, or to non-human spirits drawn to sites of intense emotion. In this case, the term Mackenzie poltergeist could be seen as a misnomer. Instead, maybe the violence is caused by a kind of energy imprint from the Covenanter's suffering, or even a malevolent entity, think demon, attracted by that suffering, using Mackenzie's name as a mask. One variant of this theory speculates that the collective trauma and anger of the 1,200 tortured Covenanters created a sort of psychic vortex in the prison yard, a concentration of negativity waiting to discharge. The break-in was the trigger that allowed this built-up energy to erupt as a poltergeist outbreak. In this view, the ghost is not Sir George at all, but an amalgamation of all those unsettled souls, or a more elemental force of wrath. The injuries could thus be seen as revenge on the living, any living by the dead. It's notable that many attacks happen in the prison area, but not necessarily right at Mackenzie's coffin. Victims have been found at various spots in that zone. Could it be that the Covenanters' spirits roam there, and Mackenzie's tomb just happens to be the symbolic focus? Another explanation offered by skeptically minded researchers invokes psychological and physiological factors. Perhaps there is nothing supernatural at Greyfriars at all, they argue, and the entire phenomenon is a case of mass hysteria or suggestion amplified by the power of storytelling and fear. According to this hypothesis, when people hear the gruesome history and step inside that foreboding enclosure at night, their anxiety levels skyrocket. A group of already nervous individuals can influence one another. One person gasps, another feels the contagious urge to panic. The environment itself is frightening. Darkness, claustrophobia between mausoleums, the weight of expectations. It's conceivable that many experiences, like feeling cold, dizzy, or even fainting, could be the result of hyperventilation or panic attacks rather than ghostly forces. The marks on the skin might be self-inflicted without realization, scratching an itch vigorously while nervous, or results of bumping into something in the dark. A notable suggestion along these lines is the pheromone hypothesis that one of the City of the Dead tour guides once posited. They theorized that when a crowd of fearful people is gathered in a confined space, like the mausoleum or the prison yard, the humans might emit subtle pheromones, chemical signals of alarm, that heighten each other's fear responses, potentially inducing a sort of collective panic or hallucination. Fear can indeed be infectious. However, while this might explain general feelings of unease or a rash of fainting spells, it struggles to explain physical scratches appearing beneath clothing or individuals being thrown to the ground. The guide extended the pheromone idea to a more speculative extreme. Perhaps the suffering of the Covenanters left behind chemical traces or psychic pheromones in the soil that are reactivated by visitors, leading to phenomena. Admittedly, that stretches scientific credibility. 3 centuries is a long time for any pheromone to linger. And how would it cause fresh wounds? Others have wondered about environmental factors. Could there be something unique about the geology or infrastructure around Greyfriars that produces effects mistaken for ghosts? For instance, some hauntings elsewhere have been attributed to infrasound, low-frequency sound waves from underground tunnels, wind, or machinery that can cause feelings of dread or hallucinations in humans. Greyfriars is built on layered history. Edinburgh has many underground vaults and old structures. Is it possible some hidden underground mechanism or resonance is in play? Another idea: electromagnetic fields can sometimes affect perception. There was construction around the area in the late 90s. Could new cables or devices be leaking EM fields that affect people's bodies, tingling nausea, or electronics causing camera anomalies? No definite sources have been found, though. And then there are always those who suspect pranks or exaggeration. With ghost tours in the mix, some skeptics suggest a few incidents might have been staged to spice up the story. Perhaps an accomplice in the dark making noises, or tour staff discreetly planting the idea of feeling touched. However, given how many incidents happened outside of tours and often to the tour guides themselves or independent visitors, outright fraud seems unlikely on a broad scale. Edinburgh's Evening News, for example, independently documented testimonies of people attacked who had no connection to Henderson's tour business, and Henderson's own severe losses, the fire, demonstrate he wasn't simply profiting off a hoax without consequence. Jan Andrew Henderson himself, after years of immersion in the case, has mused on possible explanations with a mix of open-mindedness and conviction. In interviews, he has said he doesn't truly know what the poltergeist is. He considered all suggestions: a supernatural entity, a pheromone cloud, a demon, or a set of psychosomatic reactions. All have been suggested, he wrote. At one point, Henderson even wondered if some extremely rare natural phenomenon might be at work, something like a geological anomaly producing energy bursts, or a quirk of acoustics and temperature in the walled prison that causes disorientation. But ultimately, Henderson came to a striking conclusion. If the Mackenzie poltergeist isn't a genuine supernatural entity, then I don't think there's any such thing. Not anywhere in the world. In his view, the sheer weight of evidence tips the scales toward the paranormal. After all, how to explain the photographed injuries that match no known self-infliction, or the fact that even some cynics have gone in feeling cocky, only to stumble out in tears, swearing never to return. He famously said the Mackenzie poltergeist case had become the best documented supernatural case of all time and probably the most conclusive. Strong words from a man who initially professed skepticism. That said, Henderson never claimed to know its exact nature. Ghost of Mackenzie, vengeful spirits, or some unknown force. And indeed, after reviewing all theories, one must admit none can fully account for everything. If mass hysteria is to blame, how does it cause a tomb breaker? to die of a heart attack days after expressing fear he'd be killed, as happened with Colin Grant. If it's all Mackenzie's guilt, why do so many attacks target random innocent visitors rather than, say, descendants of Covenanters or such? If it's Covenanters seeking vengeance, why would they attack people with no relation to their oppressors? There is even a fringe theory that some dark occult ritual might have taken place in the mausoleum at some time, possibly during those centuries it stood quiet, binding a demon or elemental spirit there that now masquerades as Mackenzie. But evidence for that is scant beyond the atmosphere of evil reported. In the end, many come to the simple acceptance. Something supernatural truly stalks Greyfriars Kirkyard. Whether it be the ghost of bloody Mackenzie himself, the combined fury of many spirits, or an inhuman force, the result is the same. A real-life haunting with consequences more tangible and terrifying than virtually any other on record. The lack of a neat explanation only adds to the enduring intrigue. It reminds us that despite all our science and skepticism, there remain corners of our world, or the next, that we do not fully grasp. Today, Greyfriars Kirkyard stands as a paradox, at once a tranquil historic cemetery and a hotspot of supernatural lore. In the bright light of midday, tourists still flock to visit Greyfriars Bobby's grave near the entrance and to seek out the tombstones bearing names that inspired characters in the Harry Potter novels. Yes, you can find Tom Riddle and others carved in stone. They stroll among the aged monuments, admiring intricate Victorian carvings of skulls and angels, enjoying the greenery and the sense of stepping back in time. The kirkyard is undeniably beautiful in its own austere way. Most graves are breathtakingly beautiful, so much detail, one travel writer exclaimed of Greyfriars. Yet even these daytime wanderers often end up drawn to the back section, pressing their faces against the chained iron gate to glimpse the infamous locked tomb beyond. Many report a subtle chill as they do so, or a sense that the shadows under the archway of the Covenanters' prison are a shade darker than elsewhere. The Covenanters' prison remains off limits to casual visitors. A sturdy padlocked gate and a sign mark it clearly. Only the organized nightly tours unlock that gate, and even they do so for just a short portion of the tour, keeping a tight head count of entrants and exits. The guides maintain a careful balance of showmanship and safety. As they lead each group in, lantern held high, they often pause to let the silence sink in. One can hear only the drip of moisture from stones or the distant hum of the city. Then the guide might recount the tragedies of the Covenanters, making the group keenly aware that underfoot lie the nameless graves of those martyrs. The feeling in that narrow lane of tombs is indeed, as Willie Telford described, almost too still, too quiet. The air frequently feels heavy. Some people describe a sudden headache or pressure on their chest as they move toward the end of the prison where the black mausoleum squats. When the group finally clusters in front of the black-domed vault, reactions vary. Some fidget nervously, eyes darting around for any sign of movement. Others put on a brave face, even cracking jokes to mask their unease. The guide invariably warns everyone not to wander and to respect the site, both out of regard for the dead and perhaps to avoid provoking the unseen. Mobile phones are often asked to be silenced, not just to avoid distractions, but because they sometimes malfunction inexplicably near the tomb. Flashlights are dimmed. The guide might recount some of the dramatic tour experiences. Right where you were standing, a woman collapsed last summer. When we got the lights on, we found her neck ringed with bruises, as if someone had strangled her. She was okay after a while, but she never could speak about what she felt. This kind of narrative draws gasps and wide eyes. In that charged moment, people often become acutely aware of bodily sensations. Was that a pinch on my arm? Did the temperature just drop? Not everyone experiences something, of course. Many tours pass with everyone emerging unscathed except for a case of the creeps, but it's common for at least a few each week to come away with a story. A man finds 3 scratches on his leg the next day. A girl's hair tie is inexplicably yanked from her ponytail during the tour. A normally stolid father momentarily blacks out while listening to the guide, and later insists he felt an electric shock go through him. City of the Dead Tours actively keeps an updated social media feed where they post brief notes of these encounters, partly as evidence, partly as advertisement. A typical entry might be, another eventful night in Greyfriars, 2 guests fainted, they're fine now. One felt a punch to the shoulder, and we have new photos of an orb by the mausoleum door. They encourage those affected to share their accounts. This ongoing record in real time solidifies the legend for new generations. The Edinburgh city authorities, who once reacted with trepidation, have by now made a kind of uneasy peace with the kirkyard's haunted fame. Greyfriars Kirkyard is promoted in tourist brochures, both for its history and its ghosts, though always with a respectful tone. The official stance emphasizes that visitors should be mindful. This is consecrated ground, and many notable historical figures lie here. Poets, scholars, city fathers, overshadowed in fame by Mackenzie, ironically. The church adjacent, Greyfriars Kirk, still holds services and tends to emphasize the more dignified aspects of the site, but even on their literature they've had to address the phenomenon, if only to advise caution. They likely appreciate that the ghost tours, by confining the paranormal enthusiasts to organized visits, prevent random trespass and vandalism. It must be said that not everyone is convinced of the poltergeist. Some locals roll their eyes at what they see as theatrical exaggeration for tourists. And certainly the story is taken on a life of its own, sometimes embroidered in retelling. For instance, one often hears that people have died of fright from the Mackenzie poltergeist. In truth, no visitor is confirmed to have literally been scared to death on sight, thankfully. The death of the exorcist Colin Grant is the closest associated fatality, and he did not die at Greyfriars but weeks later. There's also a popular embellishment that any unofficial visitor who jumps the fence will face the ghost's wrath, citing how the homeless man was supposedly never seen again. Some versions claim he had a heart attack that night, though evidence for that is scant. In reality, we do not know the homeless man's identity or fate. He likely survived the scare since someone bumped into him fleeing, but beyond that he disappeared from record. Still, the cautionary tale stands: disturb this tomb and you may pay dearly. One intriguing anecdote recounted on some tours is that after the worst of the attacks, a local coven of white witches offered to perform a protective ritual at Greyfriars to seal the dark energy. But the story goes, as they attempted their ceremony at the gate one night, a sudden gust blew out all candles, and one witch felt a sharp pain, leading them to abandon the effort. It seems even the occult inclined found the place too hostile. The Mackenzie Mausoleum itself now bears the marks of its infamy. The once decorative facade is scorched and cracked. Where once families might have come to pay respects, now it is largely only approached by those seeking a thrill or to challenge their courage. There are dents in the doors, remnants of forced entries, and one can still see the weld marks around the base sealing it. Despite its neglected state, no one has suggested restoring it. Letting it remain grim and dark feels appropriate, a nod of respect, in a twisted way, to those whom Mackenzie disrespected in life. The authorities have essentially let the mausoleum rot, stating that cleaning or renovating it would offend the memory of the Covenanters who suffered because of the man inside. Thus, the Black Mausoleum stays black, an object lesson in lingering evil. In cultural terms, the Mackenzie poltergeist has secured a place among the great ghost stories of the world. It has been featured on TV specials. The Most Haunted program from the UK did an episode at Greyfriars, during which its crew member Richard Felix called it one of the most convincing supernatural cases of all time. The American show Scariest Places on Earth reportedly also filmed there, adding dramatized flair with nighttime vision cameras, capturing tour guests screaming as lights went out. Some suspect those shows might play things up, but they certainly didn't dismiss the locale's potency. The case also finds mention in paranormal research books and even psychology journals that explore mass suggestion. Edinburgh itself uses the story as part of its mystique, complementing the city's other spooky attractions like Mary King's Close and the South Bridge Vaults, yet Greyfriars stands apart because it is an open-air graveyard, a place of the dead in the middle of a living city. After many years of braving the phenomena, Jan Andrew Henderson's final take was tinged with both respect and relief. From far off Australia, he remarked with a bit of humour that he still loves the story of Mackenzie, but, mind you, I live in Australia now. He had, in a sense, paid his dues. His tours continue under other management, and he occasionally returns for media appearances or Halloween specials. The trove of data he collected has been partially rebuilt, but he laments what was lost to the fire. Still, Thanks to him and others, the Mackenzie poltergeist is probably the most thoroughly recorded haunting in history, an ironic legacy for a man who in life was known for writing legal tomes and philosophical essays. One wonders what Sir George Mackenzie, the rational Enlightenment man and advocate, would think to know that centuries later he is remembered not for his library of 1,500 books he donated to found the Advocate's Library, but for an alleged ghost that scratches people in a churchyard. And what of the victims of the Mackenzie poltergeist, those ordinary folk who came in search of a scare and got more than they bargained for? Some have likely been traumatized by their experiences. A few sworn never to go near a graveyard again. Others, interestingly, felt a sort of awe and even connection after being touched by it. One woman wrote in to say that while being strangled was terrifying, part of her felt sadness, as if she momentarily sensed why the ghost was angry, almost empathizing with its pain. She left a flower by the gate every year thereafter, as a token of peace. Stories like hers remind us that behind every scary story are human feelings, suffering, guilt, anger, longing for justice or rest. As night deepens over Greyfriars now, one can imagine that the cemetery holds its breath. The tourists are gone, even the tours have ended their last run and locked the gate behind them. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves and the distant car engines. Row upon row of tombstones cast long moon shadows. In the Covenanters' prison, the darkness is particularly thick. The black mausoleum sits like a squat sentinel at the end of the yard, silent and inscrutable. But is it truly empty? Or does something hover there, unseen, perhaps peering out through the cracks of the old door? There are those who swear that if you stand outside the gate at just the right time, say the witching hour, you might catch a glimpse of a flickering light through the mausoleum's tiny barred window, as if a lantern were passing inside. Others claim a mist sometimes forms around the tomb on cold nights, taking on a vaguely human outline that drifts along the path and then dissipates. A few late-night dog walkers have reported their pets growling or whining, refusing to walk past the Covenanters' prison wall, as if sensing something their owners could not. And so the curse of Greyfriars Kirkyard endures. Whether curse is the right word or not, certainly a heavy pall rests upon that ground, consecrated to so much pain. It's said that no one who encounters the Mackenzie poltergeist ever forgets it. It has left literal scars on bodies and indelible marks on minds. It challenges our understanding of reality, forcing even doubters to question if there are not, after all, forces beyond our ken. More than anything, it stands as a grim echo of history, the cruelty of one era refusing to be buried quietly, bleeding through into our present in the form of a restless haunt. In the end, one might wonder if Sir George Mackenzie has found in death the infamy he perhaps secretly craved in life. He wanted to be a figure of importance, a man whose influence would be remembered. Indeed, he is remembered, but as a figure of dread, a byword for supernatural wrath. "Bloody Mackenzie, come out if ye daur," the children once taunted. It seems he finally did come out, and many wish he hadn't. The final chapter of this story is yet unwritten. For as long as people visit Greyfriars, new experiences will add to the legend. Perhaps one day the activity will fade and the ghost will rest at last. Or perhaps on some future midnight, a curious soul will again pry open that which should remain closed and awaken the wrath anew. For now, Greyfriars Kirkyard keeps its uneasy vigil. If you ever wander there under moonlight, tread carefully by the Covenanters' prison gate. You may feel a sudden prickle on your skin, or the urge to turn and run. And if you should peer through the iron bars at the black silhouette of Mackenzie's tomb, you might hear a faint knock from within, or catch a pair of unseen eyes staring back. Take a step closer at your own peril, for the Mackenzie poltergeist is said to still haunt itself, keeping watch in the darkness, cursed and cursing any who disturb the rest it cannot find. And that brings us to the end of tonight's story. Greyfriars Kirkyard still stands in the centre of Edinburgh, quiet, solemn, and untouched by time. By day, tourists pass through its gates, taking photos and tracing names carved centuries ago. But when night falls and the wind moves through the grass, you can feel it. The weight of all that history pressing close, the sense that something there still remembers and still watches, whether it's the soul of bloody Mackenzie or the collective anguish of those who suffered under him. some things refuse to fade. Maybe that's what makes the Mackenzie poltergeist so unsettling. It isn't just a haunting, it's a reminder that cruelty leaves an echo, and sometimes the past never truly stays buried. Thank you all for listening and for keeping these stories alive week after week. We're climbing towards our goal of 20,000 subscribers, and it means more than you know. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button and help us reach the next milestone. Until next time, sleep easy if you can. And if you ever find yourself in Edinburgh, walking past Greyfriars at night, don't linger by the gate too long. Some doors were never meant to open. Before we begin, if you'd like to hear new episodes early and unlock exclusive episodes of the Fall Asleep podcast you won't find anywhere else, head over to Patreon. Right now, Patreon members can listen to our brand new episode on the haunting of Ballishin House before anyone else. Deep in the Scottish countryside, a dying man made an extraordinary promise. He believed he would return after death, and when strange events later began to unfold at his family estate, many wondered whether that promise had somehow been kept. It is one of the most unusual hauntings in Scottish history, involving claims of reincarnation, unexplained phenomena, and a case that would eventually attract the attention of some of the most famous paranormal investigators of the era. And that's only the beginning. Our newest Patreon exclusive episode is now available, The Dark Origins of Rumpelstiltskin. Most people know the fairy tale. Very few know the story behind it. Long before the character entered children's books, Europe was filled with tales of strange beings who appeared in homes, demanded bargains, possessed hidden names, and offered help at a terrible price. In this exclusive deep dive, we explore the folklore, history, and darker traditions that gave birth to one of the most famous figures in all of folklore. This episode is available exclusively on Patreon and will not be released anywhere else. You'll also unlock the entire Fall Asleep podcast archive with more than 90 episodes available right now, completely ad-free and uninterrupted. Whether you're looking for hauntings, folklore, paranormal history, strange encounters, or dark legends from around the world, there's always another story waiting for you. You can find Patreon in the link below. The Fall Asleep podcast is also available on Spotify. You'll find that link in the description as well. Now back to the video. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet place for the haunted and the true. Tonight, we're going back more than 360 years to rural England in the aftermath of civil war and regicide, at a moment when belief, fear, law, and faith still shared the same ground. Our setting is a respectable country house in Wiltshire, a magistrate's home, a place of order, authority, and routine, a household governed by prayer, custom, and the rule of law. Nothing about it suggested danger. Nothing about it suggested chaos. And yet, after a single object was brought inside, a confiscated drum taken from a wandering man, the house began to change. At night, walls were struck by unseen hands. Beds shook and lifted from the floor. Children were pulled from their sleep by scratching that came from inside their own bedding. Candles were extinguished the moment they were lit. Furniture moved without warning. Sounds echoed through empty rooms, answered when challenged, repeated when tested, as though something unseen was listening. What followed drew clergymen, magistrates, noblemen, and early scientific minds into direct confrontation with events they could not easily dismiss. It became one of the earliest and most detailed hauntings ever recorded in England. Documented by witnesses, argued in courtrooms, debated by philosophers, and preserved in writing at the very moment modern skepticism was being born. This is the story of the Tedworth drummer. Before we begin, thank you to everyone who's subscribed and supported the channel. If you haven't yet, consider subscribing. So wherever you are, take a moment to get comfortable, and we'll begin.
Ah, I've been expecting you. You're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
In the year 1662, the quiet village of Tedworth in the English county of Wiltshire became the stage for one of the most famous and unnerving hauntings in English history. By flickering candlelight and under the shadow of night, a series of terrifying disturbances unfolded that would captivate and alarm all who heard of them. At the center of this tale was a drum, an ordinary military drum confiscated from a vagabond musician, which seemed to beat by itself in the dead of night, heralding the arrival of a noisy spirit. The events that followed would be recounted for generations as the legend of the Drummer of Tedworth, widely regarded as Britain's first well-documented poltergeist case. To fully immerse ourselves in this eerie saga, we must journey back to the mid-17th century. This was a time when belief in witchcraft and demons still ran side by side with the first stirrings of scientific inquiry. The English Civil War was a recent memory, and the restoration of King Charles II had only just returned an air of normalcy to the land. Yet in rural corners like Tedworth, old superstitions still held sway over the imagination. Villagers whispered of witches casting curses and of goblins or fairies causing mischief in the dark. In this atmosphere of uneasy transition between faith and reason, even educated men were not immune to tales of the supernatural. It was against this backdrop that the Tedworth phenomena emerged, defying explanation and striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed them. Our story revolves around John Mompson, a local landowner and magistrate of Tedworth, now known as Tidworth. He was a practical, level-headed man, a landholder, an officer of the law, and by all accounts a pillar of his community. He lived in a comfortable country house with his wife, his elderly mother, and several young children. The house stood amid lonely fields on the edge of Salisbury Plain, a sturdy two-story manor of timber and brick, with pitched roofs and latticed windows that glimmered with lamplight at night. In those days, family homes were often large and draughty, lit by oil lamps and hearth fires, with dark wooden beams and creaking floors. At night, when the winds blew over the lonely downs, the whole house might groan and settle, but nothing in the normal whispers of a country manor could compare to the frightful racket that was soon to beset the Mompson household. It all began with a chance encounter on a muddy street in the nearby town of Ludgershall. In March of 1662, John Mompson had travelled there on business. As he passed through the marketplace, he found townsfolk irritated by a wandering drummer who marched about incessantly beating his drum and begging for coins. This itinerant musician was a man named William Drury, a former soldier turned vagabond. Drury cut a shabby, raucous figure, a gaunt-faced man in a threadbare military coat, pounding out martial rhythms on a large drum slung over his shoulder. He claimed to have a license permitting him to raise arms for charity, a paper he brandished at the town constable to justify his relentless busking. But the townsfolk had grown tired of his noise and suspected him of being a fraud. As the local magistrate, duty compelled Mompson to intervene. He confronted Drury and inspected the papers authorizing his activities. Sure enough, the license was a forgery. This discovery gave Mompson authority to put a stop to Drury's nuisance. With the backing of the constable, he arrested the drummer for vagrancy and fraud. Drury's prized instrument, the very drum that had been his livelihood, was confiscated on the spot by the bailiff. One can imagine Drury's outrage and dismay as his means of survival was taken from him. According to later accounts, he protested vehemently, perhaps even hurling curses at the magistrate, who stood sternly before him. But there was little the ragged drummer could do. He was a destitute wanderer up against the law. Ultimately, he was released from custody on a technicality before being formally tried, but his beloved drum remained impounded as evidence and as collateral for his expected court appearance. For John Mompson, the encounter likely seemed routine, an unpleasant but ordinary day's work in upholding the law. He had no personal quarrel with Drury beyond enforcing justice, and once the matter was settled, he thought little more of it. Packing his bags, Mompson departed Ludgershall and continued on to London for a brief trip. The confiscated drum, however, did not remain behind. As part of the legal process, the local authorities had the drum sent on to Tedworth to be kept at the magistrate's house as evidence of Drury's misdeeds. Thus, in the early spring of 1662, the battered instrument arrived at the Mompson home, delivered perhaps by a constable's cart. It was stored away in an upstairs room. Some sources say it was placed in a spare bedroom belonging to Mompson's mother. There, the drum lay silent under a board, an odd trophy from his run-in with the vagabond. The family likely regarded it with mild curiosity. The children, unaware of any sinister import, even took to tapping and playing on the drum for amusement. For a short time, the confiscated drum was nothing more than a novelty under their roof, a source of idle play for the youngsters, and a conversation piece about their father's firm handling of troublemakers. Little did anyone suspect that this object would soon become the focus of inexplicable terror. In hindsight, some would later claim that William Drury left Tedworth a changed man, nursing a deep grudge. Rumours whispered that as he departed under guard, he muttered darkly that he would have revenge, or that Mompson should never have quiet again until the drum was returned. Whether or not Drury truly spoke these words, the events about to befall the Mompson family would be interpreted by many as the drummer's curse, a malevolent act of witchcraft in retribution for his lost instrument. Not long after the drum's arrival in the house, while John Mompson was still away in London, the household began experiencing disturbances at night. It was April 1662 when the first ominous signs manifested. Mompson's wife, whose name is lost to history, was at home tending the children and the daily affairs of their estate. One night after the family had retired to bed, she was startled awake by a loud banging echoing through the dark. It seemed to be coming from outside the house, as if someone were forcefully pounding on the walls and doors. The heavy thumping reverberated through the very timbers of the house. Mrs. Mompson's first thought was burglars. Heart pounding, she lit a lantern and cautiously roused a servant, and together they crept through the rooms, checking doors and latches. They found no sign of any intruder, yet the knocking continued intermittently, a hollow drumming boom on the siding, then on the front door, then along the back wall. On more than one occasion in those early days, the family truly believed thieves were trying to break in. By the time John Mompson returned home on May 4th, 1662, his wife and servants were in a state of alarm. She likely greeted him with palpable relief, then anxiously recounted how the house had like to have been broken up by intruders in his absence. They had all been badly frightened by what they assumed were attempted break-ins at ungodly hours. Perhaps she described how the children woke up crying as heavy blows shook the walls, and how the servants, mustering their courage, flung open the doors to find nothing there. John listened with concern. Although thankful no actual robbery had occurred, he was determined to identify the source of these disturbances. He examined the property's exterior for any signs of tampering. If he found scuff marks on the door or footprints in the soil, they were inconclusive, but he reassured his wife that he would stand guard and deal with any nocturnal prowlers. It was his duty as master of the house and a magistrate to protect his home and family. True to his word, Mompson had not been home 3 nights before the strange disturbance resumed. Late one night, when all had gone to bed and the candles were doused, the silence was shattered by the now familiar pounding sound. John awoke to the thunderous knocks that seemed to reverberate from everywhere at once. Determined to catch the culprit, he grabbed a pair of pistols, kept loaded for defense, and leapt from his bed. One can picture him, a sturdy gentleman in his nightshirt and cap, heart racing but resolved, as he crept through the dark corridors, lantern in one hand and firearm in the other. Each time he thought he pinpointed the source of the banging, he would fling open a door or throw aside a curtain, expecting to see a gang of ruffians, but each time he was met with nothing but the chill night air and darkness beyond. According to his own account, the noise seemed to travel before or behind him as he moved through the house. It was as if the unseen intruder was always one step ahead, slipping around a corner whenever he approached. He would hear a heavy thump against the wall in the parlor and rush there, only to find emptiness. Then immediately a knocking would erupt on the opposite side of the house. In frustration and confusion, he dashed from room to room, the lantern light swinging wildly in his hand, and his finger taut on the trigger. Not a living soul crossed his path. The sound had no visible source. It was everywhere and nowhere at once. Finally, after an exhausting search of every chamber and hallway, Mompson threw open the front door and stepped outside under the moonlight, thinking perhaps the assailant had fled into the yard. The cool night was utterly still. Not a footstep nor a fleeing figure disturbed the dewy grass. Then, in that tense moment of quiet, a new sound drifted to his ears from above, a faint but unmistakable drumming in the sky. Looking up, John heard what resembled the beat of a drum high over the house, playing a military cadence that he recognized from his militia days. It circled in the night air above the roof, beating crisply through the darkness. The tune it played was sometimes called the point of war, a signal used when breaking up an encampment, and it was rendered as truly and sweetly as ever a drum beat in this world. Yet there was no drummer to be seen. The cloudy night revealed no silhouette atop the roof, no lurking figure in the eaves. Only the silent stars and the emptiness of the night sky hung above him, while the spectral drumming carried on for a minute more, then slowly faded away into the distance. John Mompson stood there in his yard, pistols in hand, utterly perplexed. What kind of thief announces himself by beating a drum in midair and then vanishes into the ether? This pattern of events was beyond anything he knew. Over the following nights, the scenario repeated itself with maddening consistency. As the family settled into bed and the lights were extinguished, within about half an hour the thumping would commence. Sometimes it began as a pounding on the outer walls, as if a dozen hands were beating on the brick all at once. Other times it started more subtly, a low rumble or scratching that seemed to gather strength until it grew into a booming drum roll that shook the very window panes. These disturbances would last around 2 hours at a stretch, often not ceasing until close to dawn, before trailing off with a few faint taps, often punctuated by that ghostly drumbeat in the sky, marking its departure. The family was terrorized. Night after night for roughly 2 months, this invisible assailant returned again and again. There might be a stretch of 5 nights in a row full of noise, then a merciful respite of 2 or 3 nights, only for the siege to resume as violently as before. No pattern of weather or day of the week made any difference. Whether the sky was clear or stormy, whether a Tuesday or the Sabbath, the drumming spirit came and went on its own inscrutable schedule, often enough to keep the household in a state of sleepless dread. The Mompsons never knew when their evening would end peacefully or erupt into pandemonium. During this period, John Mompson and his household tried everything a sensible person could think of. He stayed up late, lying in wait with his firearms. He stationed servants at various posts inside and outside, hoping to catch a prankster or prowler in the act. But the intruder, if human it was, proved impossibly elusive. Mompson would later admit in letters that he was becoming convinced something preternatural was at work. In desperation, the family also turned to prayer as a weapon against the unknown. They gathered together and recited psalms, beseeching God to deliver them from this evil. Sometimes, as they prayed, the knocking would briefly shift or shudder, as if discomfited, but then resume its onslaught. It seemed that even faith might be faltering in the face of this phenomenon. They also resorted to traditional folk wards. They hung crosses in the children's room and placed a Bible in every chamber, and one servant even nailed an old horseshoe over the threshold, in a time-worn attempt to keep witches away. In their desperation, no remedy, sacred or superstitious, was left untried, yet none of it stopped the unexplained noises and assaults. The unseen foe defied each attempt to expel it. For Mompson, a magistrate used to confronting flesh and blood mischief makers, this was an agony beyond measure. He could neither catch nor fight what he could not even see. The family's nerves began to fray under the relentless strain. Word of these strange happenings spread quickly through Tedworth and the surrounding countryside. The rumour mill was in full swing. Villagers swapped tales of the demon drummer in hushed tones at the tavern and in the churchyard. Some neighbours were sceptical, suspecting an elaborate prank, but most spoke with wide-eyed fear. Many were convinced that the devil himself was tormenting the magistrate for crossing the wrong man. An old shepherd nodded knowingly and muttered that it sounded like the work of a witch's familiar, a spirit sent to plague the family. A few villagers even ventured that perhaps John Mompson had brought this upon himself by meddling with the drummer. They recalled the old saying that taking a poor man's only means of living could put a curse on your house. The local parson urged everyone to pray for the afflicted family and not let curiosity draw them toward whatever dark forces were at play. Still, the allure of witnessing these uncanny events for oneself proved too tempting for some. Before long, outsiders began turning up quietly at the Mompson home after dusk, hoping to catch a glimpse or a sound of the infamous disturbances. After a couple of months of nightly assaults, an unexpected calm fell over the Mompson house in midsummer 1662. Mrs. Mompson had given birth to a baby during this time, and, perhaps miraculously, on the very night of the child's birth, the disturbances stopped altogether. For roughly 3 weeks, the family enjoyed blessed silence. The timing seemed hardly coincidental. It was as though, out of some twisted sense of mercy, the entity refrained from making its usual riot, while mother and infant rested. Indeed, later John Mompson would marvel that the devil, or the drummer, very kindly and considerately refrained from making the usual riot during his wife's lying in. But as soon as she recovered her strength, the torment began anew, more violent and varied than before. When the haunting returned, it was as if the unseen force had been gathering energy during its brief respite, and now unleashed it tenfold. The nature of the phenomena changed and intensified. No longer content with banging on walls and rattling doors, the entity turned its power inward, upon the very furnishings and people of the house. One of the earliest new manifestations was the movement of objects with no visible cause. Chairs, tables, and even heavy chests began to slide and shuffle on their own across the floors. A bewildered servant would enter a room to find the chairs all rearranged, or a large oak table that normally took 2 men to shift, now pushed against the opposite wall. Other times a great crashing would be heard in the hall, as if a bureau had toppled, but when they looked, not a thing was out of place. On more than one occasion, items were seen to levitate briefly, or tumble down the stairs of their own accord. The noise was tremendous, sometimes like a bowling ball rolling down the wooden steps, other times like chains dragging along the floorboards. Servants would race toward the commotion, only to arrive breathless and find the corridor empty, save for the lingering echo of the crash. It became clear that the poltergeist, for such it can now rightly be called, had grown bolder, delighting in upending the normal order of the household. Before long, the children's bedroom emerged as the epicenter of the haunting. The 2 older children, described as 2 little modest girls about 7 and 10 years old, shared a bed in that room, while the newborn infant slept in a cradle nearby. It was often as soon as these children were tucked in for the night that it, the invisible entity, would begin its mischief upstairs. One night in early November 1662, the disturbances in the girls' chamber took a truly horrifying turn. Past midnight, the house was awakened by blood-curdling screams from the nursery. Mompson and his wife rushed to the scene to find the 2 girls clinging to each other in terror as their bed frame thumped and shook as if being kicked from below. Before their astonished eyes, the bed was lifted off the floor a few inches, then dropped again, bouncing on the boards. The children were nearly thrown out. They scrambled off the bed and huddled in a corner, sobbing. Then came a new sound, a loud, rapacious scratching that seemed to emanate from inside the wooden bed itself. It was as if some creature with iron claws was trapped within the headboard, furiously trying to claw its way out. The scratching was so loud and furious that one might imagine great gouges being torn in the wood, yet none were visible. A footman burst into the room with a lit candle, and the scratching instantly skittered to the far side of the bed, then onto the wall, then ceased. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the girl's whimpering. The adults cautiously approached the bed, examining the mattress and frame. As soon as they began to whisper that it was over, the scratching noise erupted again, now from the small trundle bed under the main bed, where the nurse usually slept. It scraped along the floorboards, a harsh, tinny shriek of nails on wood. The candlelight flickered as the nurse bravely reached beneath the bed, only to snatch her hand back with a gasp. She felt nothing, yet the horrible scratch continued right by her fingers. Now, thoroughly alarmed, Mompson had the girls brought out of bed. With the children safely in their mother's arms, he and a servant proceeded to upend the entire bed. They dragged the heavy bedstead aside and inspected the floor, the walls, every inch, looking for a hidden animal or device that could explain the sound. There was nothing, no rat scurried out, no prankster was concealed. As soon as they set the bed back in place, however, the scratching resumed as loudly as before, now from inside the feather-filled bolster at the head of the bed. It was as though a creature were literally inside the pillow, scrabbling to get out. One of the servants, driven by a mix of courage and frustration, decided to talk to the spirit directly. He had heard that the entity sometimes mimicked sounds, so, with a trembling voice, He scratched 3 times on the wooden bedpost. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The unseen presence fell silent for a moment, as if listening. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it scratched back exactly 3 times from inside the bolster. A shiver swept through the room. The man tried again, scratching 5 times on the headboard. Sure enough, the invisible claws immediately scratched 5 times in reply from within the pillow, precisely echoing his pattern. Each person present felt the hair on their neck stand on end. The ability of this force to imitate on command removed any remaining doubt. This was no mouse or natural pest. It was something intelligent and something wicked. That dreadful night set the pattern for what followed. The children's room was now a primary target of the haunting. The 2 young girls could scarcely get a full night's sleep. Hardly would they drift off before the scratching, thumping, and bed jolting began anew. Often their bed would be struck violently by unseen hands, the posts rattling, the frame almost knocked sideways, enough that those in the house feared it would splinter to pieces. The poor children would run from their bed in terror, only for chairs or small objects in the room to then start skittering around on their own, as if pursuing them. On at least one occasion, the girls themselves were lifted up by an invisible force. One night, a maid heard them shriek and dashed in with a light to find both children floating a foot above their mattress, their nightgowns billowing, while the elder sister desperately clutched the younger to keep her from being hurled against the ceiling. The instant the maid entered, the 2 girls dropped back onto the bed, landing in a tangle of sheets. The maid cried out for help and tried to hold them down, but whatever had hold of them wasn't finished. It tugged them upward again, dragging the children and maid together until 6 grown men who rushed in had to weigh down the bed with their combined strength to prevent the little ones from rising again. Whatever malevolent force caused this had a frightening physical power. Nor were the children the only focus. The household servants also became targets of the poltergeist's pranks and assaults. They would awaken at night to find their bedclothes yanked off and flung across the room by invisible hands. A few awoke to an even more terrifying experience, feeling themselves pinned to the bed as though a great weight lay on their chest and limbs. One stout footman named John later confessed that on several nights he found himself held down in his cot by a force he could not see, as if bound hand and foot, unable to even cry out at first. His fellow servant had to shake him to break whatever spell had him paralyzed. By the time he was freed, the room would be empty and oppressively quiet, save for John's own gasping breaths. On other nights, servants were lifted, bed and all. Witnesses swore they saw a 4-poster bed with a man in it rise several inches into the air, then settle back down ever so gently. The unfortunate occupant was left pale and trembling, convinced the devil himself had tried to carry him off. Candles would not remain lit in the presence of the entity. The moment a candle was brought into an afflicted room, it would be snuffed out, sometimes pinched between invisible fingers, other times blown out with a puff of breath from an unseen mouth. On one occasion, a maid set a fresh taper by the bedside of the restless infant for comfort, only to see it suddenly whisk into the air, flame and all, and go shooting up the chimney. Another time, a lit candle was tossed under a bed by unseen hands, continuing to burn on the floor until a footman nervously retrieved it. It became almost impossible to keep the house lit after midnight, as the moment one room was relit, darkness would snuff it out. The house seemed at the mercy of some capricious, dark servant who preferred to operate in the dark. New and increasingly bizarre phenomena piled up by the week. A pair of shoes left by the children's bed were seen to levitate and then drop, one after the other, to the floor, as if an invisible child had playfully kicked them. Stones or small objects would occasionally rain down within rooms, pebbles striking the floor out of thin air, warm to the touch as if freshly drawn from a fire. Once a shower of these warm stones clattered in a corner, and when collected they left a burnt scent in the hand. The spirit also began to hide and displace items maliciously. A long iron spike, a sharp pointed tool from the farm, was found standing upright in John Mompson's own feather bed, driven in point up under the covers in a manner that could have severely injured him had he gotten in unawares. In his mother's bed they discovered a knife thrust, blade first through the blanket, eerily positioned to harm. Pots and pans were found dangling from the ceiling hooks where the family normally hung their hams, as if deliberately moved to odd places by a prankster ghost. On another morning, the family Bible, which had been left on a table the night before, was discovered in the cold ashes of the fireplace, tossed there and partially singed. This particular act sent a wave of fear and offense through the deeply religious household. To see the holy book defiled so was a sign, in their minds, that whatever tormented them was not just mischievous, but blasphemous and evil. Even money held on one's person was not safe from the spirit's mischief. Visitors later reported that the very coins in their pockets would sometimes turn up blackened, as if scorched by a hidden fire. One gentleman shook a handful of silver shillings from his purse after a terrifying night at the Mompsons, only to find that every coin had been tarnished to a sooty hue. It was as though the poltergeist had the Midas touch in reverse, turning bright metal to black, perhaps to remind its victims that no worldly wealth could protect them from its reach. No corner of the house and no member of the household was truly safe. Not even the newborn baby was spared. For a time, the infant's cradle was kept in the parent's chamber for safety. Yet even under its mother's watch, the cradle would rock violently of its own accord in the dead of night, jolting the poor baby awake with startled cries. On 2 nights in a row, the infant was so persecuted, flung into wails each time it shut its eyes, that Mrs. Mompson feared an evil spirit might outright snatch the child away. A servant assigned to watch over the baby swore that no sooner would the babe be lulled to sleep than the cradle would start jerking, as if unseen hands were shaking it to rouse the child. Whenever the nurse tried to light a candle for comfort, the flame would be instantly doused, or the candle would be mysteriously flung across the room. At one moment a faint coo or whistle would emanate from behind the cradle's curtains. The next, a hideous scratching would erupt right beneath it, causing the baby to scream in terror. It was as if the entity delighted in tormenting even the innocent and helpless. Through all of this, perhaps the strangest development was the occasional appearance of a disembodied voice. Once, late at night, as John Mompson patrolled the dark hall with a lantern, he heard a whisper just over his shoulder. "A witch! A witch!" it breathed. He spun around to find no one there. Another time, a chorus of faint singing drifted down the chimney, a melancholy, wordless tune that swelled and then faded, leaving the listeners shaken and baffled. These spectral voices were rare, but when they occurred, they convinced even the last doubters in the household that a sentient spirit was in their midst. By now, nearly every inhabitant of the house had witnessed something uncanny. The once skeptical servants were jumpy and tight-lipped, exhausted by lack of sleep and ready to flee at the next opportunity. What made it worse was that the family's dogs, usually keen to bark at any noise or stranger, did nothing during these disturbances. The Mompsons kept a few hounds on the property, good, alert dogs, but whenever the mysterious knocking or drumming commenced, the dogs would whimper and hide, or sit shivering but utterly silent. It was as if even the animals recognized that this intruder was not of the natural world, and they dared not challenge it. Night after night, this nightmare repeated itself, wearing down the household's nerves. By day, the Mompson family lived on edge. Each morning's light brought a brief lull, and in those hours they clung to the hope that the entity might finally have gone. The children, pale and exhausted, would warily tiptoe through rooms that had been a chaos of moving furniture just hours before. The servants prayed for deliverance and whispered of quitting their positions, for none wished to linger after dusk in a house so accursed. As sunset drew near, an oppressive anticipation gripped everyone under that roof. Mrs. Mompson would gather the children close and quietly recite comforting verses of Scripture. John Mompson would make his rounds through the house, with a loaded pistol in one hand and a prayer book in the other, steeling himself for yet another battle in the long war. In the kitchen, the maids and footmen huddled together over early supper, casting anxious glances at the ceiling whenever it creaked, hearts thumping, waiting for the inevitable first knock or scratch that signaled the terror's return. This siege of phenomena went on month after month, and no human remedy seemed to avail. It felt as if some malevolent force had settled into their home and would not relinquish its hold. By the time the disturbances dragged on into a second year, the once happy household was nearing the brink of despair. John Mompson began sending letters far and wide, to learned clergymen, to fellow magistrates, to any acquaintance of education, describing the phenomena in detail and pleading for advice on how to stop it. Alas, the replies when they came offered little beyond sympathy, exhortations to pray, and puzzled admissions that such things were beyond mortal power. No one had an answer for Tedworth's torment. As reports of the haunting spread beyond the household, strangers started arriving at the Mompson home, hoping to witness the phenomena for themselves. At first, only close neighbors and friends were admitted to observe the strange goings-on, but soon even eminent persons made the journey, drawn by curiosity and the growing fame of the case. These early visitors came with mixed attitudes, some with open-minded fear, others with skeptical smirks, but few left Tedworth without having their assumptions challenged. One of the first high-profile guests was Sir Christopher Wren, the celebrated architect and polymath who had a keen interest in natural philosophy and the sciences. Wren visited the Tedworth house in late 1662, eager to investigate this alleged supernatural disturbance with rational eyes. He spent some hours, possibly a night or two, at the Mompsons' residence. To his disappointment and perhaps secret relief, nothing much happened while he was present. The house was oddly quiet. He heard only a few faint knocks, which he later said were no louder than someone gently drumming their fingers on a wooden wainscot panel. He observed something peculiar, though. These slight knocks seemed only to occur when a certain maid was in the adjacent room, separated by a thin partition wall. Wren, ever the empiricist, took note. He suspected that this maid, or perhaps another servant, might be secretly producing the sounds. In his view, the devil in this house was keeping rather civil hours as well. The disturbances, by all accounts, never occurred past midnight nor before dawn. That tidbit made Wren suspect even more strongly that a human trick was at work, since an infernal spirit, he joked, would not be expected to keep to a schedule convenient for the household. When Wren departed, he politely reported that he had witnessed nothing unequivocally supernatural. The faint knocks he heard, he hinted, could well have a mundane cause. His insinuation about the maid was clear enough. Not long after, news of the haunting reached King Charles II himself. The king, intrigued by matters of the unusual, and perhaps prodded by courtiers who had heard the tale, decided to send a small commission to investigate on his behalf. He dispatched 2 courtiers, the Earl of Chesterfield, Philip Stanhope, and the Earl of Falmouth, Charles Berkeley, sophisticated noblemen with a healthy skepticism of country ghost stories. These aristocrats arrived in Tedworth with some fanfare and stayed for several days in early 1663, questioning the family and standing vigil at night. Whether by chance or design, the poltergeist activity ceased entirely. During their inspection, the 2 earls sat up late in the parlour, night after night, and heard nothing but the crickets outside and the snores of the servants. Not a knock, not a scratch disturbed their stay. Chesterfield and Falmouth waited, perhaps already inclined to doubt the whole business, and in the end they left reporting that they could neither see nor hear anything extraordinary. Back in London, they informed the king that the affair was likely exaggerated or false, since in their presence the house had been calm. They returned to court dismissing the Tedworth drummer as a country superstition. Yet on other nights, when the spirit did choose to perform, some visitors got more proof than they had bargained for. One particularly bold guest, convinced that a demonic agent was at work, attempted to challenge the entity directly. During a midnight vigil in the candlelit hall, after a series of knocks had begun, this gentleman called out into the air, "If the devil be here doing the drummer's bidding, give us 3 knocks." The words had barely left his mouth when 3 loud knocks resounded from the wall behind him, one after the other, clear as a bell. Gasps filled the room. The colour drained from the face of the man who had issued the dare. He realized immediately that he had been both foolhardy and answered. After delivering exactly 3 knocks, the presence fell silent again, as if to say, "Challenge met." In the stunned hush that followed, not one of the onlookers doubted they had just witnessed something unholy, and the rash challenger who spoke up was left trembling, wishing he had kept his demand to himself. Similarly, not all investigators came away as confident as Wren or as empty-handed as Chesterfield. Lord Sandwich, a respected nobleman and friend of Samuel Pepys, later recounted a telling incident. He reported that during one observation, they had a skilled drummer play an especially complex tune on a drum in hopes the spirit might imitate it. While the ghost had shown it could copy simple rhythms, this intricate roll apparently left it bewildered. It could not duplicate the challenging beat. Lord Sandwich took this as evidence that a human was behind the drumming after all. A spirit from beyond, he reasoned, should know no difficulty, but a hoaxer could be stumped by a tricky tune. Pepys recorded Sandwich's account in his diary, noting how the phantom drummer was confounded by the complicated piece, and thus hinting that there must be natural trickery afoot. Even so, Pepys, ever the curious observer, could not resist acknowledging that the Tedworth drummer was the greatest warrant that ever I had to believe any of those things, despite his own skepticism. Meanwhile, the constant traffic of gawkers and well-wishers proved a double-edged sword for the Mompsons. On one hand, some visitors brought comfort, ideas, or at least solidarity in the face of the unexplained. On the other, the daily influx of strangers became a nuisance and a strain. These strangers are troublesome and chargeable and hinder us from doing our duties, John Mompson wrote in frustration, late in 1662. The family's life had become an unwilling spectacle, their once private agonies now the subject of public fascination. Still, help was on the way, or so it seemed, for among the visitors who arrived during that period was a man who would become the chief chronicler and investigator of the Tedworth mystery, Joseph Glanville. Joseph Glanville was a clergyman, at that time vicar of Frome in Somerset, and an accomplished philosopher with a deep interest in the occult and supernatural. He juggled his religious belief in ghosts and witches with a passion for the new science, and he staunchly defended the reality of the supernatural against the growing tide of skepticism. In Glanville's view, those who bluntly denied the existence of spirits and witches, whom he labelled the modern Sadducees, after the ancient sect that denied spirits, were flirting dangerously with atheism. If one believed in no spirits, Glanville argued, soon one might believe in no God. Thus, to him, proving the existence of spirits was a holy task. He wrote that the unbelief in spirits was a stepping stone to unbelief in all spiritual matters, and he meant to combat that. In documenting and investigating cases like the drummer of Tedworth, Glanville aimed to provide empirical evidence of the supernatural, a direct challenge to the skeptics of his day. In January 1663, Glanville travelled to Wiltshire to examine the Tedworth disturbances firsthand. He had by then heard numerous reports about the case. Mompson's many letters to colleagues may well have reached him through mutual acquaintances, and he was eager to apply both his faith and his scientific reasoning to the mystery. One might say that modern paranormal investigation was about to be born in that moment, for Glanville approached the haunting with a mix of belief and careful scrutiny that was unusual for the time. John Mompson welcomed Glanville warmly. By then, after nearly a year of nightly terrors, the family was willing to try anything that might shed light on their tormentor. Here was a learned man, a fellow of the newly founded Royal Society no less, someone who might discern trickery if it existed, or confirm the reality of their ordeal if it truly was preternatural. For his part, Glanville came prepared to witness and record meticulously. He later published his findings in A Blow at Modern Sadducism, and gave the case pride of place in Sadducismus Triumphatus in 1681, his compendium of evidence for witchcraft and ghosts. Glanville spent some days with the Mompsons, questioning members of the household and listening to their testimonies. He found them credible and consistent. There was no hint of collusion or madness. Neighbors corroborated key details, such as hearing drumming in the air above the house on certain nights, and servants, even under stern cross-examination, did not waver in their accounts. Satisfied that the witnesses were truthful, Glanville prepared himself for a nightly vigil in the most active part of the house, the children's bedroom. On a cold winter night, the household and some neighbors gathered to wait with Glanville. The two little girls went to bed around 8 o'clock as usual. A maid sat with them until they fell asleep, then came down to report in a trembling whisper, "It is come." Everyone in the parlor knew what she meant. The entity had arrived, for she had heard the first familiar scratching start up as she left the nursery. Two local ministers who had joined the vigil and seen the disturbances before decided they would rather not confront the invisible force again. They muttered prayers and took their leave. So it was that Mr. Mompson, Joseph Glanville, and one visiting gentleman were the ones to venture upstairs to the children's chamber. As they ascended the dim stair, Glanville later wrote, he heard a strange scratching noise coming from the room ahead. It grew louder as they neared the door. Upon entering, the men were met by a perplexing and disturbing sight. The two young girls lay in bed, seemingly undisturbed in their sleep, their small forms rising and falling gently under the covers. But from the area around their heads came that loud, incessant scratching. It was as if something, with nails or claws, was scraping the wood of the bed's headboard and the tick of the bolster right by their pillows. Glanville moved closer, holding his lantern aloft. The sound was not a frantic skittering like a mouse, but a deliberate, steady rasp. Scritch, scratch, scritch, again and again, uncomfortably loud in the silence of the room. Glanville's eyes darted around, looking for the cause. The two girls were fast asleep, their hands clearly visible resting above the covers. They could not be making the noise themselves. No other person was present. The minister and Mr. Mompson exchanged uneasy glances. Was it coming from inside the bed? It sounded so. Glanville stepped closer, right up to the head of the bed. He carefully placed his own hand upon the bolster, a long pillow running along the top of the mattress, from which the sound seemed to emanate. The moment he did so, the scratching stopped at that spot, only to recommence instantly at the foot of the bed, as if whatever it was had darted away from his touch. Surprised, Glanville removed his hand, and the scratching flew back to the bolster behind the sleeping children's heads, scratching as loudly as before. It was as if some invisible vermin were toying with them, evading their grasp, moving from place to place within the bed. By now, Glanville was more intrigued than frightened. He had been told the spirit could imitate noises, so he devised a test on the spot. He scratched deliberately with his fingernail on the wooden bed frame, 3 slow scratches, and waited. Immediately, the unseen scratcher paused, then scratched back exactly 3 times on the bed frame, mimicking the pattern. Glanville repeated the experiment, scratching an odd pattern. Say 5 quick scratches, then 2, and sure enough, the sound followed with 5 quick scratches, then 2 in response. Each time, the imitation was perfect and stopped precisely where he stopped. A chill crept over Glanville, despite his scientific composure. This was proof of an intelligent agency at work. He later confided that it convinced him utterly that it was some demon or spirit doing these acts, not any trick of wind or vibration. Determined to leave no corner unexamined, Glanville and the other gentlemen now thoroughly searched the room for any trickery or device. They peered under the bed, nothing there but darkness and dust, looked behind the cabinets, tapped on the walls for hollow spots, even inspected the underside of the bedding. Glanville lifted the blankets to the very bed cords and grasped the feather bed, trying to feel for any hidden mechanism or animal inside. There was nothing, only the soft mass of down. The minister inspected the floorboards with his lantern, half expecting to find some spring or clockwork set into the wood. He found no wires, no contrivances, no holes through which a prankster might be operating a puppet or tool. All the while the scratching noise continued, a sound so coarse and clear it raised goosebumps, as if mocking their futile efforts to find a cause. After nearly half an hour of this scratching phenomenon, the nature of the disturbance changed. The scratching ceased abruptly. For a moment the room was quiet except for the crackle of the lantern flame. Glanville and the others held their breath, ears straining. Then the stillness was broken by a new and alarming sensation. The entire bedstead gave a sudden jolt and began to vibrate and tremble. From beneath the children's bed came a noise like heavy panting, the labored breath of a large dog, or perhaps a man after a run, that echoed in the silence. It grew louder and louder, resonating through the wooden frame of the bed so strongly that the floor itself seemed to shake. The 2 little girls, miraculously, remained sound asleep, likely exhausted by many nights of terror. Glanville placed a hand on the mattress and felt it throbbing up and down, as if something alive were inside it, heaving for breath. He pressed down firmly. The bed pushed back against his palm, rising as though an animal were beneath the covers, straining upward. The sensation was unmistakable. Something substantial was moving in there. Mompson's eyes widened in alarm. He stooped and flung the blankets off the bed, expecting perhaps to see a stray dog that had somehow crawled under. But nothing was visible. The mattress and bolster looked flat and innocent, yet they palpitated with motion, and the loud panting continued unabated. Lanterns were raised high, every nook of the room illuminated, and still nothing could be seen. Glanville thought immediately of natural causes. Was there a hidden dog? A cat? He flung open the closet, only hanging clothes. He looked behind the other bed in the room, nothing but a curtain stirring. The panting was so strong now that the room shook. The frame of the window rattled in its casement. The minister present began to pray under his breath, making the sign of the cross. Perhaps sensing their distress, the two little girls finally woke up, rubbing their eyes. To their credit, they did not scream, but looked about in dazed confusion at the gentleman hovering over their bed. For more than half an hour the loud panting persisted, while Glanville and his companion remained in the room observing. During this time, Glanville noticed another odd movement. A linen bag that hung on the post of a second bed, a bed likely used by the nurse, began to sway and rustle, as if something inside it was stirring. It reminded him of the way a rat trapped in a sack might squirm. Summoning his courage, Glanville leapt forward and grabbed the bag by the top with one hand, then ran his other hand down its length to close off any escape. If a creature was inside, he meant to seize it. The bag fell limp in his grasp. He felt nothing within, not the scratch of claws or the wriggle of a rodent. He peered into it. It was empty. And yet, only a second before, it had certainly been moving as though occupied. Puzzled, he let the bag drop. It was as if the invisible intruder had split itself, panting under the bed on one side of the room, while simultaneously tossing objects on the other, thoroughly confounding its observers. Eventually, the panting subsided, and the room fell still. Glanville, remarkably, had the presence of mind to sleep at the house that same night, after the girls were moved elsewhere. Surprisingly, he enjoyed a good few hours of rest. The entity seemed to recede after satisfying itself with its display. Only toward dawn was he roused by a violent knocking against the wall just outside his chamber. Startled awake, Glanville called out, thinking someone had come for him. There was no answer except another volley of raps on the wainscoting. Irritated and bold, he sat up and demanded, "In the name of God, who is it, and what would you have?" At that, the knocking ceased for the first time without restarting. After a beat of silence, a faint, hollow voice spoke from beyond the door. "Nothing with you." Then all went quiet. Glanville unlatched the door and looked into the corridor. It was empty. The presence, whatever it was, seemed to declare it had no quarrel with him personally. And indeed, for the remainder of Glanville's stay, he was not troubled further in the night. When Joseph Glanville departed Tedworth, he was thoroughly convinced of the genuineness of the case. He had witnessed with his own eyes and ears phenomena that he could not attribute to any trick or mundane cause. In one account he wrote that these events would make the stoutest Sadducee in the nation tremble. So decisive and real were they. He marveled at how a material object like a bed could be moved without any visible agent, and how a noise could follow him around a room and answer his signals. Here, at last, was the evidence he needed to prove to the doubters that spirits did exist and interfere in the world of sense. True to his calling, Glanville lost no time in spreading word of the Tedworth drummer to those who would listen. He went on to write the accounts we mentioned earlier. These works detailed the Tedworth phenomena among many other modern manifestations of witchcraft and ghosts, serving as a catalogue of evidence to confound the skeptics. Glanville's meticulous narrative of the drummer of Tedworth, drawn from both his own observations and the testimony he gathered, became the definitive source on the case for contemporaries and later generations alike. Even as Joseph Glanville was investigating and writing, events were moving toward a climax in another arena, the courts of law. John Mompson, convinced that the drummer William Drury lay at the root of his family's afflictions, resolved to bring the man to justice under the law of the land. Late in 1662, the opportunity arose. William Drury, itinerant drummer and now reputed sorcerer, had continued his roving and petty criminality after his release. Toward the end of that year, he was arrested once more, caught stealing pigs and poultry in a parish in Gloucester, or some similar mundane theft. He was promptly tried for theft, convicted, and sentenced to a common punishment of the era, transportation to the colonies. In effect, Drury was to be shipped off to the New World to serve years of labor, exile in lieu of a death sentence. While Drury languished in prison awaiting his fate, word reached Mompson that the drummer had been boasting behind bars. A visiting clergyman and a jailer both reported that Drury openly claimed responsibility for the haunting at Tedworth. One witness swore that Drury had smirked and said, "I have plagued him for taking away my drum. He shall never have his quiet again till I have my drum or satisfaction from him," referring of course to Mompson. If true, this was essentially a confession of witchcraft, for what else could it be but conjuration, if a man in prison could torment someone miles away with spectral drums? Upon hearing this, John Mompson's course was clear. He would charge Drury under the Witchcraft Act of 1604 for using an evil spirit to inflict mischief. It was an extraordinary sight in the sombre courtroom that winter. A country gentleman of standing accusing a humble drummer of summoning demons. The trial took place at the Salisbury Assizes before a panel of judges and a throng of onlookers craning to hear every word. John Mompson himself took the stand, describing in careful detail the months of unholy disturbance his household had endured. The judges listened with furrowed brows as he recounted invisible drums beating in the sky and furniture dancing about on its own. Next, several local men, including the family's groom, a neighbor, and a visiting clergyman, gave supporting testimony under oath. They solemnly swore that they had personally seen chairs and bedstaves move with no one near them, watched parts of the house visibly shake, and heard the beating of a drum in the air over the house. One servant deposed that he had heard Drury confess to causing the trouble. The drummer had supposedly told him in jail that trouble would never have befallen Mompson if he hadn't taken my drum. "He shall never have quiet until I have my drum back, or am given satisfaction." This damning statement hung in the air. During the proceedings, William Drury vehemently denied any witchcraft. He stood in the dock, a gaunt, sullen figure in rough prison garb. When faced with the bizarre accusations, he purportedly sneered that the witnesses were lying or imagining things. Yet those present noted a flicker of unease in his eyes as the evidence stacked up. Drury surely knew that under the Witchcraft Act of 1604, a guilty verdict could mean the gallows. This was no minor charge. At the same time, convicting a man of raising a poltergeist was unprecedented. The judges, learned men, some of them no doubt skeptical of such claims, proceeded carefully. The jury retired to consider the evidence. They argued heatedly. Some jurors, likely influenced by the sincere and detailed testimonies of Mompson and his witnesses, were inclined to believe that Drury had indeed bewitched the house, for how else to explain such things? Others remained unconvinced, recalling how quiet the house had been when the King's commissioners visited, and perhaps noting that much of the evidence was subjective or came from servants, whose reliability gentlemen jurors often unfairly doubted. It did not help that no expert witch-finder or tangible charm had been produced linking Drury to the haunting, nor had anyone claimed Drury explicitly conjured a spirit through a ritual, only that he bragged about doing so. It must be noted that England's witchcraft trials were on the wane by this time. In fact, earlier that year, 1662, a notorious trial at Bury St. Edmunds had seen two elderly women executed on evidence of spectral imps, a case that raised some controversy in legal circles. To accuse a man like Drury of witchcraft, when typically such accusations were aimed at impoverished old women, was in itself unusual. The jurors were treading on new ground. After much deliberation, they came to a split decision. They could not reach a unanimous verdict on the charge of witchcraft. Some were not fully convinced beyond doubt, and in English law, a witchcraft charge, a felony that could carry a death sentence, required certainty. In the end, William Drury was not convicted of witchcraft. However, he was not set free. The court had before it the clear evidence of Drury's mundane crimes, the thefts and cons he had committed. Those he did not and could not deny. Thus, the judge upheld Drury's prior sentence. He would be transported to the American colonies for his misdeeds, as originally ordered. This way, the troublesome drummer would be removed from England's shores for a long time, if not forever, without the court having to decide the thorny question of sorcery. It was, in essence, a pragmatic compromise. Drury was loaded in shackles onto a wagon and delivered to a riverside to be put aboard a ship. But the wily drummer had one more trick in him. As the prison barge floated down the Thames, Drury managed to escape its hold. Accounts say he slipped out of his irons or bribed a sailor, and one dark night he leapt overboard and swam ashore, vanishing into the marshy woods before guards could catch him. For a short time, William Drury was at large again in Wiltshire, to the horror of the Mompson family. One can only imagine their alarm upon hearing the news that the man they believed had bewitched them was free in their vicinity. Indeed, gossip later suggested that the haunting continued as long as Drury was in England, and ceased only when his associates lost hope of freeing him. Fortunately for the family, and unfortunately for Drury, his freedom was brief. Within weeks he was recaptured, perhaps while trying to flee the county or hiding in some barn. This time the authorities made sure there would be no second escape. William Drury was firmly delivered to a seaport and placed on a ship bound for Virginia or Barbados, one of the English colonies across the Atlantic. The cursed drummer was finally gone from England. When Drury's ship set sail, it carried with it the main suspect of the Tedworth haunting, and, as many stories of witchcraft and ghostly revenge would predict, after the drummer's exile, the disturbances at Tedworth gradually abated. According to some accounts, the phenomena had already begun to lessen by April 1663, around the time of Drury's initial sentencing, and by that summer they had come to an end. In the Tedworth household, one can imagine the profound relief as night after night passed in blessed quiet. The children no longer woke screaming. The servants no longer found their beds upturned or their bedroom chairs sliding about. John Mompson and his wife, who had endured this nightmare for well over a year, finally could sleep peacefully and resume the normal rhythms of country life. Before leaving the stage of history, Drury is said to have made one final reappearance many years later. There is a hint in some sources that years afterward, William Drury somehow returned to England, perhaps having served his term or escaped servitude in the colonies, and immediately boasted that it was he who had so troubled Mompson with witchcraft. If this is true, it suggests that after Drury's departure, the legend of the drummer persisted enough that he wanted to claim the infamy. Some say the disturbances even flared up briefly upon his return, until he was confronted and they stopped again. But by then, the Mompson family had moved on, and the truth of such later rumours is hard to ascertain. The core of our tale ends with the dispersal of the haunting following Drury's punishment. With the poltergeist activity over at last, Tedworth House returned to a semblance of normalcy. The Mompson family had survived a long ordeal, and they did not soon forget it. They continued to maintain for the rest of their lives that what happened to them was genuine and no fraud. John Mompson especially was keen to have the truth known and the doubters silenced. He corresponded with learned men about the case for years afterward. Nearly a decade later, in November 1672, he wrote to Joseph Glanville to reaffirm his testimony in the strongest of terms. He noted that he was often asked whether he had not discovered a cheat and admitted the whole affair to be a hoax, perhaps even to the king. In that letter, Mompson declared, "I have been very often asked the question whether I have not confessed to His Majesty or any other a cheat discovered in that affair, to which I answer, and shall to my dying day, that I must belie myself and perjure myself also, to acknowledge a cheat in a thing where I am sure there was nor could be any." In other words, he would consider it perjury, a mortal sin, to deny the reality of what he and his family experienced. He wanted the world to know that he stood by every word of the haunting. For a time, many believed him. But as years passed, skepticism about the Tedworth drummer began to circulate more widely, especially in Restoration Society, where the educated elite were growing tired of witch tales. As early as 1663, while the events were still fresh, there had been whispers at court that the whole matter might be a fraud, got up by Mr. Mompson himself. The Earl of Chesterfield, who had visited and seen nothing, reportedly told the king that Mompson privately confessed it was all a trick, though Mompson vehemently denied ever saying such a thing. These whispers were likely nothing more than the wishful thinking of skeptics who could not accept the alternative. Nonetheless, they gained traction in certain circles. By 1677, an outspoken skeptic, John Webster, published The Displaying of Supposed Witchcraft, wherein he singled out the drummer of Tedworth as a case he believed had been fraudulent. He suggested that perhaps the servants or children had contrived the phenomena, throwing voices, moving objects when no one was looking, or that Mompson had been too credulous. Over the years, the Tedworth drummer story attracted both staunch believers and creative debunkers. Some later writers did argue that cunning servants or children in the house must have staged the phenomena as a prank or to draw attention, noting that much of the activity centered around the youngsters and their bedroom. Others pointed suspicion at Drury's own confederates, suggesting that his fellow vagabonds might have secretly lurked around the property at night, tapping on walls or using long poles to create the effects to frighten the family and take vengeance for their friend. In 1881, an American researcher named Amos Norton Kraft put forward the theory that a band of vengeful people, to which he presumed Drury belonged, orchestrated the disturbances, and that they stopped only once Drury was deported overseas and his comrades lost hope of his release. It was further speculated by Kraft that when Drury returned years later, the phenomena briefly started again until he was permanently removed, implying a human hoax carried over long timescales. Each theory, however, has its holes. Could conspirators really have carried on such a prolonged deception under such intense scrutiny without ever being caught in the act? It seemed unlikely, and those who had been in the house during the worst of it, including clergymen in Glanville, insisted to their dying days that no trickery was involved. The family's own unwavering stance bolstered the believers' side. In 1681, when Glanville prepared a new edition of Sadducismus Triumphatus, he even included signed attestations from Mompson and others to quash the rising skepticism. Even Richard Baxter, a famed Puritan minister and theologian, came to Mompson's defense. Initially, Baxter wrote to Glanville asking for clarification because he had heard rumors of a hoax at court, but after receiving Mompson's forceful letter of vindication, Baxter became convinced the case was genuine. He included it in his own treatise, The Certainty of the World of Spirits, 1691, as a prime example of a well-attested haunting. In the decades and centuries that followed, the drummer of Tedworth took on a life of its own in popular lore. Artists and writers referenced it as a classic ghost tale. The satirical artist William Hogarth in 1762 mocked credulous ghost believers in an engraving that showed a man panicking at an imagined haunting. In that print, Hogarth slyly included a pamphlet about the Tedworth drummer among the clutter at the man's feet, symbolizing the long legacy of such tales in fueling hysteria. Enlightenment skeptics pointed to the drummer as the sort of story the superstitious country folk believed, and they often concluded with a wink that some clever knave had probably been behind it all. Yet, interestingly, belief in the case also persisted, especially among those with spiritual or occult interests. The Mompson family themselves passed the story down. John Mompson's son, who attended Oxford University in the 1680s, was approached by Samuel Wesley, elder brother of John Wesley, the founder of Methodism. Samuel Wesley had heard the rumors that the drummer case was a fraud and bluntly asked young Mompson if it was true. The reply was an emphatic no. It was all true, Mompson's son affirmed, only that the visitors were getting too expensive to host, so his father had grown weary of the attention. This remarkable exchange was recorded later by Samuel Wesley, whose own family would endure a famous poltergeist haunting at Epworth Rectory in 1716. They nicknamed their spirit Old Geoffrey, which I covered recently here on the channel. In fact, the Wesleys' experience was so strikingly similar to the Tedworth drummer, knocks, groans, moving objects, that John Wesley himself cited the drummer of Tedworth as an example proving the reality of demonic disturbances. The Wesley family's support lent further credence among Protestant believers. Modern historians often privilege the skeptical narratives that circulated in the Restoration, framing the drummer of Tedworth as likely a hoax or misinterpretation, but they acknowledge there were two competing narratives at the time, one of belief, advanced by Glanville, Baxter, Mompson, and others who experienced or investigated the events, and one of disbelief, pushed by the likes of Webster and those who had visited on quiet nights. The truth, perhaps, lies somewhere in the fog between. Even with the distance of centuries, the Tedworth drummer case remains tantalizingly unresolved. Many attempts at conventional explanation have been made. For instance, could crafty servants have been behind it all? Possibly some incidents, like hidden pranksters knocking or tossing objects, could be staged, but all of it over so long a period, with so many witnesses, strains credulity. If Drury's associates were responsible, how did they operate inside and outside a watched house without ever being caught red-handed? And if the children somehow faked it, how did two little girls lift themselves and heavy furniture off the ground? The haunting was witnessed by scores of credible observers, neighbors, clergymen, noblemen, and scientists, in an era well before modern understandings of psychology or illusion. Ultimately, those who lived through it, like the Mompson family and Joseph Glanville, held firm that what happened was bona fide supernatural. John Mompson's son, as noted, was ready in the 1680s to defend his father's story to a curious peer, and Joseph Glanville staked his professional reputation on cases like this, arguing that denying them would only embolden atheists. Through Glanville's writings, the drummer of Tedworth became known across Britain and even in the American colonies. In the centuries since, the tale has been retold in countless ghost story anthologies. Each retelling adds or omits details, but the core remains chilling and compelling. Some have called the drummer of Tedworth the first great poltergeist in English records, one that set the pattern for many later cases of noisy, mischievous ghosts. Indeed, one hears echoes of Tedworth in the famous Enfield poltergeist of the 1970s or other modern cases, the knocking on walls, the moving of furniture, the strange voices. But unlike modern cases, the Tedworth drummer unfolded at a time when such events were not just fodder for tabloids, but matters to be argued by theologians and judges. For those who lean toward the supernatural interpretation, the drummer's story serves as enduring evidence that there are things in heaven and earth beyond our understanding. For those of a skeptical bent, the story is a caution about how far human imagination and trickery can go, perhaps an early example of mass delusion or elaborate hoaxing. And for everyone else, it remains a ripping good tale to be told on a dark night. The legacy of the Tedworth drummer is felt even in literature and culture. It likely inspired elements in novels. Writers like Daniel Defoe and Charles Dickens knew of these old ghost chronicles, and it definitely influenced the ghost debate of the 18th century. The eminent ghost hunter and folklorist Catherine Crowe in the 19th century cited it as a true account in her book, The Night Side of Nature. On the other hand, the famous skeptic Charles Mackay, in his extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, devoted pages to debunking it as just another foolish panic. He even relayed the details of the trick played on the credulous Mompson, such as the 7 or 8 phantoms running away when shot at, highlighting how obvious it should have been to the naive squire that those were merely human rogues scattering into an arbour. Mackay viewed Mompson as a man blinded by superstition, worse than blind who shuts his eyes and refuses to see. Yet for all Mackay's ridicule, when one reads the original accounts, the letters, the depositions, Glanville's measured narrative, it is hard not to feel a chill. Imagine, as you have done hearing this chronicle, being in that house, a father defending his family with pistol in hand against an invisible assailant, children whimpering as unseen claws scratch at their bed, a distinguished scholar amazed as a disembodied voice whispers answers to him in the dark. It is the stuff of nightmares, made more frightening by the earnest insistence of those who experienced it that it was all real. The drummer of Tedworth did not fade quietly into oblivion. The house in question stood for many years afterward, and it's said that locals would give it a wide berth at night, just in case the unseen drummer's spirit still lingered. In later life, John Mompson would sometimes be asked by curious visitors about the events, for they became famous through Glanville's books. He would gravely affirm the truth of every detail, though he seldom wished to dwell long on the subject that had caused his family such distress. If you wander the lanes of Tidworth, once called Tedworth, today you might not find any standing monument to this story. Time has swept away the old Mompson residence, and with it perhaps any verifiable trace of the haunting. But the legend persists. In the lore of British ghost stories, the demon drummer of Tedworth is often the earliest cited poltergeist encounter. It set a precedent and laid down motifs we see repeated. The angry person who calls up the haunting, as Drury was believed to have done, the afflicted family of good repute, the strange noises and thrown objects, the investigator who tries to apply reason, and the ultimate unresolved nature of it all. In hindsight, we can appreciate the Tedworth drummer story on multiple levels. It is a gripping narrative of fear and perseverance, a family under siege by an inexplicable force. It is also a window into the 17th century mind, where devils and witches were as real to people as the air they breathed, yet where the first glimmers of scientific inquiry were also beginning to shine. In this story, those two worlds collide dramatically. Here was an incident investigated by an early member of the Royal Society and brought before the secular courts as evidence of witchcraft. It's a collision of belief and skepticism right at the threshold of the Enlightenment. What are we to make of it now? Perhaps it will never be confirmed beyond doubt what happened in that old house during 1662 to 1663. But the tale endures precisely because of that mystery. Every retelling, like the one you've just heard, invites the listener to weigh the evidence and wonder, could it have been real, or was it an elaborate hoax of history? The ambiguity is part of what keeps the story alive, continuing to fascinate and frighten. As night falls and the wind howls over the quiet fields where Tedworth House once stood, one might fancifully imagine, if one's mind is attuned to such things, a faint rhythmic drumming on the breeze. Perhaps it is nothing more than an old signboard flapping in the wind, or perhaps, just perhaps, it is the echo of that spectral drum, still beating its point of war in the dark, as the drummer of Tedworth keeps his eternal and inscrutable watch. That brings us to the end of tonight's case. What unfolded in that house in Wiltshire was not rumour or embellishment, but an event recorded as it happened, examined by witnesses, and argued by the minds of its own century. When the disturbances finally ceased, they left behind no clear resolution, only written testimony, lingering doubt, and a story that has refused to disappear. If you enjoyed this episode and want to continue with cases like this, consider subscribing to the channel. It helps the podcast reach more listeners and allows me to keep producing long-form, carefully researched stories like this one. Thank you for listening to the Fall Asleep podcast. Until next time.